Chapter 38:30. The Fortune Gate was currently entrenched in the soaring Dragon Mountain range, and they had already built more than 100 palaces. However, the Fortune Dao Palace was different. The Fortune Dao Palace was created by the combined efforts of Xiong Yi, Prince Lan, and Li Xiang, and the restrictions inside were personally laid down by Xiaohua. These runes not only contain the Dao Sect's restrictions, but also the Confucian cultivator's dragon qi, occupying the fate of tens of thousands of li around it. When the Fortune Dao Palace's restrictions were completed, there was a faint dragon roar coming from the ground, followed by a 9-colored radiance soaring into the sky. If Xiaohua hadn't used the capital star array to conceal it, it would have attracted the greed of the Confucian cultivators. Xiaohua's figure landed in front of the Fortune Dao Palace, pausing for a moment before walking up the steps. There were 365 steps in front of the Fortune Dao Palace, and the center of the steps was not only engraved with dragons and phoenixes, but also inscriptions of mountains and rivers. Walking up the steps, there was a supreme majesty coming from the steps. Xiaohua had just led Xiong Yi and the others up the steps when they saw the black bear spirit, white lion and golden condor kneeling on the steps to welcome them. The black bear spirit even shouted, "Welcome Master into the palace." Following the black bear spirit's shout, a tsunami of shouts came from the platform above the steps. "Welcome Master into the palace." On the platform, there was a black mass of Fortune Gate's disciples kneeling on the platform. "Rise." Xiaohua walked up the platform, turned into a streak of light, and landed in front of the embroidered chair. "Thank you, Master." The group of disciples stood up and respectfully stood to the side. "Master has orders." Lu Yi's voice rang out. "Xiong Yi, Prince Lan, Li Xiang and the others, enter the palace for a discussion." "We obey Master's orders." Xiong Yi and the other disciples didn't dare to delay and entered the palace. The interior of the Fortune Dao Palace was similar to the other palaces. There were several huge coiling dragon pillars in the palace, and Xiaohua sat on the embroidered chair on the high cloud platform. Lu Yi and Wang Yifei stood on the sides of the embroidered chair. Seeing that all the disciples were standing in order, Xiaohua opened his mouth and said, "This old man established a sect on the hidden immortal continent and established the Fortune Gate on the soaring Dragon Mountain range. Although I don't dare to say that I'm the first to establish a Dao sect, but looking at the current Dao sect's sorrow, I can be considered as a prodigy. This old man is very happy that all of you have chosen to join my Fortune Gate. Today my Fortune Gate's grand protective formation is finally completed. We can retreat, defend or attack. Even if the immortal palace attacks again, even if there is an inescapable net, there is no need for you to be afraid. Many thanks for Master's grace." All the disciples were beaming with joy when they heard this. They bowed and saluted. Xiaohua continued, "Although our Fortune Gate has risked universal condemnation and dared to drag the immortal palace down to the mundane world, our foundation is still lacking. Compared to the hundreds of millions of years of heritage of Confucian cultivators, we are just children. However, a child will eventually grow into a strong man one day. This old man believes that as long as our Fortune Gate disciples work together and cultivate diligently, there will come a day when our Fortune Gate will become the most brilliant Dao sect on the hidden immortal mainland." Although Xiaohua was encouraging everyone, everyone's blood was boiling with excitement. It was not only because of Xiaohua's words, but also because of the rapid improvement in their cultivation after entering the Fortune Gate. This was something they could never have imagined even in their dreams. After Xiaohua said a few more words and asked about the Fortune Gate's recent affairs, he asked, "Xiong Yi, how is the situation in Yu province?" "Good Father knows." Xiong Yi's face lit up with excitement. "Today's Yu province, no, the entire hidden immortal continent is in a mess." "What do you mean?" Xiaohua was already prepared, but when he heard this he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He asked, "Could it be that the battle between the immortals and Buddhas in Shi country's Longevity Town has spread to the entire hidden immortal continent?" "Not only the battle between the immortals and Buddhas." Xiong Yi laughed. "There is also the 100 schools of thought debate of the Confucian school." "100 schools of thought contending?" Xiaohua raised his head and looked at Fujiwen, frowning slightly. After thinking for a while, he said, "Let's talk about Longevity Town first." "Yes, Master." Xiong Yi continued to explain, "Just like what disciple reported to Master earlier, the Longevity Town's immortals and Buddhas have been in an extremely delicate situation. The hidden immortal continent's kind-hearted men and women have been trekking from all over the continent to worship the Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body. Shi country's monarch and Chongyun's sect have been thinking of ways to stop this, but after all they couldn't compete with the millions of people's hearts. Therefore the Confucian cultivators gradually retreated under the pressure of the Buddhist sect. Yu province's other Confucian cultivators, seeing the Buddhist sect's expansion, began to pay attention to Longevity Town. At the same time, this attention attracted the attention of many Confucian cultivators. When the Immortal Palace was conquering my Black Wind Ridge, the Dongfang family's martial grandmaster brandished his sword to destroy the Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body. At this time the Southern Paradise's Manjushri Bodhisattva's golden body suddenly descended to the Rivertide Temple and waved his 9-dragon staff to block the sword. After that, Manjushri Bodhisattva took charge of the Rivertide Temple and investigated the murder of the Rivertide Temple's abbot Lashan. This matter has been going on for almost 10 years. Is there still no result? Xiaohua listened to Xiong Yi's detailed explanation and didn't say much. When he heard this he couldn't help but feel moved and asked, "How can there be a result?" Xiong Yi's face showed a mocking expression. "Even if there is a result, Manjushri Bodhisattva will definitely not announce it." Why? Fujiwen was puzzled and asked curiously, "Didn't Manjushri Bodhisattva come to investigate the murder of Lushan?" "It's very simple." Prince Lon laughed. "The Confucian cultivator who killed Lushan was very skillful. That Cloud Forest Temple's master Ci couldn't find any clues at that time. After that Manjushri Bodhisattva couldn't find any clues." "There's no need for any clues. The Buddhist sect has many ways to find clues." Fujiwen retorted. "Manjushri Bodhisattva naturally has the Buddhist sect's supernatural powers, but why didn't he announce it? The biggest reason is that he couldn't find it. In other words, Thunder Temple's Mahavarakana also couldn't find the real murderer of Shan." "Ah? Then isn't it done by the Immortal Palace or the patriarch of a first-class family?" Fujiwen was dumbfounded. Xiaohua nodded. "If that's the case it must be someone who inverted yin and yang and disturbed the 5 elements. Without extraordinary supernatural powers, it can't be detected." "There's another possibility," Prince Lon said. "Manjushri Bodhisattva found the real murderer, but the real murderer is an important figure of the Confucian cultivator. Once it is announced, the anger of the Buddhist sect's followers in the hidden immortal continent and the anger of the Nirvana world's followers will ignite a war between the immortals and Buddhas. Therefore Manjushri Bodhisattva didn't dare to announce it." Speaking of this, Prince Lon showed a worried expression. He looked at Xiaohua and said, "Actually, Disciple is worried that not finding the real murderer is not a good thing for our Tao sect. Maybe one day the Buddhist sect and the Confucian cultivators will pour this dirty water on our Tao sect." Li Xiang nodded. Disciple has also considered this matter. But fortunately, the hidden immortal continent is in dispute with the Confucian cultivators. Although our Tao sect's disciples are weak, they are still useful in restraining the Buddhist sect. The Confucian cultivators won't agree to frame our Tao sect. Other than the country of Shi's Longevity Town, the hidden immortal continent's 9 prefectures is already burning with the flames of war. Xiongyi said, "Not only were the Buddhist sect's countries destroyed, but the Confucian cultivators' countries are also fighting with each other. It is said that 10 countries in the Su province were destroyed in one day. The 100 Confucian cultivators each occupy a part of their sphere of influence. It's really a mess." "It's also because of the war between the Confucian cultivators and the immortals and Buddhas." Li Xiang smiled. "Our fortune gate has a chance to breathe. Otherwise, Master's big movements might have attracted the attention of the Confucian cultivators." "Right." Xiaohua nodded. "Our fortune gate's strength is weak. It's already not easy for you to find out so much. We don't care about other people's matters. We only work behind closed doors. Li Xiang, bring me the array plate you used in the Black Wind Mountain." "Yes, Master." Li Xiang respectfully handed over the Black Wind Mountain's array plate to Xiaohua. Xiaohua casually refined the array plate and passed it to Li Xiang. However, Li Xiang did not put the array plate into his cosmos bag after receiving it. Instead he smiled and said, "Master, Disciple was guarding the Black Wind Mountain, so of course I had to use this array plate. Among us disciples, senior brother Xiongyi is the leader, so this array plate should be under his control. You have yours and he has his. Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the crystal plate he had refined earlier. He tapped on it and the crystal plate split into two. With a wave of his sleeve, the two pieces of crystal plate fell in front of Xiongyi and Prince Lan. He said, "This array plate is the main array plate to control the soaring Dragon Mountain Range's grand array. The two of you will control it together. Inside the array plate is the method to control the grand array, and there are also other methods to enter and exit the array plate. You two can decide on your own." "Yes, disciple understands," Xiongyi and Prince Lan carefully answered. Li Xiang's array plate was personally refined by Master. It can freely enter and exit the grand array, but it does not have the power to control the grand array. Xiaohua explained. Li Xiang was about to accept the array plate, but when he heard Xiaohua's question he was startled. He hastily took out the array plate and presented it with both hands. He said, "Master, you should take this array plate yourself. Disciple will ask senior brothers to refine another one for disciple." "Master, you..." Xiongyi was also stunned, but he soon understood. "Are you going on a long journey again?" Li Xiang and Xiongyi's words immediately made their realms clear. Xiaohua smiled faintly and nodded. "Yes, Master will be going on a trip in a few days. I'm afraid this trip will take a long time. The matters of the Fortune Gate will be handled by you three senior brothers. It's not that Master doesn't trust any of you, but the Fortune Gate has just been established. Under the eyes of Confucian cultivators and in the midst of the battle between immortals and Buddhas, it's better for us to be careful. As for Li Xiang, although this array plate is somewhat transcendental in the hands of someone who is at ease, wouldn't it have any transcendental effect? Since Master said so, disciple can naturally take it." Li Xiang smiled and said, "But wouldn't it be better if junior brother Fu takes this array plate? Master, why don't you give it to junior brother?" Chapter 38-31. He, these disciples' cultivations are too low. Xiaohua naturally understood Li Xiang's indecisiveness and indecisiveness. He smiled and said, "Moreover, they are detrimental to the three of you controlling the Fortune Gate. When Master leaves, I will bring them along with me." His Highness Lan was a little anxious. "What do you mean, Are you going to abandon the three of us and not control the Fortune Gate? How is that possible?" Xiaohua waved his hand. "Your cultivation is still too low. There are some things you cannot understand. Master felt it when he was setting up the formation. The three of you will definitely bring glory to the Fortune Gate in the soaring Dragon Mountain Range. Lu Yi and the others will also improve in terms of cultivation following Master. Master is the sect leader, bringing a few junior brothers with you is also quite ostentatious. This is how it should be." Xiongyi smiled and added, "Moreover, Master controls the nation weapon. It won't be a problem to take them into the nation weapon in times of danger." "Exactly." Xiaohua nodded. He raised his head to look at the Great Hall and instructed again, "Xiongyi, Highness Lan, Li Xiang, it was not easy to establish our Fortune Gate. Now it is just a spark. If we want to grow into a prairie fire, we need all of you to work together. Master does not want to see anything that Master does not want to see when he returns. Master's thoughts I'm sure nascent soul realm cultivators like you who have gone through life and death trials can understand." "Master." Xiongyi, Highness Lan, and Li Xiang hurriedly knelt and said, "Disciples can swear a blood oath to be loyal to our Fortune Gate, and will absolutely not do anything that will harm the Fortune Gate." Sigh. Looking at the three disciples who swore a blood oath, Xiaohua sighed inwardly. Although he was very conflicted with the method of refining the natal spirit tablet, now that he thought about it, this method was indeed an effective method to control the entire Fortune Gate. Xiaohua waved his hand and took out 3 jade pouches and handed them to the 3 disciples. He said, "Get up. Inside these pouches is the refining method of the natal spirit tablet. Cultivate on your own and you can refine one for each of our Fortune Gate's disciples." "Yes, Master." The 3 disciples stood up and received the jade pouches. Also, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and took out a lot of Qingkuan bags from his bosom. He waved his hand and gave them to the 3 people. He said, "This is what Master obtained from traveling these past few years. You and your disciples should be able to satisfy the cultivation expenses. Our Fortune Gate is not lacking in origin stones, We can simply bid for common items. Hiss. The three of them opened the Qingquan pouch to take a look and they were all dumbfounded. The medicinal pills and spirit herbs inside were things that even if one had primeval stones, they wouldn't be able to bid for. Master, thank you for your hard work. Thinking about how Xiaohua still went out to look for these medicinal pills and spiritual herbs while setting up the formation, the three nascent soul cultivators felt extremely grateful. Yes, this is what I should do. When I'm not here, I'll have to rely on you to recruit disciples and guide their cultivation. Xiaohua stood up and said, Disciple is willing to die 1,000 times. Alright, Xiongyi, come in with me. Everyone else, wait outside. Xiaohua said as he walked into the hall. Xiongyi hurriedly followed him into the back of the palace and only returned after 4 hours. Although he was already a nascent soul cultivator, Xiongyi still couldn't hide the excitement on his face. Just as Royal Highness Lan was about to ask, Xiongyi blinked his eyes and smiled. Royal Highness Lan, Master wants you in. See. Royal Highness Lan sucked in a deep breath, his heart thumping wildly as he walked into the back of the palace. The three nascent soul cultivators' cultivation was naturally guided by Xiaohua himself. Not only did Xiaohua teach them the astral soul and soul severing stage cultivation techniques according to their cultivation realm, he even took out the spiritual artifacts refined by the green-robed Xiaohua. How could the three nascent soul cultivators not be overjoyed to receive such generous rewards? After settling the three nascent soul cultivators' affairs, Xiaohua returned to the main hall and sat down. His gaze swept past everyone and landed on Changyu and Wu Tian. He said, Changyu, Wu Tian, you two are different from other disciples. You can be considered Master's in-name disciples. Now that my fortune gate has been established, this old man would like to ask you, are you willing to enter my fortune gate? How could Changyu and Wu Tian hesitate? They immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Disciple is willing to enter the fortune gate and respect Taoist as master. Good. Xiaohua nodded. Today this old man officially accepts you two as disciples, but this old man doesn't like any formalities, so I don't want anything like that. We will follow Master's decision. Both of them respectfully kowtowed 9 more times before getting up. Congratulations, junior brothers. Xiongyi and the others were also overjoyed as they stepped forward to congratulate them. Changyu and Wu Tian also got up from the ground and happily returned the greeting. After waiting for a while, Xiaohua said, Changyu, you are different from Master's other disciples. You have already reached late-stage Golden Core realm. You have cultivated the cultivation technique Master gave you for so many years. If it weren't to make up for your previous missteps, you would have been able to conceive a nascent soul long ago. This time, this old man's trip is to send the disciples into the country artifact. The origin energy inside the country artifact is not abundant, so it is not suitable for you to cultivate inside. You stay in the fortune gate and ask your 3 senior brothers about your cultivation. Master hopes that when I return, my fortune gate will have another nascent soul cultivator. What Xiaohua said was the truth. Lu Yi and the others were merely at the qi refinement realm. How much origin energy did they need to cultivate? Changyu alone was equivalent to several hundred Lu Yis. Changyu bowed respectfully and said, Yes, disciple obeys. This is what you need for your cultivation. Xiaohua took out 2 spatial pouches and handed them to Changyu. After Changyu received the spatial pouches, Xiaohua looked at Wu Tian. Who would have thought that Wu Tian would hastily kneel down and cry out, Master, please don't let disciple stay. Disciple would rather not cultivate than to leave Master's side. And your situation is indeed troublesome. If you stay in the soaring Dragon Mountain range, the entire fortune gate will suffer. Xiaohua smiled and said, This old man wants to take you away. Pu. Wu Tian's heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly got up and said, Many thanks, Master. Xiaohua then looked at the other disciples and said with a smile, Wang Bianfei, go say goodbye to your mother. Tomorrow morning, come with Master to travel the hidden immortal mainland. Ah yes, Master. Hearing that he was going to travel, Wang Bianfei was ecstatic. After saluting, he quickly left the Fortune Gate Palace. Looking at Wang Bianfei's back, Xiaohua smiled. Wang Bianfei's mood represented the mood of the other Fortune Gate disciples. Although he couldn't make too many promises to them, if they were to cultivate quietly, he could do it. What revitalizing the Tao Gate? Perhaps it would start from the smallest action. Master. Xiongyi looked at Xiao Hua's smile and suppressed his excitement. He couldn't help but carefully ask, Master, this trip will be different from before. When will you return? Disciple will take charge of the fortune gate in Master's place. What should I do? Xiao Hua had vaguely mentioned these things before and Xiongyi naturally understood. However, when Xiao Hua guided the cultivation of the 3 nascent soul realm disciples, Xiongyi suddenly realized that although the fortune gate was still within his control, in a few decades or 100 years, it might not be something he could control. He had no choice but to ask for instructions again. However, before Xiao Hua could say anything, the black bear spirit's cries could be heard from outside the hall. Master Ah, you don't want this little one anymore? You're leaving the fortune gate with a group of disciples, but you're leaving this little one here? Amidst the cries, heavy footsteps could be heard. The black bear spirit, golden eagle and white lion ran in from outside the hall and threw themselves in front of Xiao Hua, kowtowing. The dong-dong sound was rather clear in the somewhat quiet main hall. Xiao Hua looked at the 3 demons and frowned slightly. He understood in his heart that when he was in the Black Wind Ridge, other than himself, the highest cultivation was the foundation establishment Qin Xiaoyao. But now, not to mention Golden Core disciples, there were 3 nascent soul realm disciples. The black bear spirit and the other 2 demons' status in the soaring dragon mountain range was getting lower. Moreover, he was going to travel and these demons could only be mountain guards. Their importance was getting lower and lower. The other demons were better, but the black bear spirit, golden eagle and white lion might not be able to stand the loneliness. Especially the fickleness of human nature, the 3 demons might not be able to understand. They might even start a dispute with Xiongyi and the other human cultivators. Forget it. Xiao Hua's thoughts turned and he smiled. You 3 get up. This old man will take the 3 of you out to travel. Really? Old master? The black bear spirit raised his head, his bare face full of tears. Beside him, the golden eagle and white lion were also surprised. If you 3 leave, how will the demons be arranged? This old man will not take them out to travel. Xiao Hua asked. The black bear spirit did not even look at the golden eagle and white lion, and hurriedly said, Old master, this little one's boy, Qin Xiaoyao, Jiang Ming, Qin Qingyi and Jiang Haodong are all good. If possible, this little one will let these disciples lead the little one's boy. This little one too. The golden eagle and white lion hurriedly agreed. Now that old master has made the fortune gate impregnable, this little one does not need to patrol. Just let Qin Xiaoyao and the others be in charge of these boy. Xiao Hua nodded and ordered, pass down this old man's decree. Order Qin Xiaoyao and the others to take over the fortune gate's disciples. In addition, black bear, golden eagle and white lion, you all must obey Qin Xiaoyao and the other disciples' orders. If there is anything you don't agree with, kill without mercy. Yes, old master. Black bear and the other 2 demon beasts' hearts trembled, and they hurriedly complied and retreated. Xiongyi. Xiao Hua looked at Xiongyi and said, if this master's departure goes smoothly, I estimate I will return in a few years, but if it doesn't, I'm afraid it will take more than a few decades. In fact, you should understand that if this master is not in the fortune gate, this soaring dragon mountain range is very safe. As for how the fortune gate will develop, this old man will still say the same thing when I accepted you into the fortune gate. If you want a chance, this old man will give it to you no matter how big it is. As long as this old man has the ability, this old man will definitely give it to you. But Xiao Hua's tone turned cold again. But once you enter my fortune gate, you are a fortune gate disciple. Remember not to cause trouble, brothers fighting each other. This disciple understands. Not only Xiongyi but Li Xiang and Lan also bowed and answered. Chapter 38-32. Xiongyi, these guards are old friends of my Blackwind mountain range. Don't treat them lightly. Xiao Hua nodded slightly and instructed. Of course, the demonic beast race is not our human race, so this old man doesn't dare to judge them. If there are any abnormalities, there is no need to hold back. The safety of our fortune gate disciples is the most important. Yes. Xiongyi hurriedly replied. Disciple understands. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and felt that there was nothing else to say. He stood up and said, this old man will not say much. The hidden immortal mainland is only so big. If there are any abnormalities, this old man will be able to hear them. With this old man's ability, it is not impossible for me to rush back in time. Xiongyi and the others naturally did not know that there was a transmission array in the Black Wind Mountain range. When the time was ripe, Xiaohua might set up another transmission array in other places. If he wanted to return, it would be a blink of an eye. Respectfully send off, Master. The group of Fortune Gate disciples bowed on the soaring Dragon Mountain range and said in unison. Xiaohua sent Lu Yi Heixiong and the others into the Kunlun mirror and flew into the air. With a flick of his sleeve, all the disciples involuntarily stood up and said, "All of you cultivate in peace. Don't let this old man be disappointed when he returns." With that said, Xiaohua's figure turned into a gust of wind and disappeared into the sky. When Xiongyi and the others hurriedly got up and opened a corner of the array to check, there was no trace of him. Master's escape technique has reached perfection. Although Xiongyi and the others did not dare to release their divine sense, they could not help but whisper after looking at each other. Yes, with Master's cultivation in the future, he will definitely catch up to that person. Li Xiang narrowed his eyes and said, "As Master's father's disciples, we must not lose his face. 2 junior brothers, let's discuss a plan." Xiongyi closed the capital star array and said in a low voice, "Not only will we take turns to control the Fortune Gate and cultivate, but we will also develop the Fortune Gate's forces." Putting aside the fact that Xiongyi, Prince Lan and Li Xiang, the 3 nascent soul cultivators of the Fortune Gate, had begun to make plans for the Fortune Gate, consolidating their respective forces. The Fortune Gate had begun to embark on a difficult path of development. After Xiaohua left the soaring Dragon Mountain range, he first chose a direction that he believed to be correct and flew for several hours before revealing himself. With a wave of his hand, the Pegasus and flying chariot landed in mid-air. Then he released Wu Tian and Fujiwen from the Kunlun mirror. Xiaohua looked at Wu Tian and asked with a smile, "Wu Tian, is the qi of heaven and earth in the Kunlun wonderland abundant?" Wu Tian did not dare to be negligent. He bowed and said, "Yes, teacher knows that when I first entered, the heaven-earth yuan qi inside was not abundant. Now that I have entered again, I can feel that it is gradually recovering. Although it's not enough for disciple to cultivate freely inside, disciple believes that as long as time passes, it will definitely be possible." Xiaohua nodded slightly and frowned slightly as if he was thinking about something. Wu Tian didn't dare to ask more. He looked at Fujiwen standing at the side with his hands folded. Now, other than the space that could accommodate Wu Tian and the other disciples, Xiaohua could also accommodate the Mountain River Seal and the Kunlun Mirror. Needless to say, the Mountain River Seal was a nation weapon that purely suppressed people. There was no qi of heaven and earth inside. The Kunlun Mirror was somewhat similar to the space. There was a Kunlun Wonderland hidden inside. The Kunlun Wonderland could provide qi of heaven and earth for Wu Tian and the other disciples to cultivate. However, the Kunlun Wonderland had already been destroyed when the Kunlun Mirror shattered. Xiaohua had obtained the fragments of the Kunlun Mirror from the Dawn Rain continent and the hidden Immortal continent and refined them bit by bit. The Kunlun ruins was slowly recovering into the Kunlun Wonderland. However, judging from the current situation, the Kunlun Mirror would not be too far away from recovering its power. However, if the Kunlun Wonderland's barrier wanted to recover, it was not a simple matter. When Xiaohua was refining the Kunlun Mirror, he had already tried to comprehend the barrier of the Kunlun Wonderland. He knew that it was an extremely mysterious spatial barrier that was somewhat similar to the so-called spirit gathering formation. Of course, if it was purely a high-level spirit gathering formation, Xiaohua believed that as long as his cultivation increased in the future, he would definitely be able to refine such a miraculous spatial spirit artifact. However, when Xiaohua was refining the Kunlun Mirror, he discovered that this barrier was not as simple as he thought. There were faint traces of an innate divine restriction in this barrier, but it was also very different from what he thought it was. Moreover, this difference made it extremely difficult for Xiaohua to comprehend. In fact, after a long time, it would even give Xiaohua a strange and even terrifying feeling. Xiaohua did not know if this feeling came from the barrier itself or if it was born from his insufficient cultivation. Therefore, after trying to comprehend it a few times, he did not dare to think deeper. Of course, apart from the unfathomable nature of this barrier, the lack of qi of heaven and earth was also a shortcoming of the Kunlun Wonderland. Therefore, Xiaohua asked Wu Tian about his feelings. After hearing Wu Tian's words, Xiaohua knew that it was not a long-term plan to leave Wu Tian in the Kunlun Wonderland. Not only would this delay Wu Tian's cultivation, but it would also interfere with the cultivation of Lu Yi and the others. Xiaohua's space was the best choice, but Xiaohua had a great worry. That was, the qi of heaven and earth in the space was completely different from the Xiaoyu continent and the hidden immortal continent. Any nascent soul cultivator from outside the space would collapse when they entered the space. Xiaohua did not dare to take the risk of letting Wu Tian and the others enter the space to cultivate. In the end, they would not be able to come out of the space. In this space I have also received Dao disciples before. Cui Hongshan, Zhen Minghui, Su Qing and other Imperial Thunder Sect disciples have also stayed in there for several years. Moreover, after they came out, their cultivation had greatly improved. This shows that this space is suitable for cultivators to cultivate. However, the problem is that they are only qi refining disciples. The strongest is only foundation establishment, far from nascent soul. This Xiao also does not know if they can come out of the space after cultivating to nascent soul. If they can't come out, wouldn't this Xiao's disciples only be able to guard this unformed space? Could it be that they are like those lonely disciples of fellow Taoist Green Robe? Those lonely disciples have both men and women. If they can't cultivate, they can still reproduce in the space and create a world of cultivation. When Xiaohua thought of this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, "This Xiao understands. Benevolent great master. This Xiao has to thank you. If I didn't meet you, this Xiao wouldn't be able to understand the relationship between the physical body and nascent soul." That's right. In the cultivation of Buddhism, the physical body and sarira are two things that are difficult to reconcile. Buddhism has always emphasized on abandoning the physical body to become sarira. However, our Tao sect is somewhat different. The physical body is very important in the early stages of cultivation. Tao sect cultivators rely on the physical body to sense the world's origin energy and rely on the meridians of the physical body to refine the world's origin energy. However, after reaching nascent soul, the nascent soul itself has two meridians, one yin and one yang. These two meridians directly communicate with the world. At this time, the physical body may no longer be important in cultivation. Even after losing the physical body, the nascent soul can still exist and can still cultivate the so-called scattered nascent soul. However, at this time the physical body is another kind of protection. The physical body is a boat floating in the turbulent water, and the nascent soul is the passenger on the boat. No matter what space, no matter what changes the world's origin energy, it can protect the nascent soul. Therefore, the physical body is also the proof that our Tao sect cultivators can ascend to the immortal world. Because the world's origin energy in the immortal world is definitely different from the hidden immortal continent and other cultivation worlds. As for the scattered nascent soul, it can only be reconstructed after ascending to the immortal world, or use some secret technique to prevent the nascent soul from collapsing while reconstructing it bit by bit. If that's the case within this Xiao's space, although the world's origin energy is different from the hidden immortal continent, it can still allow Wu Tian and other disciples to cultivate inside. Seeing Xiaohua first frown and then clap his hands in joy, Wu Tian and Fujiwen were somewhat baffled. However, the two of them didn't dare to make a sound and lowered their heads to look at the flying carriage below them. Wooing. Xiaohua took out the Kunlun mirror and said with a smile, "Master has thought of a way to make the world's origin energy in the Kunlun mirror abnormally abundant. However, your cultivation method may have to be changed. I will listen to Master's instructions." Wu Tian naturally didn't have any objections. Immediately, Xiaohua pretended to refine the Kunlun mirror and then dictated some cultivation methods to Wu Tian for him to comprehend. His mind entered the space, and in a corner of the space he created a Kunlun fairyland that was exactly the same as the Kunlun mirror. In fact, fellow Taoist should have done this earlier. Green-robed Xiaohua's figure appeared in front of Jade Archive Xiaohua and said with a smile, "Not to mention the Fortune Gate's disciples in the soaring Dragon Mountain range, even those demonic beasts in the legacy world should be taken in." Green-robed fellow Taoist is wrong. Jade Archive Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Although this space can cultivate, after all it's our space, not the Dawn Rain continent nor the three continents. Right now you and I can't control the fate of others. I can't make decisions for others without permission. As for the demonic beasts in the legacy world, I presume fellow Taoist hasn't forgotten about the spirit-devouring bugs in the profound water palace. Alright, I also know what fellow Taoist is thinking. Anyway, this space is so big and has so many uses. Fellow Taoists should make use of it as much as possible. Green-robed Xiaohua waved his hand and said, I will go and teach my disciples. When the time comes, I want to see whose disciple is more powerful. Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, aren't they both our disciples? What's there to compare? Moreover, these disciples of yours have been cleansed since they were young. They have been tempered by lightning strikes and shaped by lightning water. I'm afraid these disciples of I can't compare. Huh. Green-robed Xiaohua laughed complacently. He cupped his hands and disappeared. Hee hee. Jade Archive Xiaohua's mouth also revealed a trace of a smile. What green-robed Xiaohua could use he could also use. Lu Yi and the others' aptitudes were far superior to green-robed Xiaohua's disciples. How could over 10,000 disciples surpass them? Rumble. Just as Jade Archive Xiaohua was about to leave, an indescribable muffled sound of thunder suddenly came from the starry sky. The entire starry sky slightly distorted, and the karmic hand slightly swayed. An obscure fluctuation that only Jade Archive Xiaohua could comprehend fell into his body. Jade Archive Xiaohua's face changed greatly. Chapter 38-33. In an instant, Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure also swayed, like a lamp in the wind. After a few times Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure became clear, but at this time, Jade Archive Xiaohua's face was pale. What? Is there going to be a disaster? Jade Archive Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the karma hand that had hidden in the starry sky. He whispered bitterly, this disaster is too big to be stopped. If it's not handled properly, it's inevitable that I'll end up dead? Where did this disaster come from? Is it Dragon Island? Or the Immortal Palace? Or something else? And this disaster can't be avoided. Even if I go into seclusion, this disaster will come. Could it be the Immortal Palace? That's impossible. Although I escaped from the Immortal Palace's attack that day, my cultivation was only at the late Yuanying stage. With Sun Jian's character he wouldn't exaggerate. How could it attract the attention of the Immortal Palace? Could it be the trip to the Dragon Palace? No, it doesn't seem like it. If there's a problem with the trip to the Dragon Palace, I just have to go into seclusion. Forget it. Jade Archive Xiaohua thought for a moment, but still had no clue. In particular, the message from Karma Xiaohua was too vague. Jade Archive Xiaohua only felt that this crisis was very special, but he couldn't tell how special it was or when it would happen. Be careful. When it happens, I'll deal with it by sticking to the status quo. My cultivation is still not enough. Xiaohua's mind came out of the space. He opened his eyes and looked at the clouds and mist around him. He took a deep breath and sighed secretly. This warning is so vague. It's not only because the origin of the disaster is unclear, but also because Karma Xiaohua can only deduce in the space. If I can perform the complete karma method, I may be able to find some clues. Master, this method is very similar to the one I practiced before. Seeing Xiaohua open his eyes, Wu Tian said carefully, it's just that the absorption and refining of the qi of heaven and earth are a bit strange. I've completely mastered it. Good. Xiaohua collected his thoughts and nodded. Master will call Lu Yi and the others out. Tell them about the differences in cultivation in detail. Wu Tian was a Jindan cultivator, so explaining the cultivation method to Lu Yi and the other aura refining disciples was naturally as easy as lifting a finger. When Xiaohua released the group of disciples from the Kunlun mirror, Wu Tian carefully explained the differences between the two cultivation methods. Lu Yi and the others were all peerless geniuses, so they only needed to ponder a little bit to understand. However, they didn't know why Xiaohua suddenly asked Wu Tian to teach them such a strange cultivation method. Xiaohua didn't explain much and said to Wu Tian, bring the group of junior brothers back to the Kunlun mirror first and test out the new cultivation method. Come out after that. I still have some things to ask you. Yes, master. After Wu Tian respectfully agreed, Xiaohua put them into the Kunlun wonderland in his space. Fujiwei. Xiaohua turned around and asked, where are we now? When Fujiwen heard this, he couldn't help but feel surprised. He used the eye-clearing technique to take a look and whispered, Master, this place is very unfamiliar. I don't know either, but it seems that it should be within Yu province. Why are we still in Yu province? Xiaohua didn't find it strange when he heard this. Yu Province was originally big and he was flying around blindly before, so it wouldn't be strange even if they were circling around the soaring Dragon Mountain range. Go and inquire about it, Xiao Hua instructed. Not long after, Fu Jiwen flew back and said with a smile, Master, we're still in Yu Province. Right now we're in the territory of Donglin country. Around us are Qizhan country, Lin country, Exin country and Yifeng country. Yifeng country? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. He immediately thought of the high-spirited Yu Zhongquan who wholeheartedly wanted to be a ranger. Master, do you have any goals for this experiential learning? Or just walk around casually? When Fu Jiwen saw that Xiao Hua only let him and Wu Tian out, he knew what Xiao Hua meant and asked carefully. Master wants to go to the North Sea. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, however, there's still enough time. Take Master to Yifeng country. Yes, Master. The North Sea was naturally very far away for Fu Jiwen. Fu Jiwen knew that he might not be able to reach there in a short time even if he rode on a Pegasus. However, since Xiao Hua said there was enough time, then there was enough time. He bowed and answered, then raised his hand and patted the Pegasus, indicating that it should fly to Yifeng country. Watching Fu Jiwen riding on the Pegasus, Xiao Hua waved his hand again. The black bear, golden eagle and white lion appeared on the flying carriage. The three demonic beasts looked around and hurriedly knelt down. Master, do you want us to pave the way for Master? No need. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, this old master had previously promised all of you that I would find a suitable cultivation method for all of you. When the time is right, I will teach it to all of you. Many thanks, Master. The black bear spirit and the other two demonic beasts were overjoyed and hurriedly kowtowed. Xiao Hua smiled and helped the three demonic beasts up, saying, in fact, this old master was planning to test your temperament before telling you. However, now that our fortune gate has just been established, we need all of you to contribute. The stronger you are, the better it is for our fortune gate. Therefore, today I will teach all of you the cultivation method. Master, this lowly one swears to the heavens that this lowly one is loyal and devoted to Master and the fortune gate. The black bear spirit was the most quick-witted. After Xiao Hua finished speaking, he immediately forced out a drop of blood essence from his body and swore the demonic beast alliance. Beside him, the white lion and golden eagle also swore an oath. Seeing the strange fluctuations in the air, Xiao Hua raised his hand and held the 3 drops of blood essence in his hand. He ordered, Black Bear, bring me the white lion and golden eagle's natal spirit tablets. Natal spirit tablets? The black bear blanked for a second, then understood. He hurriedly took out the jade token that Xiao Hua had used to force the 2 demonic beasts to swear an oath on the Black Wind Ridge. Quick! Xiao Hua waved his hand and 3 drops of blood essence landed on the jade token. The red light on the jade token disappeared in a flash. Xiao Hua did not return the jade token to the black bear, but kept it for himself. He said, this old master will take this jade token first. As long as all of you are sincere to our fortune gate and follow this old master will definitely return all of you your freedom after 1,000 years. Hehe, master is speaking outside the box. The black bear laughed. This lowly one has no ill intentions towards master. It doesn't matter whether we have this natal spirit tablet or not. If master likes it, he can take it for 10,000 years. Yes, this lowly one also has the same thoughts. The white lion and golden eagle hurriedly answered. And that's for the best. Xiao Hua smiled as he looked at the black bear. The black bear saw a trace of dark green in Xiao Hua's eyes, and felt a sharp pain in the space between his eyebrows. Shortly after, countless totems swarmed into his body. These totems were the demonic bear's cultivation postures, and a series of cultivation secret techniques rippled out from these totems and rushed into his mind. After half a cup of tea's time, Xiao Hua turned his head and looked at the golden eagle. By the time Fu Jiwen stopped the flying carriage in the sky above Yifeng country, Xiao Hua had already sent the demonic beast clan's inheritance suitable for the 3 demonic beasts to cultivate into their minds. Seeing the 3 demonic beasts' bodies tremble slightly, and some inexplicable fluctuations emitted from their bodies from time to time, Fu Jiwen knew that this was an important matter, so he didn't dare to disturb them. He only stood quietly beside the Pegasus. Xiao Hua withdrew his supernatural power and closed his eyes slightly. Ever since he obtained the inexplicable bloodline of the absolute saint in the relic world, his body was constantly undergoing subtle changes. Even starlight power that couldn't be detected by supernatural powers constantly fell into the 13,200 million blood essences in his body. These blood essences were transforming, and the inheritance within the blood essences was also merging into Xiaohua's bloodline. At the same time, countless demonic beast totems also rushed into Xiaohua's bloodline and entered the body of the demonic phoenix Xiaohua. There were so many totems that they had already impacted the demonic spirit Xiaohua's cultivation. Xiaohua also took the opportunity to temporarily stop practicing the blood drop paradise technique, allowing these totems to attack his bloodline. Through the demonic spirit Xiaohua could clearly see that the golden threads in his bloodline were becoming clearer and clearer. Moreover, when the totems attacked, an inexplicable golden light flashed from time to time. Every time it flashed, it unconsciously brought about a kind of comprehension, and there was even a kind of indescribable, obscure fluctuation hidden in the void, its whereabouts unknown. Taking advantage of this gap, Xiaohua's consciousness once again entered the mysterious dark clouds. However, at this time the sky seemed to be gloomy. Above the soul cultivator Xiaohua's head, a heavy dark cloud was tightly pressed there. The dense soul threads were like the texture of granite, revealing a dignified and thick feeling, different from all the soul threads before. How is it? Jade Archive Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at this layer of dark clouds that couldn't be detected, and asked in a low voice. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua appeared in front of Jade Archive Xiaohua and slightly shook his head. I have tried countless times, this dark cloud is abnormal. I can't break through it at all. Granny Xiaohua, this thing is too strange. Xiao Bai waved his huge dragon body and shouted. Even the star splendor sky from before, and even the spirit chi sky from before wasn't so difficult to figure out. Don't worry. Jade Archive Xiaohua said indifferently. The gap between the soul-sealing sky and the heart-breaking sky is the difference between a soul scholar and a shaman. From the perspective of my Dao school, it is the difference between a nascent soul and a spirit-severing stage. This layer depends on luck. That's the only way. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua closed his eyes. The endless soul threads around his body began to dance. The faintly discernible fragrance of the underworld fruit floated in the air along with the soul threads in the entire heart-breaking sky. After Xiaohua's consciousness left the mysterious dark clouds, several hours had passed. The golden eagle was the first to open its eyes. The confusion in its eyes disappeared in a flash, and then it kowtowed again full of gratitude. Many thanks, Master. At this time the words Master came from the heart more than ever before. The golden eagle understood in its heart that the master of the Tao school in front of it was far from the human cultivator of the Tao school in the eyes of ordinary people. And golden eagle? Xiaohua nodded. How much have you forgotten, Master? A trace of fear flashed in the golden eagle's eyes and it respectfully replied, this little one, has forgotten 70%. Chapter 38-34. So much. Xiaohua was slightly stunned. After all, the inheritance he gave to the golden eagle and the other two demons was not particularly high level. It was just a relatively low-level inheritance among the 13,200 million inheritances. I've disappointed Master. The golden eagle lowered its head and said in a low voice. Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked, just with the remaining 30%, how far can you cultivate, Master? The golden eagle still had a difficult expression as it replied, 5% of the 30% is gradually disappearing. This little one thinks that at most there will only be 25% left. But with this inheritance, this little one doesn't dare to say how far this little one can cultivate. If there is enough time, this little one can cultivate to the Natian realm. And this old man understands. This is not your fault. You can cultivate as much as you want. Xiaohua nodded. This old man has also left a cave residence for you three demons in the Kunlun immortal realm. You can go in and take a look. Many thanks, Master. The golden eagle kowtowed again. After sending the golden eagle into the space, Xiaohua looked at the white lion and the black bear. He was a little curious as to who would wake up first and how much they would forget. After another hour, the white lion opened its eyes. Its reaction was the same as the golden eagle's. However, to Xiaohua's surprise, the white lion had forgotten 60% and was also forgetting more than 5%. It seems that, the more you wake up the more you remember. After sending the white lion into the space, Xiaohua looked at the black bear spirit who was as timid as a mouse with interest. Although Xiaohua had high hopes for the black bear spirit, the black bear spirit's bloodline was not much stronger than the white lion's. After an hour the black bear spirit also woke up. He only remembered 5% more than the white lion. However, Xiaohua understood that this 5% was enough for the black bear spirit to cultivate to the devouring the sky realm. It was also enough for the black bear spirit's bloodline inheritance to step into the realm of experts. Perhaps this is all this old man can do now. Xiaohua faced the black bear spirit who was now even more devout and smiled. If you want to transcend mortality and become a saint, then this old man can only help you in the future and replace your blood essence. My greatest ambition in the past was to become the king of Black Wind Ridge. The black bear spirit's answer was not out of Xiaohua's expectations. Right now, this little one's greatest ambition is to guard the door for master. No matter what cultivation this little one has, this little one will always be the black bear that guards the door for master. Go and cultivate. Xiaohua waved his sleeves and sent the black bear spirit into space. He said, I'm looking forward to having a great demon saint to guard my cave abode. After sending the black bear spirit into the space, Xiaohua released the golden eagle and asked a few questions. The result did not disappoint Xiaohua. There were 6 solar stars and 3 lunar stars in the space. The power of the stars and the moon was extremely abundant. It was more suitable for demons to cultivate than any place in the Thousand Demons sacred realm. Seeing Xiaohua put the golden eagle back into the space again, Fujiwen asked respectfully, Master, now that we've arrived in Yifeng country, please tell me what to do. However, before Xiaohua could say anything, Fujiwen's body suddenly trembled. Then strands of true qi emerged from the top of Fujiwen's head in an extremely disorderly manner. In particular, there were inscriptions condensing into formation talismans that flew out without warning. Some formed flying swords, some formed armor, and some even rushed toward Xiaohua. Master, save me. Fujiwen's face was ashen, but his trembling limbs did not seem to listen to Fujiwen's control. Even when Fujiwen called for help, the corners of his mouth twitched. Sigh. Xiaohua sighed. With a wave of his hand he restrained Fujiwen. With a grab of both hands, thousands of inscriptions fell into his hands and transformed into the shape of a broken scroll. Looking at the flickering clouds of the inscriptions in the scroll, Xiaohua shook his head slightly. Disciple, what Master was worried about has finally happened. Master. Fujiwen was ashamed. He said, this disciple is ashamed of Master's guidance. You can't say that you're ashamed. Xiaohua said, looking at your diligent cultivation and rapid progress. Actually, Master is very happy in his heart. However, when Master first saw you, you were still a scholar. Your cultivation was just refining essence into qi and you could be considered a scholar. In just a few decades you actually broke through to the realm of great confusion. If this news were to spread, I'm afraid it would scare people to death. Disciple, do you still remember the maze on Cloud Mountain? In Senior Tsonglongzi's cave, you very boldly said to Master that as long as you accumulated a little bit, you could probably enter the realm of great confusion within 3 years. Do you know how surprised Master was at that time? I'm not surprised at your progress, but rather, I'm surprised that you're biting off more than you can chew. Actually, Master felt that if you could enter the realm of great confusion within 300 years, it would already be very amazing. But what could Master say? You had just condensed the heavenly book and were in high spirits. Although Master was worried, Master could not discourage you. Master could only encourage you at that time. Yes, disciple. Fujiwen lowered his head, not daring to say anything more. Disciple, the path of cultivation is a long and arduous one. It takes a lifetime to walk it. Perhaps there are some opportunities that can speed up your cultivation, but shortcuts are never the right way. Xiaohua said very seriously. Any action that is short-sighted will lead to failure. Master has always wanted to find time to talk to you about this, but Master also has to cultivate and Master also has a lot of things to do during this period of time. I only gave you a little reminder in the Fortune Palace, but you didn't seem to hear it at all. Actually, disciple, you don't have to care too much. When Master was cultivating in the past, he was also as aggressive as you and also suffered a big loss. You are worried about Bayan and want to enter the realm of great confusion as soon as possible, and want to see Baiyan as soon as possible. But if you are too impatient, you won't be able to eat hot tofu, and when the time comes, won't you make Biden even more disappointed? Yes, disciple understands. Fujiwen was sweating like rain. Forget it. Xiaohua waved his hand and a crystal light fell into Fujiwen's body. After a while, Fujiwen's body could already move. Master will temporarily seal most of your heavenly books. You have to carefully comprehend these sealed heavenly books, and you have to carefully comprehend the cultivation method of Confucian cultivators. Walk step by step, don't run. Yes, disciple understands. Fujiwen replied in a low voice. Well, don't think too much. Follow Master down and bring Master to find Yifeng country's Yu clan. Xiaohua instructed. Yes, Master. Fujiwen calmed his mind and rode the heavenly horse down. When Xiaohua kept the heavenly horse in the flying carriage, Fujiwen had already found the location of the Yu clan. Yifeng country was not big, even smaller than Jiang country. With Xiaohua's ability, he could completely detect it with a sweep of his divine sense. However, because of the previous warning, Xiaohua did not want to attract any trouble and did not dare to be careless. He only followed Fujiwen outside Yifeng country's capital. Looking at the not-so-majestic city walls and the simple villagers entering and leaving the city gate, Xiaohua somewhat understood. The Yu clan was not a great family of Confucian cultivators. From the information that Fujiwen found out, the Yu clan was only a secondary 7th-rank aristocratic family. The so-called Great Confucian cultivator that came out was probably many years ago. Only this kind of small country would be able to support the Yu clan. Yifeng country's city gate was also guarded by soldiers, and it seemed that the inspection was very strict. Occasionally there would be some people who looked like spies being arrested. This made the atmosphere in and out of the city gate a bit tense. However, with Xiaohua's ability and Fujiwen's identity as a Confucian cultivator, entering Yifeng country was not a difficult matter. When the two people arrived in front of the Yu residence, Xiaohua frowned again. The layout of the Yu residence was very large, occupying dozens of acres of land in Yifeng city. There were many pavilions, terraces, pavilions and pavilions inside. Even the two copper lions in front of the residence gave off a kind of steadiness that had been passed down from generation to generation. However, at this moment, this steadiness was broken by some noisy carriages and people wearing court uniforms and military armor. These people's faces carried some nervousness and respect as they hurriedly shuttled in and out of the wide-open residence gate. Some servants wearing embroidered clothes also followed these people in and out, shouting loudly as if they were announcing and welcoming them. Xiaohua had never liked this kind of bustle, so he simply released his soul consciousness and probed inside the Yu residence for a moment. He said to Fujiwen in a low voice, "The person Master is looking for is not in the residence. Seems we can only pay a visit." "Yes, Master." "Please wait here for a moment." Fujiwen thought for a moment and smiled. This disciple will use the name of an assassin to visit the Yu clan. I wonder who Master is looking for. "Yu Zhongquan, the young master of the Yu residence." Xiaohua replied, "This child is fated with this old man. Today I have specially come to settle the karma." This disciple understands. It seems this disciple will have another little junior brother. Fujiwen said with a smile as he took out the name of an assassin from his bosom. If it's fated, it should be a little junior brother and a little junior sister. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed as he replied thoughtfully. Fujiwen took out his name of an assassin, and very politely smiled at the servant who came to greet him. "This one is Fujiwen. I have specially come to pay a visit to the residence's young master, Yu Zhongquan. Please announce him." Upon hearing that Fujiwen had come to pay a visit to Yu Zhongquan, the servant's respectful face suddenly revealed a trace of strangeness. However, the servant didn't accept the name of an assassin, and only politely replied, "So it's young Master Fu. This one has been disrespectful. It's just that my family's young master isn't in the residence, so this one has no way of announcing. I hope young master can understand." "Oh, where did young master you go?" Fujiwen was slightly surprised and asked curiously, "Of course, young master you only said that he could find him in Yifeng country." The servant smiled apologetically. "This one doesn't know where my family's young master went." Since that's the case, please bring this one's name of an assassin to Uncle Yu's table. This one will ask him personally." Fujiwen saw that the servant didn't intend to announce his arrival, so he could only say it himself. The servant was a bit embarrassed and smiled apologetically. It's not that this one doesn't want to announce it to young master. Today there is a military mission in the residence. Other than the officials in Yifeng country's imperial court, no one is allowed to announce it to young master. So that's how it is. Fujiwen frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, he asked again, then, if this one wants to know where young master you went, what should I do? Chapter 38-35. This. The servant hesitated and sized up Fujiwen again. Fujiwen rolled his eyes and casually touched his waist with one hand. He took out a small silver ingot and placed it in the name token. He handed it over again and smiled. This one is indeed young master Yu's old friend. This time I came to fulfill our previous agreement. The servant was extremely quick-witted. With a pinch of his hand and a slight curl of his finger, he stuffed the silver into his sleeve even more nimbly than Fujiwen. Immediately after, he smiled apologetically and said, since young master Fu is a close friend of my young master, then I would like to ask young master Fu to report to the left side door. That is where the daily family affairs of the Yu residents are reported. Thank you very much. Fujiwen kept the name token and was about to turn back when the servant hurriedly said, oh right, young master Fu, if you want to know about my family's young master, remember, don't say that you're my young master's close friend. Just say that you're here to settle accounts with my young master. Oh? Fujiwen stared blankly and asked curiously, why is that? However, at this moment another military horse galloped over. The person on the horse held a yellow scroll in his hand and shouted, urgent report from the king. When the servant heard this, how could he say anything more to Fujiwen? He smiled apologetically at Fujiwen and hurriedly ran over. Fujiwen also knew that this was an important military matter of Yifeng country. It was inconvenient for him to delay. He also turned slightly and returned from the side of the stairs. However, when he raised his eyes to look at Xiaohua, he was stunned again. He saw that the place where Xiaohua was standing was empty. Where was Xiaohua's figure? Of course, in the blink of an eye, Xiaohua's figure reappeared on the spot, as if he had never disappeared. In an instant, Fujiwen understood that he had not seen wrongly, nor had his master disappeared. Instead, it was his master who had merged with all things in the world. Even a casual thought from him could not be detected by people with shallow cultivation. Master. Fujiwen walked in front of Xiaohua and was about to speak. Xiaohua nodded and said, Master understands. We'll go to the side door. Seeing his own master so condescending to go to the side door, Fujiwen felt more and more that this Yu Zhongquan was important to Xiaohua. He hurriedly agreed and walked in front. The side entrance of the Yu residence was not small. Although it did not have the copper lion to suppress evil, the tightly shut vermilion door and the neat pine and cypress trees on both sides of the vermilion door also gave off a solemn and dignified air. Fujiwen walked to the front of the vermilion door and lightly knocked on the brass ring. In a moment, an elderly servant poked his head out. Fujiwen was about to take out his name inscription, but when he thought about what the servant had said, his face turned cold and he shouted, Is this the Yu manor? Where is Yu Zhongquan? Who is young master? Why are you looking for my young master? The old servant's expression didn't change. He opened the door slightly and asked with a smile. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that I'm here to settle accounts with Yu Zhongquan. Fujiwen decided to play along. As for what it is, you can just call Yu Zhongquan over and you'll know. Sigh, young master, please calm down, young master. The old servant didn't find it strange and hurriedly bowed. My young master is not in the residence right now. This old servant apologizes to young master on behalf of my young master. This has nothing to do with you. Fujiwen couldn't bear it, but he still said, You just need to tell me where Yu Zhongquan went. This old servant doesn't know where my young master went. The old servant replied fluently. If young master needs any compensation, feel free to ask. No need. Fujiwen said resolutely. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. This humble one will only look for Yu Zhongquan. Sigh, then please wait a moment. The old servant sighed again and closed the door. He turned around and seemed to be reporting. Fujiwen turned to look at Xiaohua. Xiaohua was also somewhat helpless. After all, he was here to form good karma with the Yu family. Forceful means might be effective, but Xiaohua always felt that it was disrespectful to the Yu family. He wouldn't be able to explain himself to Yu Zhongquan in the future. A moment later there was a sound from behind the vermilion door. Xiaohua's soul sense swept over and a strange expression immediately appeared on his face. Sure enough, when the vermilion door opened again, a family guard wearing embroidered clothes came out. Wasn't this one of the two family guards who escorted Yu Zhongquan back then? However, those two family guards didn't report their names from beginning to end, so Xiaohua didn't know their names. The family guard pushed open the door and looked at Fujiwen. He frowned and said, "This young master, I don't know how my young master offended you. My young master isn't here now, so if you have anything to say, just say it. As for my young master's whereabouts, forgive me for not being able to tell you." Not waiting for Fujiwen to make up a story, Xiaohua's figure flashed and arrived in front of the family guard. He opened his mouth and said, "It is this Xiao who came to look for Yu Zhongquan. Do you still remember this Xiao?" Xiaohua's sudden appearance in front of the family guard gave him a fright. The family guard abruptly retreated, true energy actually appearing around his body. He shouted with extreme vigilance, "You? Who are you?" Xiaohua smiled and looked at the family guard. He said expectantly, "Could it be that you have already forgotten? When Yu Zhongquan ran away from the marriage, Yu's seventh uncle Yu and another family guard went to Bronze Pillar Country to chase after him. You even ran into bandits on the way." That. The family guard looked at Xiaohua up and down, somewhat puzzled. He smiled and said, "This Taoist Xiao, this one doesn't know what Taoist Xiao is talking about. When did he run away from the marriage?" "Ah?" Xiaohua's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. He said in shock, "Yu Zhongquan, how many times did he run away from the marriage? AI Taoist Xiao should know. Every time my young master ran away from the marriage he was chased back, and every time he was chased back, he would run away again after a few days." The family guard said with an extremely bitter smile, "To tell the truth, this one already can't remember how many times my young master ran away from the marriage. Granny, this Yu Zhongquan, isn't he too strange?" Xiaohua really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had only heard of people running away from the marriage, but he had never heard of people running away from the marriage to the end. He really didn't know if Yu Zhongquan's ambition was to be a ranger or to run away from the marriage. Seventh uncle also chased after him a few times in the beginning. The family guard sighed again. Later, seventh uncle also got old and couldn't catch up anymore. He let this one and Yu Guanghui chase after him together. But later, Guanghui died in the hands of a demon when he encountered bandits. Now only this one is left. AI, this one hasn't received any news from the young master yet, otherwise, this one would have already chased after him." What? Even Fujiwen, who was next to him, couldn't help but exclaim, "Could it be? Yu Zhongquan ran away from the marriage again?" While speaking, Fujiwen turned to look at Xiaohua, not knowing what to say. Xiaohua was even more dumbfounded. Previously he had already thought highly of Yu Zhongquan, but he still didn't expect that. Yu Zhongquan still hadn't married that young lady from the Chong family, and was even running away from the marriage. That Yu Zhongquan hasn't married yet. Is it still that Chong family's young lady? Xiaohua probed again. When the family guard heard Xiaohua's question, some of his original doubts were reduced. He nodded and said, "What Taoist elder said is right. It's still that young lady. But now she has become the Chong family's young lady." Xiaohua was quite puzzled and asked curiously, "Since Yu Zhongquan isn't willing to marry the Chong family's young lady, then why does the Yu family insist on forcing him to marry the Chong family's young lady?" Taoist elder doesn't know. The family guard seemed to have met a confidant. He almost pulled Xiaohua's hand and confided, "Now it's no longer up to my Yu family. Previously my family's young master ran away before the engagement. After being chased back by seventh uncle Yu, he got engaged to the Chong family's young lady. After the engagement, the young master ran away from home several times. The Yu family didn't want to force the young master too much, so they discussed breaking off the engagement with the Chong family. The Chong family saw that a forcefully picked melon isn't sweet, so they also wanted to break off the engagement. But although that Chong family's young lady hasn't seen my family's young master, she is willing to be loyal to one person, and won't marry anyone other than my family's young master. For so many years, Yu Zhongquan and Chong family's young lady have never seen each other? Xiaohua immediately felt that it was inconceivable, almost interrupting the family guard's words. That's not it. The family guard explained, this was what the Chong family's young lady said at the beginning. Later my family's master thought that it might be because the young master hadn't seen the Chong family's young lady's appearance, so he refused. Later he simply tied up the young master and brought him to see the Chong family's young lady. But even after seeing her, the young master was still unwilling. Could it be that the Chong family's young lady is vulgar? Xiaohua seemed to understand. Taoist elder is wrong. The family guard shook his head and said, the Chong family's young lady is a famous beauty in Exan country. She is proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy and painting. How could she be vulgar? Then that's strange. Xiaohua was greatly puzzled. Fu Jiwen smiled. Master, it's said that a tortoise meets a mung bean, and their eyes match. I think these two people are not fated to be together. Not fated to be together? Xiaohua frowned. From the current situation, it seemed that it was very different from what he had imagined. How should I address you, my dear friend? Fu Jiwen smiled. It seems that you are also a trusted aide of the Yu family. Every time young master Yu escapes, travels, you are the one who goes to find him. Oh, I'm Haiming. The family guard smiled bitterly. Of course I grew up with young master. But why do I have to go down to find young master? It's not because of this. It's because my face is very thick. After young master gets into trouble, I can help him clean up. Fu Jiwen asked curiously, Brother Yu, what do you mean? Sai, there's something young master doesn't know. Yu Haiming explained, my family's young master didn't just leave home to escape from marriage. He also wanted to be chivalrous. Every time he goes out, he has to do some good deeds that are neither good nor bad. Every time, he tries to be clever but ends up making a fool of himself. Just as Yu Haiming said this, he heard a soft and rather dignified cough from behind him. Haiming, who are you talking to? Hearing this voice, Yu Haiming's face immediately turned pale. He hurriedly shut his mouth. Without turning around, he immediately shouted, Master Yu, why did you come out from the side door? Chapter 38-36. Naturally, Xiaohua had long sensed that someone was coming. At this time he raised his head and saw the vermilion door open. A tall and sturdy old man about 60 years old dressed in embroidered clothes walked out from inside. Behind him were several guards with swords. Although this old man was slightly old, his spirit was very good. His ruddy face vaguely resembled Yu Zhongquan's. The old man didn't answer Yu Heming's question at all. He coldly snorted and said, This old man is asking you. Who are you talking nonsense with? Aren't you afraid of my Yu family's family law? Master, please forgive me. Master misunderstood. Yu Heming hurriedly bowed and said, This is Xiao Daoist and his disciple. Back then, when this little one accompanied seventh uncle to Copper Pillar country to find the little Gongzi Io, this little one remembers. Back then this Xiao Daoist even saved the little Gongzi's life. It's just that Xiao Daoist didn't seem to have changed after so many years. This little one almost couldn't remember. Hearing Yu Heming's words, the old man didn't dare to be negligent. He looked at the young Xiaohua and cupped his hands. So it's Xiao Daoist. This old man will repay the kindness of Daoist for saving my son. However, this old man has some important matters to attend to in the palace. It's not good to accompany Daoist. Heming, go find the accountant and withdraw 1,000 taels of gold. Respectfully give it to Xiao Daoist. Yes, master. Yu Heming didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly replied. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, Master Yu seems to have misunderstood the purpose of this Xiao's visit. This Master Yu didn't even tell Xiaohua his name. It seemed that he really had some urgent matters. However, the main meaning was that he didn't really believe Yu Heming's words. Now that he heard Xiaohua speak, he couldn't help but ask with interest, Oh? If Xiao Daoist didn't come for money and kindness, then why did you come? Xiaohua hesitated slightly. It wasn't wise to speak of his intention to take in a disciple now. However, if he didn't say it now and mentioned it later, it would give people a misconception. Xiaohua thought of the story between Yu Zhongquan and Miss Chong and said, This Xiao came to see Yu Zhongquan and see if I can take him as a disciple. Disciple? Are you joking? Master Yu was stunned. His pair of withered yellow eyes looked at Xiao Hua up and down 3 times. Then he looked at Yu Hemming at the side and said to Xiao Hua solemnly, Daoist Xiao, if this old man didn't see that you have some skills, my loyal servant wouldn't lie in front of this old man. This old man would almost beat you out of here. Although you have the grace of saving my son's life, it is absolutely impossible for my Yu clan's descendant to join the Dao sect. Even if Quan agrees, this old man will never agree. Taoist priest, please. All right. Xiao Hua didn't drag things out. He nodded and said, since we're not fated, then this Xiao won't force it. Hemming. When Master Yu saw Xiao Hua like this, he was even more like 7th Uncle Yu that day, treating Xiao Hua as a swindler. He coldly snorted and said, in the future, your pair of eyes need to be sharpened. Don't believe anyone who says it's related to Quan. This old man told you to take care of Quaner and you just, unfortunately before Master Yu finished speaking, a thunderous voice shouted from afar, Yu Zhongquan, which one of you is Yu Zhongquan? Get out here for this old man. Oh, not good. When Yu Hemming heard this, his face changed slightly and he looked at Master Yu. What are you afraid of? Master Yu glared at Yu Hemming and said angrily, quickly go and take a look. Could it be that someone is going to tear down my Yu clan? Yes, yes. Yu Hemming hurriedly agreed and ran towards the front door of the Yu clan. Boom. Before Yu Hemming could turn around the pine tree, he heard a loud noise. Several tall and straight trees were uprooted and flew into the air. Even the square bricks and blue stones on the ground were lifted up. These broken pieces of wood and gravel were mixed with great force and smashed towards Yu Hemming. Yu Hezing was startled and hurriedly raised his hands. The true qi around his body surged as he tried to block these things. However, just as he raised his hands, the gravel in front of him flew over. The true qi around Yu Hezing's body was immediately shattered by these gravel. Yu Hezing turned pale with fright. He quickly leaped to dodge, but at this moment, not to mention the gravel covering his entire body, even the area around him was covered by the gravel. How dare you? Hearing old Master Yu's angry roar, the guards behind him followed his order and flew up, each of them urging their true qi to save Ming Yu. Unfortunately, they were too far away from Yu Hemming. How could they make it in time? Rather than saying that they wanted to save Yu Hemming, it was better to say that they were blocking in front of Master Yu to block the broken pieces of wood for him. Seeing that several guards had passed by him, the broken pieces of wood and gravel had already landed in front of Yu Hemming. Master Yu was shocked. He didn't expect that the intruder's strength would be so strong. Moreover, he was ruthless and didn't show any mercy. However, it was too late for him to make a move now. Master Yu raised his hand and put it down again, watching coldly. Pa pa pa. A loud rumbling sound came from where Yu Hemming was. All the broken pieces of wood and gravel that landed on Yu Hemming's body were blocked by an invisible barrier and fell to the ground. Yu Hemming, who had already given up on resisting, naturally used his hands to protect his chest in vain. His head was tucked into his chest. At this time he was stunned as he watched the broken pieces of wood that were enough to kill him slowly fall to the ground. His eyes flashed with disbelief. Yu Hemming was safe and sound. On the other hand, the guards who rushed out to block in front of Master Yu were barely able to resist under the pressure of the broken pieces of wood. 2 of them even had their arms injured. Yu Yun. A thunderous voice came unexpectedly from not far away. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few years, your cultivation has become so profound. Following this voice, a man who was even more burly than Yu Yun in armor flew out from behind the pine and cypress trees. In this burly man's hand, he was holding a servant of the Yu residence. Go, you tight-lipped dog slave. The burly man flew closer and shook his hand. He shouted, kowtow to your master. The servant flew towards Yu Yun even more ferociously than the broken pieces of wood from before. A powerful force enveloped Yu Yun before the servant landed. Hiss! Yu Yun sucked in a breath of cold air and his eyes flashed. He didn't dare to stay in the same spot any longer. Instead, he flew forward slightly and raised his hands. The noble qi surging around him formed an oval shape in front of him. Pooh! The servant landed on the noble spirit and his body slowly floated down. Yu Yun's solemn expression had just relaxed when the noble spirit that Yu Yun had activated suddenly produced an explosive force. With a loud boom, Yu Yun's body was sent flying back a few feet. The servant who had originally landed and the few guards who had blocked the broken pieces of wood were also sent flying by this explosive force. Ah, old man, it seems like you haven't changed much from before. You've been living like a dog all these years. With a loud laugh, the burly man landed from midair and the entire ground shook slightly. Looking at the burly man in armor in front of him, Yu Yun sneered, "Sima Minghong, are you here to find someone or to provoke me? Are you representing the Sima family or yourself? Yu Zhongquan is the legitimate son of your Yu family, right?" Sima Minghong looked at Yu Yun and asked indifferently. He is my son." Yu Yun nodded and replied sarcastically, "Could it be that Brother Sima has a dispute with my son?" Not to mention your son, even you, what qualifications do you have to fight with me?" Sima Minghong snorted arrogantly. "Sima Mingguang has the qualifications to say this, but you don't." Yu Yun's expression didn't change as he retorted sarcastically, Don't worry. If you can't uphold justice for my Sima family, I'm afraid that my patriarch will say this to you face to face. But when that time comes you should know the result." Sima Minghong wasn't angry. He waved his hand and said, Quickly come over and tell your story to the patriarch of the Yu family. He will definitely uphold justice for you." It was only at this moment that a frail-looking scholar walked over from the end of the pine and cypress tree. Not only was this scholar young but his face was also pale. Although the brocade robe on his body was bright, his left sleeve was fluttering in the wind. It was obvious that he didn't have a left arm. "Junior Sima Yen greets Uncle Yu." The scholar walked in front of Yu Yun, bowed with difficulty and said, "Junior's matter requires Uncle Yu to uphold justice." Seeing Sima Yen like this, how could Yu Yun not know why he was here? Yu Yun's mouth was filled with bitterness. He raised his hand and said, "Nephew Sima, please rise. May I know when you met my son and how did you get into a dispute with him?" "Dispute?" Sima Minghong sneered. "My Sima family doesn't dare to have a dispute with the Yu family's son. My couldn't cultivate since he was young and could only read books. It can be said that he doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Your son relied on his cultivation and knew some bullshit swordsmanship to bully the weak. Facing such a weak and defenseless scholar, he actually dared to attack him. Old man Yu, if you don't uphold justice for my Yu family today, do you believe that I won't tear your Yu family apart from the outside?" Sima Minghong. Yu Yun sneered and said, "Although this old man's son is unfilial and has many shortcomings, this old man knows that he has always been reasonable and abhors evil. If it isn't something that he can't stand, he absolutely won't act. This matter can't be just based on nephew Sima's side of the story. What do you mean by he didn't like?" "What he didn't like was something that he should attack." Sima Minghong sneered, "Not to mention that there are officials and laws in this world, there are also Confucian laws. Even if there weren't any, he shouldn't have attacked a weak child." Sima Minghong kept mentioning laws and saying that Yu Yun didn't have the strength to truss a chicken. These words made Yu Yun's mouth extremely bitter. Chapter 38-37. Uncle, please uphold justice for your nephew. At this moment, Sima Yen took the opportunity to speak. He knelt on the ground and said, "A few days ago, your nephew brought a group of guards to the outskirts for a walk. We met a few villagers who bumped into your nephew's carriage and dirtied your nephew's brocade robe. Your nephew didn't want to escalate the matter and only wanted to ask for 1 or 2 copper coins to teach them a lesson. But at this moment your noble son descended from the sky. Not only did he disperse the guards who were protecting your nephew indiscriminately, he even cut off your nephew's left arm. He kept saying that he wanted to get rid of violence and bring peace to the people. Uncle, this little nephew only wanted to teach the villagers some etiquette and some lessons. How did it become cruel? Nephew, please get up." Yu Yun's face was a little green as he raised his hand and said, "It does sound like this old man's son is in the wrong. However, this old man has already said that what nephew said is only the opinion of one person. This old man still wants to ask my son. If it is really his fault, this old man will definitely cut off his left arm as an apology for you." "Thank you, uncle." Sima Yen stood up, trembling. He looked very weak. Yu Yun looked at Sima Yan's left arm and bit his lip. He understood that if an ordinary disciple's arm was cut off, it might not be able to be reborn. But how could a disciple of a scholarly family be cut off just like that? Since the Sima family didn't want to reattach Sima Yan's arm, they naturally had other plans. Quickly call Yu Zhongquan out. Sima Minghong shouted, I want to see what kind of guts he ate to actually dare to hurt my Sima family disciple. Sigh, my son isn't at home. Yu Yun sighed, I didn't teach my son well and couldn't discipline him. These days he has been wandering outside. Even I don't know where he went. Hee hee. Sima Minghong looked straight at Yu Yun and sneered, Old man, you don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I won't hide it from you. My clan head was furious when he heard about this. If it weren't for my persuasion he would have come personally. My Sima clan is a scholarly clan. When have we ever suffered such a loss? This old man came here today to try peaceful means before resorting to force. If the Yu clan doesn't give me an explanation, not only will this old man not leave easily, the development of the situation in the future will definitely be out of my control. The threat in Sima Minghong's words was very obvious, not to mention that he was staring at Yu Yun like a sharp sword. Yu Yun narrowed his eyes and replied indifferently, My Yu family has been spreading its influence in Yifeng Nation for more than a year or two. What kind of scenery have we not seen? Although my Yu clan can't be compared to your Sima clan, if you want to take away my son with just a few words, Sima Minghong, you're thinking too simply. Simple or not, this old man doesn't know. Sima Minghong waved his hand again. A crane rushed into the air and disappeared in an instant. He then smiled and said, This old man only knows that it's fine if you don't hand over Yu Zhongquan today, but you have to give my Sima clan an explanation. My Sima clan disciple's arm can't be chopped off for nothing. What kind of explanation do you want? Yin asked thoughtfully. Sima Minghong took out an envelope from his chest. With a flick of his finger, the envelope fell in front of Yu Yun and said, This is a letter from my clan head. You'll know once you read it. Yu Yun took the envelope and slowly opened it. When his gaze fell on it, his eyes flashed with anger. He raised his head and said coldly, Impossible. This old man can't agree to this kind of condition. Boom. Just as Yu Yun opened his mouth, the envelope in his hand spontaneously combusted and instantly turned into ashes. Since you can't agree, Sima Minghong wasn't surprised by Yu Yun's reaction. He smiled and said, Then don't blame my Sima clan for not giving your Yu clan face. Generals, listen up, yes. It was at this moment that several cultivators who were wearing the same armor as Sima Minghong flew over from out of nowhere. When they heard Sima Minghong's order, they all replied in unison. Sima Minghong. Yu Yun said angrily, You are trying to start a war between our two clans. This old man can't bear this crime. Sima Minghong laughed, Since you can't hand over Yu Zhongquan, then this old man can only order the generals to go to your Yu clan and capture him. Your Sima clan's disciple barged into my Yu clan like this. Isn't this a slap to my Yu clan's face? Isn't this provoking a war between our two clans? Yu Yun said angrily. Sima Minghong retorted, That's right. Since you know that this old man's actions are a slap to your face, then Yu Zhongquan chopped off my Sima clan's disciple's arm. Isn't that a slap to my Sima clan's face? The one at fault is your Yu clan. Quan is indeed not at home. Otherwise, why wouldn't this old man let him out to confront me? Yu Yun suppressed his anger and said helplessly. If he's really not at home. Sima Minghong thought for a moment and said, Old man, you make an oath and tell me where Yu Zhongquan went. This old man will give you face today. Otherwise. As soon as Sima Minghong said this, Yu Yun's face flushed red. Not to mention that he was forced to swear an oath in front of his own house. Even if he revealed Yu Zhongquan's whereabouts, he wouldn't be able to face the Yu family. However, if he didn't do this, then the Sima clan's people would barge into the Yu residence. The ones who would lose face would also be him and the Yu residents. Sima Minghong was forcing him step by step. He didn't plan to let today's matter end well. Otherwise what? Yun asked coldly. Haha, what else can we do? Sima Minghong finally revealed his sharp teeth. Otherwise, before Qizhanggua's army conquers Yifeng country, my Sima clan will take the head of the Grand Minister of Yifeng country first. How dare you? Yu Yun's body trembled and a sharp aura emitted from his body. He left the residence from the side door and headed to the palace to discuss with the Emperor of Yifeng country about how to deal with Qizhanggua's army. The Grand Minister of Yifeng country was Yu Yun's eldest son Yu Zhongli. Now, the Yu residence's soldiers and message delivery were also discussing the battle report from the front line. Old man Yu, this matter is no longer up to you. Sima Minghong said coldly, it was your Yu clan who provoked us first and offended the dignity of my Sima clan. My Yu clan is already very merciful by not sending troops directly. At this moment, there were naturally soldiers flying out from the Yu residence. Their murderous aura wasn't inferior to the cultivators brought by Sima Minghong. However, Yun understood that if it was a normal situation he could fight with Sima Minghong. But now, he definitely couldn't let the Yu clan get worse. Unfilial son, thinking of Yu Zhongquan, Yu Yun's eyes were filled with anger. At the same time, a heavy sense of powerlessness surged from the bottom of his heart. Just as Yu Yun was thinking about whether to compromise, he heard a clear voice in the distance. Who is looking for my husband? Ever since Sima Minghong appeared, Xiao Hua and Fu Jiwen hid at the side and watched everything that was happening in front of them with interest. At this moment when he heard someone speak, he had already released his soul consciousness. However, when he saw the person clearly he frowned. He saw a woman wearing ordinary clothes flying over on clouds. This woman was short and her body was slightly plump. Her face was like a full moon, revealing a kind of luxurious appearance. She was completely different from the ghost Huang Yi that Xiao Hua saw in the Huang clan of Tianmen Mountain. Husband. Sima Minghong looked at this woman who was only in the scholar realm. Disdain appeared on his face as he waved his hand and said, You are that shameless woman from the Chong clan who only wants to marry Yu Zhongquan, right? This old man really doesn't understand why Chong Honglai is so indulgent with you. If it was this old man, I'm afraid that I would have already slapped you to death. Junior Chong Yuan greets Senior. The woman landed on the field and respectfully bowed to Sima Minghong. She replied neither arrogantly nor humbly. Fortunately, this junior's surname is Chong and not Sima. My father had a great scholar teach this junior about filial piety. Since young, this junior has known the principle of being filial to one's parents. Since this junior has already been betrothed to Yu Zhongquan, then this junior is Yu Zhongquan's wife. Even if my husband doesn't want this junior still has to keep my chastity for my husband. If this becomes the Sima clan's shameless, then this junior doesn't know what the Sima clan's so-called fickle woman is called in the Sima clan. Sima Minghong's face was slightly red and he was rather embarrassed. Sima Yan's eyes lit up and he said frivolously, So this is the Chong clan's young lady. This junior has long heard of you. Now that I see you, you really live up to your reputation. Although Yu Zhongquan is your husband in name, you two are not husband and wife in reality. Moreover, Yu Zhongquan is already a grasshopper after autumn. Not many people can survive. This junior advises you to make early plans. It is my fortune to be able to marry someone with such great ambitions like you, Lang. Even if I have to die with my husband, it will be worth it. Chong Yuan looked at Sima Yan with disdain and sneered, It's still better than someone who got his arm chopped off by a woman and lived an ignoble life. Chong Yuan's words immediately pointed out the question that Yu Yun couldn't ask and even exposed Sima Yan's scars. Sima Yan's face was filled with shame and anger. Shut up. Sima Minghong scolded Sima Yan and asked Chong Yuan, Chong clan's young lady, did you come here on your own or on behalf of Xen country's Chong clan? This junior naturally came here on my own. This has nothing to do with my Chong clan or Xen country. Chong Yuan replied faintly, Moreover, this junior is clear about Senior's intentions. Since my husband isn't here, if Senior has any problems, please come to this junior. You. Sima Minghong was really caught off guard. He really didn't expect Chong Yuan to come. He also didn't expect Chong Yuan to stand up for Yu Zhongquan. Chong Yuan was right. Although Chong Yuan and Yu Zhongquan weren't married and Yu Zhongquan had been running away from the marriage, they were still engaged. Chong Yuan could replace Yu Zhongquan's matters. Chapter 38:38. Yuan was truly moved. Chong Yuan's appearance instantly pulled the Yu family out of an extremely awkward situation and blocked the Sima family's meticulous plans. He opened his mouth and said, You don't have to, father. Chong Yuan's face was slightly red, as if it was the first time she had been called that. This is a matter between the boy and my husband. You don't have to worry about it. All right, Sima Yan laughed nastily and said, Since you're willing to stand up for Yu Zhongquan, then I'll take one of your arms today. If you're willing, shut up. Without waiting for Sima Yan to finish speaking, Sima Minghong berated again. If it was Yu Zhongquan, this old man would naturally take one of his arms first and then send it to my Sima family. However, since you're Yu Zhongquan's wife and a disciple of the Chong family, you can keep this arm first and wait until we return to the Sima family. It doesn't matter. Chong Yuan replied indifferently, I'm Yu Zhongquan's wife now. It has nothing to do with my Chong family. Hearing this, everyone understood that the Chong family definitely didn't want to offend the Sima family. All of this was done by Chong Yuan on her own initiative. Father. At this moment, a man wearing an official's robe who looked similar to Yu Zhongquan rushed out from the side door. He held a blood-stained tiger tally in his hand and said anxiously, Donglin country has already sent out their troops. Their grand tutor has brought a group of disciples and is approaching the capital city. Hearing this, Yu Yun's face became anxious. His gaze fell on Chong Yuan and he said in a low voice, This is urgent. Yuan I'll have to trouble you for now. Let's go. Sima Minghong saw that the situation was hopeless and that the Sima family couldn't get any benefits from Yifeng country for the time being. He laughed coldly and reached out to grab Chong Yuan. Wait. Right at this moment, even though it sounded indifferent, it was filled with boundless majesty in the hearts of everyone present. Sima Minghong was slightly startled and he looked towards the source of the voice with great vigilance, only to see a tall and skinny Dao sect cultivator slowly walking over. Wasn't that Xiao Hua who had been watching the show from the side? Sima Minghong frowned and his eyes flashed with confusion. When he arrived in front of the Yu mansion, he had already seen the surrounding situation clearly. Xiao Hua and Fujiwen were quietly standing not far away. Although it looked very abrupt, Sima Minghong's divine sense swept over them, and even the clear eyes technique didn't find anything special about Xiao Hua. Only Fujiwen's body emitted a faint Jin Qi aura, and this aura didn't attract Sima Minghong's attention. In particular, Sima Minghong closed in step by step. Although the Yu clan's patriarch Yu Yun kept defending himself, Yu Yun didn't even look at Fujiwen who was beside him. Fujiwen also didn't have any reaction. He even looked like he was watching a show. Sima Minghong already knew that these two people had nothing to do with the Yu clan. Moreover, if Fujiwen wasn't beside him, Sima Minghong would have even thought that Xiao Hua was a wandering Taoist. However, who would have thought that at such a crucial moment when the Yu clan gave up and the Sima clan was about to succeed, this Taoist that was almost ignored by Sima Minghong actually spoke up. Moreover, the moment he stood up, the aura around him seemed to cover up everything in the Sima clan. How could Sima Minghong not know that he was in trouble? Fellow Taoist. Sima Minghong hurriedly cupped his hands and said, May I know why fellow Taoist spoke up? Who would have thought that Xiao Hua would completely ignore him? Instead, he walked in front of Chong Yuan, looked into her eyes and asked kindly, Chong Yuan? Do you know this old man? Senior. Chong Yuan naturally felt the mountain-like pressure coming from Xiao Hua's body. At the same time, she also felt the mountain-like kindness in Xiao Hua's voice. However, she looked at Xiao Hua, shook her head slightly and said, Junior doesn't know Senior. Do you know Huang Yi? Xiao Hua asked again. Huang Yi. Chong Yuan frowned even more. After thinking for a moment, she shook her head again. Junior also doesn't know him. Disappointment appeared on Xiao Hua's face. Cough cough, fellow Taoist. Sima Minghong coughed a few times and wanted to speak again. Xiao Hua sneered. His gaze swept over and he said indifferently, Those who use their strength to bully the weak are not worthy of being Xiao Hua's fellow Taoist. You. Sima Minghong's eyes narrowed. He raised his hand but put it down again. Now that he had already taken the initiative in the Yu clan Zifeng country, he definitely wouldn't spoil the initiative because of a trace of anger. Yu Zhongli and Yu Yun also stood there not daring to move. They had a feeling that Xiao Hua's appearance was definitely not a bad thing for the Yu clan. Yu Yun even glanced at Yu Hemming who was standing there stupidly. Could it be that you really can't remember? Xiao Hua once again looked kindly at Chong Yuan. Huang Yi Little Cabbage Tianmen Mountain? Senior. Chong Yuan's face was slightly red. She said in a low voice, Junior indeed doesn't know what Senior is talking about. Xiao Hua slightly closed his eyes. His heart was rather unwilling. After thinking for a bit, he slowly raised his hand as if he was holding onto something extremely heavy. There were even invisible soul threads wrapped around his finger. As Xiaohua's finger pointed, it landed between Chang Yuan's eyebrows. Chang Yuan only felt her vision go dark. The stars and the sun in the sky all turned into flowing light and rushed into Xiaohua's finger. She was also sucked into it. Immediately after, the beautiful and tragic scene of that night on Tianmen Mountain floated before her eyes. Time passed for a very long time, yet it also seemed to pass for a very short time. When the sun suddenly appeared, Chang Yuan once again saw Xiaohua standing in front of her, alive and well. As for the ferocious Sima Minghong, his face still carried the anger from before. Chang Yuan felt that her face was slightly cold. She used her hand to wipe it away. Her face was already filled with tears. Do you remember what happened? Looking at Chang Yuan's tear-streaked face, Xiaohua asked again. Senior's story is very tragic and beautiful. The fate of Huang Yi and Yu Zhongquan also made this junior sigh. Chang Yuan still shook her head. But this junior is Chang Yuan, not Huang Yi. Alas, forget it. Xiaohua sighed. Human strength is sometimes limited. This Xiao can't cover the sky with one hand. Thank you, senior. Chang Yuan bowed slightly. Do you need this old man to take action? Xiaohua looked around and asked softly. Chang Yuan shook her head. There's no need to trouble senior. Huang Yi can turn into a cabbage and live an ignoble life for Yu Zhongquan. Why can't Chang Yuan die with Yu Zhongquan? Senior has nothing to do with this junior. How can this junior let senior take risks? While speaking, Chang Yuan's eyes flickered. She hurriedly bowed to Xiaohua again. Wait. Suddenly Xiaohua's body shook. He hurriedly said, Open your eyes and let this old man take a closer look. This. Chang Yuan was somewhat embarrassed. This old man is old enough to be your grandfather. Xiaohua said with a smile. If this old man's guess is correct, you must be the person this old man is looking for. Chang Yuan bit her lips. She opened her eyes and looked straight at Xiaohua. As expected, Xiaohua stared at Chang Yuan's pitch-black pupils and carefully examined the details inside. His impression of Huang Yi's appearance was basically from Huang Mingxiang's, but he had an extremely deep impression of the soul condensed into eyes. Huang Yi's ghost cultivation divine ability was called Seven Eyes Beautiful Fire. Her eyes contained an extremely powerful ghost fire. These eyes were exactly the same as her eyes when she was alive. They were completely different from Huang Mingxiang's eyes on Tianmen Mountain. But the strange thing was that the soul's eyes that Xiaohua had a deep impression of were exactly the same as Chang Yuan's in every detail. Senior. Chang Yuan had never looked straight at a man for such a long time. She said somewhat shyly, Junior. Chang Yuan. Xiaohua said with a smile. The so-called eyes are the god of the heart, and the heart is the master of the soul. If a person falls into the cycle of reincarnation, everything in the past will be counted as the past and everything in this life will be reborn. However, although reincarnation can erase the appearance of the soul, it can't erase the soul's core. Although you can't remember your past life and it's different from your past life. But your soul, your heart and your eyes haven't changed. Are the person this old man is looking for. A trace of surprise and excitement appeared on Chang Yuan's face. But Junior, you don't need to remember who you were in the past. Moreover, this old man will make you forget. Xiaohua raised his hand and lightly tapped between Chang Yuan's eyebrows. He said with a smile, You only need to know that from today onwards, you are this old man's disciple. Even if the Yu clan can't make a decision for you, even if the Chang clan doesn't want to stand up for you with this old man here, not to mention Sima Minghong, even if the entire Sima clan comes, this old man will definitely not let you suffer the slightest grievance. Senior. Chang Yuan's heart gave birth to incomparable trust in Xiaohua. But suddenly asking her to become his disciple really made it difficult for her. Junior is a Confucian cultivator, not a Dao cultivator. Junior sister. Fu Jiwen, who had been standing respectfully at the side, said with a smile, Not only is Master's Dao cultivation unfathomable, his Confucian cultivation is also as vast as the sea. I have only been Master's disciple for a dozen years, and I have already reached the stage of qi refinement and soul return. What are you still hesitating for? While speaking, Fujiwen opened his mouth and a mouthful of true qi rushed into the sky, causing countless noble qi to fall down with a loud bang. Fujiwen's heavenly book was indeed sealed by Xiaohua, but the true qi in his chest was not fake. Although he did not reach the stage of qi refinement and soul return, he still had the late stage of qi refinement. At the side, Sima Minghong and Yu Yun's expressions changed. Sima Minghong even reached out and grabbed a scroll in his bosom. Master also wants to take Yu Zhongquan as his disciple. The two of you can be under this Xiao's tutelage. Wouldn't that be a wonderful thing for eternity? Xiaohua said with a smile. But, Chang Yuan asked again, Junior still doesn't know Senior's name. This old man is the Dao Sect's Xiaohua. Xiaohua replied amiably. Although Xiaohua's voice was soft in the eyes of others, it was no different from a bolt from the blue. What? You are Black Wind Mountain's Xiaohua, Daoist Master Xiao? Sima Minghong almost could not suppress his cry of surprise. At the same time, he suddenly thought of the attack that was blocked when he was showing his might. What? Do I not look like it? Xiaohua slightly frowned. He raised his eyes to look at Sima Minghong, who he did not know before. He did not understand why everyone was so surprised. Chapter 38-39. You're the one who broke the Immortal Palace's inescapable net formation at Blackwind Ridge, swallowed 100,000 heavenly soldiers in one gulp, defeated the giant spirit immortal general with one strike, and forced perfected Lord Qingyan to return to the Immortal Palace. Daoist Xiaohua? Admiration appeared in Chang Yuan's eyes, and she almost stuttered as she asked. What are you talking about? Xiaohua touched his nose, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He knew that this was false information spread by Daoist Master Qing Su, but he couldn't refute it, so he thought for a moment, then asked with a smile, What? Wasn't this old man a little too vicious and evil? Do you still dare to take me as your master? Why wouldn't I dare? When she didn't know that Xiaohua was the Immortal Palace's enemy, Chang Yuan was still somewhat hesitant, but now Chang Yuan actually stiffened her neck and said, When Disciple came to Yifeng country, Disciple first sent a message to Chang family, but Chang family really hurt Disciple's heart. You family, Disciple didn't dare to say anything, but Disciple felt that if Yu Lang was here he might end up like Disciple. In the eyes of aristocratic families, the life and death of an individual can never compare to the prosperity of the family. Master dared to challenge the Immortal Palace, so your name has already spread throughout the hidden immortal realm. It's Disciple's honor to be able to take you as my master. At this point, Chang Yuan's face, which had always been strong, became somewhat distressed. If Disciple doesn't take you as my master, the outcome will be death. But if Disciple takes you as my master, the worst outcome will also be death. Moreover, if Disciple takes you as my master, Disciple can still meet Yu Lang, then why wouldn't Disciple take you as my master? Immediately, Chang Yuan bowed and said, Disciple Chang Yuan greets master. After Chang Yuan kowtowed 9 times, Xiaohua helped her up with a smile and said, Kowtowing 9 times means you're my disciple, and I'll bear all your karma. Yes, master. Chang Yuan nodded and obediently stood beside Fujiwen. Congratulations master, congratulations little junior sister. Fujiwen congratulated with a smile, not putting the dozen or so disciples of the Sima family in his eyes at all. Sima Minghong's face was green and red and he was extremely embarrassed. He wanted to reprimand Xiaohua but he didn't dare. After all, the cultivator in front of him was a fiend who ate 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Such a fearsome reputation. Even the entire Sima family would not dare to provoke him. However, Sima Minghong, who represented the Sima family, had no choice but to speak up. He gritted his teeth and said, Daoist Master Xiao, since you want to take Miss Chang as your disciple, then she and my Sima family are. Naturally, I will take care of these trivial matters. Xiaohua looked up at Sima Minghong and said coldly, Since you asked about this matter, this old man will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Sima Minghong was slightly stunned. He didn't really understand what Xiaohua meant. Swoosh. At this moment the entire sky seemed to have darkened. Sima Minghong felt as if his limbs were unable to move. The true energy in his body instantly froze. The entire entrance of the Yu mansion was dead silent. This. Sima Minghong's forehead was covered with sweat. He was extremely shocked, What kind of divine ability is this? Could it be? Just when Sima Minghong was trembling with fear and was afraid that Xiaohua would kill him to silence him, a familiar voice clearly entered his ears. My name is Sima Yan. That day when I was passing by Qinghong town, I happened to see a beautiful young lady resting under the shade of a tree with an old man accompanying her. That young lady was very beautiful and I liked her very much. At that time it was noon and there were no passers-by around. I let a group of guards surround the tree and prepared to have some fun. But at this time, Yu Zhongquan flew over in the sky and wanted to save the young lady. The guards couldn't beat Yu Zhongquan and my left arm was also cut off by him. Sima Minghong raised his head in horror. He saw Sima Yan walking in front of everyone with his eyes wide open. There was no expression on his face as he spoke word by word. Not only did he speak about the day when Yu Zhongquan saw injustice on the road, he also spoke about the plans of the Sima family. At the end, Xiaohua glanced at Sima Minghong who was sweating profusely and said, Sima Yan, apart from the dispute between you and Yu Zhongquan that day, have you ever ruined the chastity of other women? Have you been stained with the blood of other people? Yes, last year in Zhanghai town. Sima Yan was like a well-behaved child as he spoke about his scandals one by one. It seemed that he didn't know shame. Xiaohua only heard a few things and his face was already filled with anger. He waved his hand and said, Enough. Yes. Sima Yan obediently listened. Xiaohua looked at Sima Minghong and said coldly, Sima Minghong, this is your Sima family's disciple? He is really brave. Sima Yan really deserves to die. Sima Minghong suddenly felt that the sky was bright and he could move again. He hurriedly said, This one will take him back to the family and ask the family head to punish him. My Sima family wrongly blamed the Yu family and will definitely come to apologize in the future. Sima Yan looked at everyone and listened to Sima Minghong's words. His face was pale as if he thought of something. He said a few words but didn't know what to say. Xiaohua laughed and said, You killed 3 people and defiled several women. When you return to your Sima family, you will only be punished. Your Sima family's rules are also very good. It's a pity that you met this old man. Since this old man dared to take Yu Zhongquan as a disciple, of course I value his righteous conduct. If he can enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, why can't this old man do the same? Spiritual Master Xiao. Sima Minghong was shocked and wanted to say something, but he saw a red spot appear on Sima Yan's forehead. This red spot instantly spread to his entire face. Ayo. Sima Yan anxiously shouted and reached out to scratch his face. It was as if it was extremely itchy, but when his hand touched his face, a piece of flesh fell from his face. At the same time the red spot spread to his hand and neck. Sima Yan was in pain and itchy. He couldn't help but scratch. After a while his throat couldn't make any sound. His entire body curled up on the ground, barking like a dog and gasping for breath. Seeing this kind of miserable situation, even Chang Yuan, who had just heard Sima Yan's confession, couldn't help but close her eyes and not dare to look. After half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua lightly said, This is this old man's answer to your Sima family. You can leave now. Chang Yuan opened her eyes and only saw a few bones on the ground slowly disappearing in a pool of blood. Where was Sima Yan's corpse? Good. Sima Minghong clenched his teeth and said, I will remember Spiritual Master Zhao's words. I will report this matter to my family's patriarch. And take advantage of this old man's good mood and leave quickly. Xiaohua waved his sleeves and said, You can find this old man to take revenge, but don't involve others. If this old man finds out that your Sima family is doing something else, don't blame this old man for being ruthless. I don't know if your Sima family's disciples can even fill the gap between this old man's teeth. Leave. Sima Minghong still wanted to say something, but when he saw Xiaohua sticking out his tongue and licking his lips, he was really afraid. Xiaohua's methods were unpredictable. Although he had an extremely powerful scroll in his arms, in the end he didn't dare to take it out to test it. Seeing that Sima Minghong left with a dozen cultivators, Yu Yun and Yu Zhongli retracted their gazes from the sky. The two of them looked at each other and bowed at the same time. Junior, thanks Spiritual Master Xiao for your help. No need. Xiaohua ignored the two of them and said indifferently, This Xiao has no fate with you. You don't have to thank me. Your enemy has already forced you to the city. If you can't defeat the enemy, I'm afraid that the enemy will be even more ferocious than the Sima family. Speaking up to here, Xiaohua hesitated and said, however, this old man sees that the enemy is at the initial stage of a scholar. If you can't find enough help to resist, I'm afraid. Speaking up to here, Yu Yun's expression changed greatly and he exclaimed, Murong Hanping? He actually personally went out to fight. Impossible, right? Yu Zhongli said anxiously, Murong Hanping is the state preceptor of Donglin Kingdom. My Yifeng Kingdom doesn't have a state preceptor. How could he? Xiaohua didn't care about Yu Yun and Yu Zhongli's surprise. He waved his hand and said, let's go, Chong Yuan. This matter has nothing to do with us anymore. Master will take you to find Yu Zhongquan. But Master. Chong Yuan looked at Yu Yun and Yu Zhongquan's ashen faces and couldn't bear it. She also understood Murong Hanping's power and said in a low voice, Yifeng Kingdom is Yu Lang's home. If his home is invaded by Donglin Kingdom, what will he think? Moreover, if Master doesn't help, even if my Chong family sends troops over to help, the Yu family won't be able to avoid the misfortune of being annihilated. How will Master tell Yu Lang? Senior Immortal, save us. Senior Immortal, save us. Yu Yun and Yu Zhongquan were still hesitating. Yu Hemming, who saw that the situation wasn't right, immediately rushed over and knelt in front of Xiaohua, shouting, this lowly one deserves to die. This lowly one actually didn't recognize Senior Immortal's appearance before. This lowly one really didn't expect that after so many years, your appearance hasn't changed at all. Back then, young Master and you had never met, yet you were able to save him from the hands of bandits. Even 7th Uncle Yu, who disliked Taoists very much, often talked about Senior Immortal's appearance after he left. Although 7th Uncle Yu isn't here anymore and my young Master isn't in the residence, this lowly one is still here. This lowly one kowtows to Senior Immortal and pleads Senior Immortal to save my Yu residence and the people of my Yifeng Kingdom. This lowly one is willing. Yu Hemming was willing for a moment but couldn't think of what he should say. In the end he could only forcefully kowtow to the ground. Blood flowed from his forehead as he said, Senior Immortal has the world in your heart. You definitely can't bear to let the flames of war spread throughout Yifeng Kingdom. Senior Immortal, please be merciful. Yu Hemming was indeed anxious. He even praised the eminent monks of the Buddhist sect. However, seeing Yu Hemming like this, other than Yu Yun and Yu Zhongli, the other Yu family guards also knelt on the ground. After all, Murong Hanping's power was well known in several countries. Chapter 38-40. Yu Zhongli bit his lip and looked at his hesitant father, then looked at the noisy army in the distance. Steeling his heart, he lifted his official robe and knelt on the ground, solemnly saying, Junior Yu Zhongli greets Taoist Shao. Junior will now go to battle against Murong Hanping. Junior does not dare to ask Senior to save Yifeng country, but after Junior leaves, the Yu family will belong to Yu Zhongquan. Senior, please consider your relationship with Zhongquan. Please extend your hand and save my Yu family. Looking at his own son kneeling down, Yu Yun's heart wasn't filled with grief, but with deep regret and self-blame. Previously, Xiaohua had said very clearly that he wanted to accept his son as his disciple, but he had mercilessly refused and even said ruthless words. But now, at this critical moment, how could he still plead with him? If he had formed good karma before, he wouldn't need to say anything now. Old ancestor. At this moment, a slightly immature voice sounded in the distance. A boy in an imperial robe surrounded by a group of palace maids came over in a dragon carriage. Along with this voice, another tyrannical divine sense swept over from outside Yifeng country's capital. This divine sense Yu Yun was very familiar with. Wasn't this the state preceptor of Donglin country Murong Hanping? Yu Yun knew very well that back then when Donglin nation invaded Xian nation, it was because of Yu Zhongquan and Chong Yuan's marriage alliance that Yifeng nation and Xian nation joined forces. Furthermore, with the help of Confucian cultivators who were familiar with the Chong family, Xian nation was able to escape a calamity. Now that Donglin country invaded again, because of Yu Zhongquan, Xian country couldn't send troops for the time being. Moreover, the situation in Yu province was delicate. Many Confucian cultivators couldn't act independently, and Yu family couldn't find suitable help to resist Murong Hanping. Yu Yun had always hoped that Donglin country would follow the old rules of hidden immortal continent. As long as a country didn't have a state preceptor, the state preceptor wouldn't go to war first. But he never expected that Murong Hanping would come personally. Since Murong Hanping came, Yifeng country was finished. Father. Just as Yu Yun was thinking, Yu Zhongli stood up and said, "The monarch is here." Boy immediately faced the enemy. Taoist Master Shao, it's all Junior's fault for being blind. Yu Yun knew that it would be extremely difficult for Yu Zhongli to return from this trip. He hurriedly looked at Xiaohua and said a few words. He gritted his teeth and was about to kneel on the ground. However, Xiaohua frowned and raised his hand, stopping Yu Yun. He said, "You are Yu Zhongquan's father. There is no need to be so courteous." See? Xiaohua's words were like a bright sun in the dark night, instantly awakening Yu Yun's despairing heart. He sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly bowed. Junior's eyes were poor. Previously I wronged the Taoist. Now Junior earnestly requests Senior to accept my son as a disciple. My Yu family also regards the Taoist as a master. At the side, Fu Jiwen naturally knew what his master was thinking. He was afraid that Xiaohua would be put on the spot, so he hurriedly said with a smile, "Master, Uncle Yu loves his son dearly. Previously it was indeed somewhat inappropriate for us to rashly visit. Now for the sake of Junior sister's face, please forgive them." And Xiaohua nodded and waved his hand, "Get up. This old man is willing to accept Yu Zhongquan as a disciple, but I don't want to accept the entire Yu family." Yes, yes. Yu Yun was overjoyed and hurriedly nodded. Junior understands, Junior understands. Xiaohua looked at the dragon carriage that stopped in the distance and frowned again. Now that this old man has formed a relationship with the Yu family, this old man can certainly stop the state preceptor of Donglin country. However, Yu Yun, don't forget that this old man is a Taoist cultivator. The Immortal Palace wants to capture me. Once this old man makes a move, your Yifeng country will be blackmailed. Taoist Shao is famous for hiding immortals, but the Immortal Palace doesn't seem to have issued an immortal order to arrest him. Yu Yun smiled bitterly. And now that things have come to this Junior can't care too much. Taoist, please make a move. Is Murong Hanping a member of the Murong family? Xiaohua suddenly asked. Of course. Yu Yun was slightly stunned. A disciple of the Murong family actually bullies the weak like this? Xiaohua asked curiously. Murong Hanping is just a disciple of the Murong family's side branch. Yu Yun smiled apologetically. If he was a disciple of the Murong family's main branch, how could he come to Donglin country to be the state preceptor? So it's like this. Xiaohua nodded slightly and said, "This old man understands. This old man has met Murong Tsongyun of the Murong family once." Murong Hanping had already released his divine sense, but Xiaohua was still talking leisurely. Yu Yun was a little anxious, but when he heard that Xiaohua had met Murong Tsongyun once, he was delighted and said anxiously, "Murong Tsongyun is a member of the Murong family's main branch. If Taoist has her keepsake, you only need to take it out and you can make Murong Hanping retreat. This old man has only met her once. How could I have a keepsake?" Xiaohua smiled. This old man just wants to find a way to satisfy both sides. When Yu Yun heard this, his heart was filled with gratitude. He turned to Yu Zhongli and said, "Leader, go and tell the monarch that my Yu family will send people out to fight." "Yes, father." Yu Zhongli replied and hurriedly rushed over. The monarch of Yifeng country was just a puppet in front of the Yu family. Yu Yun's words were the imperial edict in Yifeng country. "Master, if it doesn't work, let this disciple go out to fight." Fu Jiwen volunteered. Xiaohua shook his head. "If you weren't sealed by me, you would definitely be able to do it. But now you are not Murong Hanping's opponent." Sealed? Yu Yun was slightly stunned. He didn't dare to believe it. After all, the current Fu Jiwen looked like a scholar. He might even be at the end of the scholar stage. Could it be that he is already a scholar who has refined his qi and returned to spirit? Forget it. Master will do it. Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "Yes, master." Fu Jiwen said respectfully, "This disciple will see how master will kill everyone." "Haha, why do I need to kill everyone to deal with a small Murong Tsongyun?" Xiaohua laughed loudly and flew into the air. He opened his mouth. Weng. A A sword cry soared into the sky. Following the sword cry, 9 sword lights flew out. Confucian sword Dao? Yu Yun stood on the ground, feeling the surge of Jin Qi around Xiao Hua's body. That sharp sword qi was surging within a radius of several hundred zhang. Every strand of sword qi was accompanied by a strand of righteous qi. It was the pure cultivation of a Confucian cultivator of the sword. Yu Yun couldn't help but be shocked. He knew that what Fu Jiwen said before was true. While Yu Yun was shocked, the 9 sword lights had already flown out of the capital of Yifeng country. These 9 flying swords were like 9 stars in the sky. Every time they flew, there would be a soul-stirring sword cry emitted from the sword lights, producing an extremely powerful sword force. Moreover, a huge amount of noble spirit rushed in between the rumbling of the sword lights. The noble spirit clustered around the sword lights as if it was clustered around a king. The sword intent of the 9 flying swords condensed into one and streaked across the sky, landing in front of a Confucian cultivator wearing battle armor. This Confucian cultivator was tall and sturdy with a handsome face. A kind of arrogance that came from being in a high position for a long time involuntarily appeared between his brows. This Confucian cultivator was the state preceptor of Donglin country, Murong Hanping. However, at this time, how could Murong Hanping still feel contempt? Looking at the flying swords whistling through the air, all his previous plans turned into dust and dissipated in the sword qi. How is this possible? When did the Yu family make friends with a master stage cultivator? Regardless of whether it was the information obtained or the clear eyes technique, there was no mention of such a powerful figure. Could it be that the Sima family's disciple just flew away, not because of my army attacking the city? Murong Hanping sensed that this murderous sword qi had completely enveloped him. The true qi in his dantian was rapidly vibrating in this sword qi. A feeling of powerlessness arose in his heart. Could it be that man proposes, God disposes? But if I retreat without a fight, how can this old man explain it to him? Murong Hanping naturally knew that he was definitely not the opponent of the flying swords master. If it was a normal situation he would have retreated long ago, but now he was unwilling. Or perhaps he didn't dare. Thinking that he was nothing more than a chess piece on someone else's chessboard, Murong Hanping clenched his teeth and extended his hand to take out an old scroll from within his armor. Under the urging of true qi, he raised his hand and threw it. Clang! When the scroll unfolded, a sword cry like that of a ferocious bird rushed out. In an instant, a splendid sword qi similarly rose up like the rising sun. Boom! Like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds, the awe-inspiring qi within a radius of a dozen li from outside the capital of Yifeng nation crazily surged into the sword light. Within the sword light, an inscription of the word sword that was at least 100 feet in size stood majestically. Just as this sword qi character appeared, each stroke began to tremble. Enormous sword qi sounds rang out incessantly. There was simply no need for Murong Hanping to do anything. That Mingwen had already sent several dozen flying swords to meet Xiao Hua's 9 stars transit of the sun ka. Several flying swords collided with each other in a flash. Thousands of sword qi danced in the air, and all kinds of brilliance overflowed in all directions. The deafening roar resounded through the entire horizon. Murong Hanping urged his true qi to do his utmost to resist the incoming gale. He widened his eyes and used the clear eyes technique to stare fixedly at the sky. A rare kind of expectation appeared on his face. Unfortunately, in merely a few breaths of time, a flying sword that was like a 9-colored dragon flew out from the sword qi and directly landed on the scroll in midair. That scroll shattered like paper. Boom! At the same time that the scroll shattered, even more sword qi transformed into fragmented inscriptions that filled the sky and fluttered like snow falling from the sky. How is this possible? Murong Hanping was completely dumbfounded. Even when the flying sword broke through the scroll and once again landed on top of his head, it was as if he didn't feel it. This is a scroll written by the sage of literature. How can it be so weak? However, the sharp sword qi on his forehead immediately woke him up. Under the sword qi, the space between his eyebrows and other places split open, and streaks of blood seeped out. Murong Hanping didn't have the slightest doubt that as long as the opponent thought about it, his head would be separated from his body. This was something that he, as the teacher of a nation, had never encountered before. The streaks of blood condensed into drops of blood and slowly flowed down, streaking across Murong Hanping's cheek. Murong Hanping didn't dare to move. That flying sword was heavier than any mountain he had ever seen. Chapter 3841. Murong Hanping. Within the sword light, Xiaohua's voice leisurely sounded, very dignified. Yifeng country's Yu family is this old man's old friend. If this old man hadn't revisited this old place on a whim today, I'm afraid this Yifeng country would have been captured by your Donglin country. Logically speaking, this old man should have killed you on the spot, but since this old man and Murong Tsung have met before, I'll let you off today. The 9 flying swords suddenly flew away. Murong Hanping's body lightened, but he felt that his entire body was covered in sweat, soaking his armor. Senior, can you bestow me your name? Murong Hanping probed, still unwilling to give up. You don't deserve to know this old man's name. Xiaohua said coldly, of course if you don't want to know, you won't be able to return to Donglin country today. Why haven't you left yet? Another huge rumble sounded, but this time the rumble came from Murong Hanping's mind. A burst of dizziness made Murong Hanping almost unable to stand steadily in the air. Facing such a mysterious opponent, how could Murong Hanping dare to stay any longer? Turning around, Murong Hanping glanced at the cultivators who had been forced to retreat several hundred meters by the flying swords, waved his hand and said, retreat. Seeing the might of Xiaohua's sword sweep away 1,000 soldiers and force Murong Hanping to flee in panic, Yu Yun and Yu Zhongli's faces were full of joy. Not to mention that such a powerful expert was Yu Zhongquan's future master. Even if they could befriend Xiaohua, the Yu family and Yifeng country would definitely be safe for 1,000 years. Junior thanks Daoist Xiao on behalf of my Yifeng country's millions of people. At this time Yu Zhongli was sincerely convinced and kneeled on the ground. In the distance, the young ruler who was surrounded by people also had an expression of admiration in his eyes. If it weren't for the many palace maids blocking him, he would have already rushed over. Xiaohua looked at everyone and waved his hand saying, this Xiao only came here by chance. This Xiao's original intention was Yu Zhongquan. Therefore, if Yu Zhongquan has done anything harmful to Yifeng country, everyone can forget about it. This Xiao is doing this to make up for Yu Zhongquan's previous actions. When Yu Yun heard this, his face turned red. To be honest, he hated Yu Zhongquan's actions from the bottom of his heart. He had scolded Yu Zhongquan more than once behind everyone's back. The reason why Yu Zhongquan had repeatedly run away from the marriage was because he had betrayed Yu Yun. Now that he saw Xiaohua actually exonerate Yu Zhongquan, how could he be at ease? Daoist Master Xiao, actually, it's all my fault. Yu Yun said sincerely. Xiaohua shook his head. You weren't wrong. Yu Zhongquan wasn't wrong either. You've done a lot for Yifeng country and the Yu family, and Yu Zhongquan has also sacrificed a lot for his own ideals. Unfortunately, you can't give Yu Zhongquan what he wants. You can't understand what Yu Zhongquan is thinking. Now that you have this Xiao, you can be at ease. Whatever Yu Zhongquan wants, this old man will give him. This Xiao will bear all the consequences of Yu Zhongquan's actions that have violated the rules of Confucianism. Alas. Yu Yun sighed, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing. This junior gave birth to Quan but I can't raise him and I can't let him freely soar in the sky of faith and righteousness. Now I can only ask Daoist Master Xiao to give Quan a pair of free wings and let him roam freely. And this old man understands. You may rise. Xiaohua accepted Yu Yun's bow. He understood that Yu Zhongquan's mortal fate with Yifeng country, and even the Yu family, had come to an end. When Yu Yun got up, Xiaohua transmitted his voice. Yu Yun, at this point, you should explain Yu Zhongquan's whereabouts to this Xiao. Yes. Yu Yun nodded respectfully. He took out a letter from his bosom and handed it to Xiaohua, saying, this was left behind by Quan when he left home. Although every time Quan left home, he would leave behind a letter, but not every time is true, so this junior can't be sure. Xiaohua took the letter and read it carefully. Before he could finish reading, an inexplicable fear arose in his heart. Oh, not good. Xiaohua frowned and cried out in a low voice. Master. Fujiwen rarely saw Xiaohua lose his composure. He hurriedly asked in a low voice, is there something wrong? Xiaohua looked left and right. He took out a Qianquan bag and threw it to Yu Yun, saying urgently, "The grains in this bag are for your Yu family. No matter if it's Yifeng country, Xian country or even Donglin country, as long as there is a famine, you can give it to them." This. Yu Yun didn't understand the meaning of Xiao Hua's words, but when he opened the Qianquan bag he was wild with joy. He cried out in surprise, "Taoist Master Xiao, how do you know that my Yifeng country is full of famine?" Xiao Hua didn't have time to explain. He just waved his hand and said, "This old man already saw it when I came here. This is a meeting gift from this Xiao to the Yu family. You all can accept it. This old man still has urgent matters to attend to, so I won't delay any longer. See you later." As Xiao Hua spoke, he waved his hand and took Fu Jiwen and Chong Yuan. His figure turned into a rainbow and flashed into the distance. Seeing Xiao Hua fly away, Yu Yun's eyes flashed with extraordinary splendor. Almost without hesitation he knelt on the ground and kowtowed, saying, "Junior Yu Yun thanks Taoist Master Xiao for bestowing the grains. Junior doesn't dare to assume an undeserved reputation. I will spread Taoist Master Xiao's name throughout Yifeng country." "Father." Beside him Yu Zhongli's face lit up with joy. He asked in a low voice, This Qianquan bag is actually grain?" "That's right." Yu Yun handed the Qianquan bag to Yu Zhongli and sighed, "That's right. Not to mention Yifeng country, Xian country and Donglin country, even if another Yifeng country came, it would still be able to solve the current famine. If Taoist Master Xiao had come a few months earlier, Donglin country wouldn't have dared to invade our territory while our Yifeng country was in famine." Sighed Taoist Master Xiao. "What a godly person, truly a great master who bemoans the state of the universe and sympathizes with mankind. With such a great master, little brother Quan's future achievements will far surpass this boy's." Yu Zhongli sighed and said with some envy. But Yu Yun's eyes were filled with worry. He looked in the direction Xiao Hua left and said in a low voice, "I don't know why Taoist Master Xiao left in such a hurry. Is it because of Quan Er's safety? Or is Quan Er able to safely become Taoist Master Zhao's disciple? Who knows? Little brother has always been very open-minded. Ordinary Confucian cultivators and great Confucian cultivators wouldn't even look at him. They would only criticize him as a rotten Confucian." Yu Zhongli was also worried. Regardless of whether it was Xiao Hua, Yu Yun or Yu Zhongquan, none of them noticed that after Xiao Hua transformed into a rainbow and left, on a small mountain less than 10 li away from where Xiao Hua had scared Murong Hanping away with his sword, a short Confucian cultivator poked his head out from the mountain rocks like a ghost. This Confucian cultivator's clothes were different from ordinary Confucian cultivators. It was a kind of earthy yellow official robe. Wasn't it the same as the land Xiao Hua had encountered near Blackwind Ridge that day? And at this moment, on the earthy yellow official robe, strands of cloud and mist emerged from the strange patterns engraved with inscriptions. This cloud and mist lingered together with the mountain rocks and land beneath the Confucian cultivator. Not only did it conceal the Confucian cultivator's figure, it also extracted a force from the mountain rocks and sent it into the Confucian cultivator's body. Is this the Xiao Hua that the Immortal Palace's decree said to pay close attention to? He's really powerful. That Confucian cultivator looked in the direction Xiao Hua flew and whispered to himself, "Even true monarch Qingyuan's troops couldn't capture this cultivator. How could Murong Hanping be his opponent?" However, this has nothing to do with this old man. As long as this old man uses the land writ to report his whereabouts to the Hall of Enlightenment, it will be a great merit. As soon as his voice fell, the Confucian cultivator raised his hand and took out an imperial tool that looked like a floating cloud. He opened his mouth and a strand of earthy yellow true qi fell on it. The imperial tool silently expanded and turned into a cloud that flew into the sky. In just a moment, it mixed with the clouds in the sky and no one knew where it went. When the imperial tool flew out, the Confucian cultivator's figure flashed and earthy clouds gushed out from his official robe. The clouds drilled into the ground and the Confucian cultivator's figure also fell into the mountain rocks. It wasn't only his father and eldest brother who were worried about Yu Zhongquan. Even the young lady who didn't have a proper status, Chong Yuan, asked in a faint voice, "Master, you're in such a hurry. Could it be because of Yu Lang?" Xiao Hua didn't use the lightning evasion technique. When he heard Chong Yuan's question, he slightly shook his head and said, "Master previously had a kind of great warning sign, but I didn't understand why. However, when I saw the letter Yu Zhongquan left for his family, I suddenly had a premonition. This premonition might be related to Yu Zhongquan, but it might also be related to Master. Master is temporarily unable to distinguish. Yes, where is junior martial brother now? What was written in the letter? Fu Jiwen asked in a low voice. Xiaohua didn't hide it and said, the letter didn't say much. It only said that he received an invitation from a good friend to go somewhere so that his family wouldn't be worried. That place, where is it? Chang Yuan wanted to know where Yu Zhongquan went even more than Fu Jiwen. Su Province's Fengxiang country. Xiaohua replied word by word. Chang Yuan was somewhat puzzled and secretly pondered. However, Fu Jiwen said in surprise, Master, Su Province and Beihai are still going in opposite directions. Can you still catch up with the previous plan? Beihai's matter is admittedly important, but Yu Zhongquan's life is even more important. Xiaohua replied without hesitation. Let's hurry to Fengxiang country first. Master. Chang Yuan bit her lips as if she didn't dare to ask too much. However, she was somewhat unwilling and said in a low voice, why is Yu Zhongquan going to Fengxiang country? Don't think too much. Xiaohua said with a smile. Yu Zhongquan received a message from a good friend, so he went to Fengxiang country. From the tone of the letter, this good friend should be a man. Chang Yuan's face slightly reddened. She lowered her head and said, Disciple just wanted to ask. Yu Zhongquan has always been a righteous person. Others only need to say a word and he would be willing to go through water and tread on fire. Forget it. Xiaohua's hands fluttered like butterflies through flowers, as if he was forming some hand seals. An indescribable fluctuation spread out in all directions. Similarly, some obscure fluctuations penetrated into Xiaohua's hands. After a moment, Xiaohua smiled and said, Everything depends on effort. We don't need to be too cautious. Fujiwen, you drive the flying carriage. Master will help Chang Yuan see her realm and also guide her cultivation. Chapter 38-42. Yes, Master. After Xiaohua released the Pegasus and flying carriage, Fu Jiwen rode the Pegasus and replied calmly. Chang Yuan. Xiaohua sat down on the flying carriage and comforted her. Previously, when Master used a secret technique, I discovered that Yu Zhongquan might encounter some misfortune. However, the outcome should be more daunting than dangerous. Do not worry. Chang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Disciple is worried and confused. With Master here, disciple can be at ease. And tell this old man what you've learned. Xiaohua nodded slightly and asked. After Chang Yuan told Xiaohua everything she learned in her life, Xiaohua nodded inwardly. This Chang Yuan is indeed a talented girl of Xin country. Not to mention that she is proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy and painting. Even her Confucian cultivation has reached the late stage of refining essence into qi. However, because Chang Yuan is a girl, Chang family did not completely teach her the family's cultivation methods. Her cultivation has been stagnant and unable to advance. Master, my Confucian school has a saying, a girl without talent is virtuous. My father does not advocate for disciple to cultivate more. Although disciple's aptitude is good since childhood, disciple has less opportunities to cultivate than others. Moreover, if not for my mother secretly passing on the family's cultivation methods behind my father's back, disciple would not be able to cultivate to such a level. Chang Yuan finished speaking, bit her lips and whispered, This is also one of the reasons why disciple is determined to become your disciple. Yuan, no need to feel guilty because of the so-called motive. Xiaohua smiled, the reason why people are human is because they have their own thoughts. No one is pure, selfless and without desire. You and I are fated, so I will accept you as my disciple. That's all. Yes, Master, disciple understands. Apart from her mother, Xiaohua is the first person in the world who is willing to help Chang Yuan. Chang Yuan cannot help but feel sour in her nose. Xiaohua smiled and said, Master's knowledge is relatively complicated. Whether it is Confucian cultivation or Taoist cultivation, I can teach you. You can choose yourself. Master, what kind of ability do you have to swallow 100,000 celestial soldiers in one gulp? Disciple is very curious. Chang Yuan's eyes turned sharply and suddenly asked with a smile. What kind of person can swallow 100,000 celestial soldiers in one gulp? Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "That's just a way for others to show off their prestige and rope me in." However, at this moment Xiao Hua's figure shook as if he thought of something. "What's wrong?" Chang Yuan was slightly stunned and hurriedly asked, "Could it be that those people have bad intentions?" "Hee, it's fine." Xiao Hua waved his hand, "It's just for the sake of some Dao sect's forces. It can't be considered bad intentions. Think about it first." As Chang Yuan lowered her head in thought, Xiao Hua's heart was in turmoil. Chang Yuan's words had enlightened Xiao Hua. The Yao race's inheritance did indeed contain a secret devouring technique. This was a fundamental cultivation method for the Yao race. Unlike humans, the demon clan didn't use the power of the stars and moon to refine it in their meridians. Instead, they directly devoured it. As for the inner cores of demonic beasts that were condensed from the power of the moon and stars, they could also be devoured. Not only that, but the true chi of Confucian cultivators, the golden cores and nascent souls of Taoist cultivators, and the relics of Buddhist sects could also be devoured by the demons. The demonic beasts were divided into moon-plucking, sun-devouring, heaven-absorbing and space-devouring. Their original intention was to devour. Devouring 100,000 celestial soldiers might not be possible for the current Xiao Hua, but in another 100 or 1,000 years, Xiao Hua's supreme bloodline would definitely not be a problem. Although Taoist Master Qing Su didn't know that Xiao Hua had the Yao race's inheritance, the wild words he spread were also true. "Master, disciple has decided." Just as Xiao Hua was pondering, Chang Yuan raised her head and said, "Disciple wants to practice Master's sword Dao." "Why do you want to practice sword Dao?" Xiao Hua didn't react for a moment and asked curiously, "You haven't practiced sword Qi before. Moreover, Master still wants to teach you a wonderful Dao cultivation technique." However, after Xiao Hua finished speaking, he also woke up and said with a smile, "So you want to fly side by side like Yu Zhongquan?" Chang Yuan blushed slightly and nodded. "Disciple doesn't know why Yu Zhongquan is always hiding from me. However, if Disciple can learn flying sword and be as happy as Yu Zhongquan, presumably he won't reject Disciple anymore." "Good." Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, "Yuan sit down cross-legged with your eyes closed. Master will first teach you sword Dao and other basic 5 Qi origin technique." After Chang Yuan sat down cross-legged, a strand of dark green soul thread gushed out from between Xiao Hua's eyebrows. As this soul thread fell into Chang Yuan's forehead, Chang Yuan's body couldn't help but tremble. Beads of sweat the size of beans fell from the top of her head. In just a moment, Chang Yuan's face was deathly pale. Under her tightly closed eyelids, her eyes were rapidly turning. "All right." Xiao Hua withdrew the soul thread and looked at Chang Yuan, who was about to collapse, and said, "Carefully comprehend the cultivation technique. When you wake up, Master will give you a surprise." "Yes, Master." Chang Yuan answered weakly. In a flash, a day and a night passed. When Chang Yuan opened her eyes, Xiao Hua also came out from his closed eyes. He looked at Chang Yuan with a smile and asked, "How was it?" Master's teachings are as vast as the open sea. Disciple can only see the big picture through a tube and have some experience. Chang Yuan's eyes flashed with joy and excitement as she replied. Xiao Hua raised his hand and took out a bottle of medicinal pills and handed it to Chang Yuan, saying, "This is a Dao sect medicinal pill. It is effective for Confucian cultivators to condense true qi and produce sword qi. You can take it." Chang Yuan accepted the medicinal pills and thanked her subordinate, thinking that this was a pleasant surprise. However, Xiao Hua immediately stretched out his hand again and took out 2 flying swords. He smiled and said, "Master obtained a flying sword a long time ago. It's very outstanding. Master has always wanted to find a master for this flying sword. Now that you've become master, Master will refine this flying sword into 2 Mandarin duck swords. You can choose one." "Thank you, Master." How could Chang Yuan not know Xiao Hua's wry smile? She smiled like a flower and picked a slightly smaller and lighter flying sword. Looking at Chang Yuan admiring the flying sword admiringly, Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Yuan, don't look down on this flying sword. After you've refined it and achieved great success in your cultivation, you'll know how formidable this flying sword is. Master is not bragging, but Dao sect spirit weapons may not be comparable to this flying sword." Chang Yuan was even more excited when she heard this. She bowed and thanked him. Don't worry. Xiao Hua helped Chang Yuan up and said with a smile, you have to slowly refine this flying sword. You also have to slowly become proficient in the sword art. However, you already have true qi in your body that can refine essence into qi. Master will give you a hand. With that, Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and touched Chang Yuan's forehead again. A drop of blood essence was produced. Xiao Hua formed a seal and hit the blood essence. The blood essence began to expand rapidly. Go. Xiao Hua raised his hand again. A seemingly faint but extremely solid deer shape flew out from his fingertip and fell into the blood essence with a clear cry. Quick. Xiao Hua waved his hands and several crystal lights fell. The blood essence spun rapidly. Obscure textures and talismans gradually appeared on the surface. Absorb this sword intent into your true qi and comprehend it. Xiao Hua instructed Chang Yuan, this is half of the complete sword intent. If you can comprehend it, you can step into the ranks of sword transformation. Master will leave the other half to you, Zhongquan. Chang Yuan opened her mouth and a mouthful of true qi fell, swallowing the sword intent wrapped in the blood essence into her dantian. As the sword intent fell, the true qi around Chang Yuan's body suddenly moved and emitted a sharp qi. All right. After finishing all of this, Xiao Hua opened his mouth and said, Fujiwen Chang Yuan, this place is very far from Xuzhou's Fengxiang country. You should go to the Kunlun Immortal Realm to cultivate. Chang Yuan can also meet the other senior brothers. Kunlun Wonderland? Chang Yuan was slightly surprised after hearing this. After Xiao Hua took out the Kunlun mirror, she suddenly realized and said with admiration, Master, this famous Kunlun mirror has fallen into your hands. No wonder the Immortal Palace is looking for trouble with you. Shu, the Immortal Palace doesn't know about this. Xiao Hua said with a smile, Master will not take it out in ordinary places. Only our disciples can use it. And disciple knows. Disciple will definitely keep it a secret. Chang Yuan hurriedly nodded. Disciple also wants to quickly greet other senior brothers. Later, senior brother Fu, please introduce them. Of course. Fu Jiwen rubbed his nose and said with a smile, however, among Master's disciples, there are a few younger than you who can be considered your senior brothers. You don't have to be embarrassed. Everyone has their own specialization. Chang Yuan read many books, how could she not know this? She said with a smile, little sister is already very happy to be able to enter the sect. Why would I care about this false reputation? Xiao Hua pretended to activate the Kunlun mirror and sent the two into the Kunlun Wonderland. Then he put away the flying carriage and Pegasus, flew into the sky and used the lightning escape technique to rush towards Xuzhou. Xuzhou was very big and Fengxiang country was not small. Xiao Hua released his soul consciousness and asked several people. It was not too difficult for him to arrive in the sky above Fengxiang country. However, looking at the capital of Fengxiang country below him, Xiao Hua frowned again. It was not only because Yu Zhongquan only said in the letter that he was looking for an old friend in Fengxiang country. However, Yu Zhongquan was afraid that the Yu family would send people to find his old friend. Therefore, Xiao Hua did not know where to find Yu Zhongquan. Moreover, Fengxiang country was founded by a Dao sect. At this time, Fengxiang country was very similar to Yifeng country. It was in a famine. Although it wasn't to the point where the land was littered with wailing corpses, Xiao Hua couldn't bear the sight of the disaster victims surrounding the city gates, the emaciated villagers in the city, and even the corpses that had starved to death in the distance. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua landed and released his divine sense. He said, which fellow Taoist is in charge of Fengxiang country? Please come out and meet me. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept through Fengxiang country's imperial palace and alarmed a group of cultivators. Among them, a young cultivator wearing a Taoist robe and a feathered crown on his head hurriedly flew out of the imperial palace with several disciples. When they saw Xiao Hua's appearance, they were shocked. They all respectfully went forward and saluted. The early nascent soul stage cultivator even bowed and said, Junior Chong Qingzi greets Taoist Xiao. Chapter 38-43. Xiao Hua is not surprised that Chong Qingzi recognized him. Even Yifeng country's Yu Yun and Sima families Sima Minghong have heard of his name. As a Dao cultivator, it is impossible for Chong Qingzi to not know about him. However, Xiaohua does not know that under Daoist Qing Su's intentions, he has become a mighty hero. All of you stand up. Xiaohua raises his hand and says with a smile, I did not expect my name to spread so quickly. Even Su province's fellow Daoists know about me. Daoist is too modest. Chong Qingzi smiled and said, you killed tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers in the Black Wind Ridge and even defeated perfected Lord Qingyun, causing the Immortal Palace to lose face. You really helped the Daoist sects of the hidden Immortal Continent to vent our anger. Who doesn't know Daoist Zhao's name in hidden Immortal Continent? Who doesn't want to see Daoist Zhao's appearance? Sai, how could the battle at Black Wind Ridge be as fierce as fellow Daoist described? Xiaohua waves his hand and says, I admit that I am not that perfected Qingyuan's opponent. I only held one of his immortal generals hostage. This forced him to open his inescapable net and I barely escaped with my life. How could Chong Qingzi believe him? He says with a smile, Daoist Xiao must be joking. Perfected Qingyuan was ordered by Immortal Palace to flatten Black Wind Ridge. How could he let Daoist Xiao go for the life of an immortal general? Now that Daoist Zhao's heroic deeds have spread throughout hidden Immortal Continent, there is no need for Daoist Xiao to hide anything anymore. Damn it, I understand. Xiaohua laughs bitterly in his heart. He already understands Daoist Qing Su's intentions. Since Xiaohua was unwilling to submit to the Grand Mist Ancestor, Daoist Qing Su decided to create momentum for Xiaohua, allowing Xiaohua's reputation to soar, attracting the attention of the Confucian cultivators and the Immortal Palaces. Based on Xiaohua's current cultivation of upper 4th grade essence force, it was unlikely that he would be able to deal with these people who were eyeing him covetously. When Xiaohua had nowhere else to go, he had no choice but to submit to the Grand Mist Ancestor. But how could Qing Su Zhenren know that Xiaohua's strength was not merely at the 4th level of elemental energy? The fame of Xiaohua's prowess really lived up to its name. Xiaohua's world-shaking deeds were not inferior to defeating Sun Jian and annihilating tens of thousands of celestial soldiers. It was just that these matters were not known to the public for the time being. As the saying goes, if you plant flowers with the intention, the flowers won't bloom, but if you plant a willow unintentionally, the willow will grow. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and didn't want to explain anything. Chong Qingzi bowed again and said, Daoist Master Xiao, please come to my residence to serve tea. All right. Xiaohua nodded, descending together with Chong Qingzi and the others. After Chong Qingzi personally served the spirit tea and respectfully drank a few sips, Chong Qingzi carefully asked, Does Daoist have any orders for coming to the country of Phoenix soaring? This old man was originally passing by Fengxiang country, but when I was in the air I saw Fengxiang country. Fengxiang country is surrounded by disasters and countless refugees, so I came down to ask about the situation. Xiaohua had already thought of an explanation, so he replied with a concerned expression, Sai Daoist Master Xiao is truly merciful. As soon as he heard about the disaster, a worried expression appeared on Chong Qingzi's face, and he said, This junior is worried about this. Although this junior is already a nascent soul cultivator, it is impossible for me to conjure food out of thin air to help the people of Fengxiang survive the famine. On the other hand, Fengxiang country is surrounded by Confucian cultivators. Although they haven't reached the point of being incompatible with our country, it is still impossible for them to provide us with some food. Of course, in recent years there have been many disasters and those Confucian cultivator countries are also in a difficult situation, so they can't be blamed. Oh, this old man came to see you today for this matter. Xiaohua didn't ask any more questions. He stretched out his hand and said, Give me a few Qingkun bags. Daoist Master Xiao, this is... Happiness came too suddenly and Chong Qingzi didn't dare to believe it, so he asked in astonishment. Xiaohua smiled and said, This old man occasionally gets some old grains here, but I didn't care about them before. Now that I am passing by Fengxiang country, I can give them to you to solve your urgent situation. Good. Chong Qingzi was really happy and he hurriedly ordered his disciples to give him a few Qingkun bags. Xiaohua pretended to take out a Qingkun bag and put the grains in the bag, then handed them over to Chong Qingzi. Chong Qingzi scanned with his divine sense, and saw that there were countless grains in the Qingkun bags. Surprise appeared in his eyes. He had never seen so many grains in his life. This old man only has this much grains, is it enough? Xiaohua was a bit proud, but his tone was still uncertain. It's enough, it's enough. Chong Qingzi thought that Xiaohua had never been in charge of a country before, so he didn't know how much grains were enough. Moreover, to cultivators, grains were no different from rocks, and cultivators didn't have any concept of how much was enough. He hurriedly and carefully replied, "Only 30% of the grains is enough for the people of my Fengxiang country to eat. Even if we leave the grains for farming, we won't use 40%. Good, then you can keep the rest of the grains for yourself." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "If it's possible, this old man suggests that you distribute the remaining grains to the Confucian cultivator countries around us, and also use this opportunity to establish good relations with these countries. This junior will carefully consider senior's suggestion." Chong Qingzi smiled very easily, and as he replied to Xiaohua, he waved his hand and called over his disciples. He handed over a few Qingkuan bags to them, and instructed them to bring them to the imperial palace for the king to provide relief to the disaster victims. Then Chong Qingzi said respectfully, "Senior Xiao, please wait for a moment. This junior will set up a banquet to express this junior's gratitude." "There's no need." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "This old man still has some matters to attend to, and will leave after asking you a few questions." "Senior, there's no need to be in such a hurry." Chong Qingzi hurriedly said, "It's just a banquet. If this junior doesn't perform the duties of a host, I really won't be able to live with myself." This old man understands your intentions." Xiaohua said with a smile, "This old man's matter is a bit urgent, so I can't stay here for long." "Alright then, may I know what this junior can do for senior?" Chong Qingzi could only ask. "Are there any Confucian cultivator families in Fengxiang country?" Xiaohua probed. "Confucian cultivator families?" Chong Qingzi was slightly stunned, and then his eyes turned and he said with a smile, "Senior wants to find Confucian cultivator families in the country where we Taoists founded our country? That's a rather difficult matter." "Then, are there any Confucian cultivators?" Xiaohua was still unwilling to give up. After all, Yu Zhongquan was a Confucian cultivator, and the possibility that his old friend was also a Confucian cultivator was relatively high. "Of course there are Confucian cultivators, and there are quite a few of them." Chong Qingzi replied, "May I know which one senior is looking for?" "Do you have a list?" Xiaohua asked helplessly. When Chong Qingzi took out the jade eye and handed it to Xiaohua, looking at the densely packed names, Xiaohua felt like he was looking for a needle in a haystack. Unfortunately, he patiently used the clear eyes technique to look carefully, and none of the names caught his attention. "Forget it." Xiaohua returned the jade eye to Chong Qingzi and sighed in his heart. Perhaps it's just as Yu Yun said, and the words that Yu Zhongquan left behind might not be the truth. "Senior, are you looking for something?" Chong Qingzi put away the jade eye, lowered his head to look at the ground and then asked again. Xiaohua stood up and said with a smile, "I'm looking for a young Confucian cultivator. As for who it is, I don't have any special description. It seems that he's not in Fengxiang right now." Chong Qingzi suddenly came to a realization and asked in a suppressed voice, "Taoist Master Xiao, are you looking for the Zhu family?" "Zhu family?" Xiaohua was stunned. "Yes, the Zhu family of Wuyuan County." Chong Qingzi nodded and said, "Wuyuan County is in the northern part of my Fengxiang country. The current head of the Zhu family is called Zhu Qing, and the Zhu family's young master Zhu Xiang can be considered a young Confucian cultivator." "The Zhu family is in Fengxiang country?" Xiaohua stopped and asked curiously, "Didn't you say that there are no Confucian cultivator families in Fengxiang country?" Senior might not know, but the Zhu family has long been in decline. Now it can't even be considered a Confucian cultivator family." Chong Qingzi smiled and said, "Moreover, I won't hide it from Senior. If it weren't for this Zhu family, Junior probably wouldn't be able to establish a Taoist sect in Fengxiang country." "Oh, why do you say that?" Xiaohua's heart was moved. He thought of the bone that Zhu Qing gave him that day and asked while secretly calculating. Chong Qingzi smiled and said, "Senior must know that the Zhu family once produced a sage like Zhu Xi. Although the family has already declined, how could any Confucian cultivator dare to show off their knowledge in front of the Zhu family? Which cultivator would dare to establish a Confucian cultivator country in Fengxiang country? Senior, look at the Confucian cultivator countries around Fengxiang country. Junior's Fengxiang country is sandwiched in the middle. The reason why they allowed Junior to establish a country here, isn't it because they want Junior to keep an eye on this centipede that won't fall even if it dies? So it's like that. Seems, the knowledge of establishing a country is really not small. Xiaohua shook his head and said with a smile, this Xiao's cultivation is not bad, but in the path of establishing a country I am still far from it. Of course, with the pressure of the immortal palace, this Xiao will not establish a country in the future. Taoist Xiao, why do you need to establish a country? All of the Taoist sects in the hidden immortal continent are Taoist Xiao's countries. Chang Qingzi said respectfully. Alright, this Xiao won't disturb you anymore. Xiao Hua cupped his hands. It seems like the Zhu family is also not the place this old man is looking for. This old man will go to other places in Su province to take a look. Junior respectfully sends Taoist Xiao off. Chang Qingzi sent Xiao Hua out and respectfully sent him off. Seeing Xiao Hua fly away and not heading towards the north, Chang Qingzi frowned slightly and thought to himself, if I guessed correctly, Taoist Xiao should be looking for the Zhu family. Could it be that those rumors among the Confucian cultivators are true? Taoist Xiao really took the Zhu family's inheritance treasure? Then should I send a message to that old senior? Sai, this is really making things difficult for I. If I send a message, Taoist Xiao might be in trouble. If I don't send a message, if that old senior finds out, I won't be able to keep my life. After pondering for a long time, Chang Qingzi once again looked at the direction Xiao Hua left and said to himself, forget it, perhaps I guessed wrong. However, this matter involves the Zhu family. Even if I guessed correctly, I still have to send a message. I hope Taoist Xiao didn't go to the Zhu family. Chapter 38-44. Since he had made his decision, Chang Qingzi quickly descended from the cloud, no longer paying attention to the bystanders, and entered the quiet room. Indeed, as Chang Qingzi had hoped, Xiao Hua wasn't heading to Wuyuan County's Zhu clan this time. He had only come to Phoenix Soaring Country to look for Yu Zhongquan. However, Wuyuan County was in Phoenix Soaring Country. Xiao Hua had a faint premonition that the one who had invited Yu Zhongquan here was a disciple of the Zhu clan. Moreover, on the bone that Zhu Qing had given Xiao Hua that day, there were 2 verses left behind by sage Xu Shi. The ancestral tree is like the Xiantian Qi. The family tree is like silk and silk of the younger generation. Xiao Hua had never understood the meaning of these words. Now that he had arrived at the Zhu clan, how could he not go there to take a look? Xiao Hua flew for a moment and released his soul sense. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, he descended and changed his appearance slightly, transforming into Zhang Xiaohua with a small nose and small eyes. He also changed into Confucian attire and flew towards Wuyuan County on a cloud. Not long after, Xiaohua arrived at the left side of Wuyuan County. However, when Xiaohua used the clear eyes technique to take a look, doubts arose in his heart. Logically speaking, a place that could give birth to a Confucian sage like Xu Shi was definitely a spiritual and divine place. However, let alone spiritual and divine place, the place in front of Xiaohua couldn't even be considered as a place with beautiful mountains and limpid waters. What was special was that the towering mountain ridge was covered in gray spots of moss. There were also strange patterns on the moss that made one's hair stand on end. The moss covered most of the mountain ridge and there were very few tall trees, let alone fruit trees. The river that surrounded the town under the mountain ridge was also suffused with a sour aura. There were also some gray spots floating on the river's surface. This aura entered Xiaohua's nose and mouth, and an indescribable feeling arose. Seemed to be somewhat familiar but also very unfamiliar. There were also some paddy fields between the mountain ridge and the river, but where was the rice in the paddy fields? Broken rice stalks poked out of the dark green water and were inserted into the air in a lonely manner. Strange. Xiaohua looked at everything in front of him and was endlessly bewildered. Is this place Wuyuan County? Could it be that I flew in the wrong direction again? Thinking of this, Xiaohua raised his eyes and looked at the city wall. The city wall was built along the river and there was only a short section. This section had long collapsed, but the words Wuyuan County could still be seen clearly on the city gate. When Xiaohua's gaze passed through the city gate and saw everything in Wuyun County, he unconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because inside the city gate was a town similar to Longevity Town. Moreover, this town looked several times bigger than Longevity Town. The buildings in the city were also more majestic and densely packed than those in Longevity Town. Be it taverns, inns, markets, or academies, the silhouettes of all of them could be faintly seen. However, these buildings were now like the mountain ridge growing that kind of grayish-white moss. Although the moss was far less than the mountain ridge, that kind of faint strange aura was enough to cover up the vitality of the entire town. Wasn't that right? The entire Wuyuan County was silent. Occasionally 1 or 2 dog barks could be heard, but they were also mournful cries. It was as if there was no one here. However, Xiaohua could clearly see that within the town, there were many people in ragged clothes walking weakly. These people were all emaciated and their eyes were lifeless. Rather than saying that they were walking, it was better to say that they were taking a night stroll. Suppressing the astonishment in his heart, Xiaohua looked towards the depths of the town. Gradually shock appeared on his face. The ugliness in the dark, the bestial desire in human nature became increasingly clear. Things that ordinary people couldn't imagine were all exposed to Xiaohua's clear sight technique. Sigh. Xiaohua sighed slightly. He couldn't bear to look anymore. He withdrew his divine ability and looked at the dusk on the horizon. He pondered, humans live because of food. Without this basic guarantee, human dignity has no value. While thinking, Xiaohua took out his Qinkuan pouch. He hesitated whether or not he should take out some food. Creak creak. At this moment, from within the town gate, the soft sound of an axle could be heard. It was a worn-out donkey cart that was slowly coming out. Xiaohua looked over and saw a child wearing patched clothes sitting on the donkey cart. Beside the child were some worn-out clothes. In front of the donkey cart, a hunchbacked old man was leading a skinny, crippled donkey. Step by step he looked back and carefully walked towards Xiaohua's direction. The crippled donkey did not move quickly and the hunchbacked old man did not rush it. Only when the donkey cart left the city gates did the old man turn his head forward. A hint of relief appeared on his face, which was so thin that it was curled into a ball. It was also at this moment that the lame donkey's hooves went limp and it fell to the ground. At the same time the donkey raised its head and cried out, "Neigh, neigh, neigh." Although the donkey's neighing wasn't loud, it was enough to break the silence of the entire town. At the same time, the expression of the old man who was driving the donkey changed greatly. He hurriedly pulled the black reins and strenuously pulled the donkey up. Then he forcefully slapped the donkey's butt and led it to run. The old man's worry wasn't without reason. When the donkey cart ran for about 10 zhang, the people who heard the donkey's neighing suddenly appeared from all over the town gate. Their eyes were filled with a green light as they chased after the donkey cart. The old man was already old. After running for another 10 zhang he was already panting. He turned his head to look at the people who were chasing after them and shouted, "Yazi, sit on the donkey cart and don't move. When the donkey cart can't run anymore or when those people catch the donkey, quickly jump down from the donkey cart. Don't let them catch you. Either hide by the side of the road or escape into the wilderness. Take advantage of the fact that the sky isn't completely dark and quickly run far away." Before the old man could finish his words, his legs went soft and he fell to the ground. He didn't forget to quickly release the reins in his hand so that the donkey cart could continue running. "Grandpa." The child was still young after all. When he saw this he couldn't help but cry out. Tears flowed down his dirty face and he even struggled to get down from the cart. "Yazi, don't move." The old man's face was about to be scraped by the ground, but he still didn't forget his grandson and shouted. Although Xiaohua was a bit far away, he could see and hear everything clearly. He slightly raised his hand and supported the old man. Then with a wave of his hand, the old man's body flew into the air and landed on the donkey cart. The old man was stunned at first. Then fear flashed through his eyes. He couldn't say a word. His eyes were lifeless and he just let the donkey cart run away. Sigh. Xiaohua sighed. He knew that the old man wanted to escape from Wuyuan County. However, how could the grandfather and grandson go so far without a donkey cart? As for the people chasing after the donkey cart, their target was most likely this lame donkey. Xiaohua didn't even think about it. He waved his hand and the grain seeds in his chinkuan pouch fell from the sky in front of the people chasing after them. Puff puff. There were a lot of grain seeds. The few people in front who still had the strength to run faster ran and plunged their heads into the grain seeds. When the few people poked their heads out of the grain seeds, they looked at the grain seeds that suddenly appeared in a daze. They didn't have the strength to speak and could only open their mouths and cry out a few times. Then they plunged their heads into the grain seeds and opened their mouths to eat. Xiaohua's grain seeds were naturally extraordinary. They weren't shriveled like ordinary grains. As the few people in front swallowed, a sweet fragrance gradually spread out. Strands of green juice also flowed down from their mouths. After the few people in front ate, the people behind them smelled the food. How could they still chase after the donkey cart? They also plunged into the pile of grain and greedily ate it. Looking at the lame donkey, it had only struggled to run for several tens of feet. Finally, it was exhausted and its footsteps slowed down. Even the smell of the people chewing on the grain attracted the donkey. The donkey turned its butt with difficulty and swung its half-broken tail, wanting to return. Unfortunately, the donkey was really weak. The broken cart was also a bit heavy. However, after hearing the soft creaking sound, the cart was unable to move. At this moment, the old man finally came back to his senses. The fear on his face hadn't disappeared. He hurriedly raised his head and looked to the left. However, it was currently evening. The old man's vision was blurry and he couldn't see clearly. Grandpa. On the contrary, the child, although he was very curious about how the old man flew over, he only felt that it was fun. He wasn't particularly afraid. At this moment, he pounced over and hugged the old man's neck. There's food over there. It's very fragrant. Food. When he heard the word food, the old man was also shocked. He immediately turned his head. When he saw the mountain-like grain, his eyes also emitted a green light. Almost without thinking, he jumped down from the donkey cart and rushed a few steps towards the grain. However, after rushing a few steps, the old man bit his lip and stopped. He turned his head to look at the child and then turned his head to look at the grain. He seemed to be really hesitant. Xiaohua understood the old man's torment. If he went back, there might be food, but he might not be able to escape. However, if he didn't go back, the grain could save the child's life. Xiaohua didn't let the old man think too much. He waved his hand and scattered some more grain on the ground. He said, "Come to this old man." When the old man heard Xiaohua's voice, he was startled. He looked at Xiaohua with an extremely frightened expression. However, when he saw Xiaohua's appearance, Xiaohua's scholarly robes, and even the grain in front of Xiaohua, his face calmed down. When he swallowed his saliva, the lame donkey moved towards the grain at Xiaohua's feet. "Are you hungry?" Xiaohua looked at the skinny child and felt quite uncomfortable in his heart. He didn't dare to give him the spirit fruits in his space, so he could only send some food to the child. "Thank you, big brother." The child didn't know that the situation was strange. When he saw the grain in front of him, he didn't even think about it. He grabbed some and stuffed it into his mouth. However, when he touched his lips, he was somewhat hesitant. He extended his small hand to the old man and said, "Grandpa, there's grain. Eat." Chapter 38:45. My good grandson, you eat it. There's so much here. Grandpa will eat this. The old man's nose turned sour and tears fell down. He used his black sleeves to wipe his face and said with a smile, "Thank you, big brother." The child happily smiled and put the raw food into his mouth. He didn't forget to thank him while chewing. "This little one thanks master." The old man didn't take the food first. Instead, his knees went soft and he was about to kneel down. Xiaohua hurriedly supported him and said with a smile, "You should eat some first." "Okay." The old man originally wanted to be polite, but he couldn't resist the temptation of the food. He bent down and grabbed a handful from the ground and greedily chewed. For a moment, the old man felt that the whole world was filled with a kind of fragrance. The old man could only hear the sound of wolfing down food. Xiaohua looked at the old man and the child, then raised his eyes to look at the city gate. There was no lack of worry between his brows. Sure enough, the first few people who rushed into the pile of food were already choking. Their eyes turned white and they couldn't eat anymore. Then they stopped. However, they didn't stay idle. They picked up the food with both hands and stuffed it into their clothes and clothes. How much could a person's clothes be stuffed? Then there was a clever person who took off his clothes and spread them on the ground. He dug out a lot of food from the pile of food and wanted to pack it into a bag to take away. However, the clothes were really thin and rotten. That person had just carried the food on his shoulder. Since the clothes were torn, the food inside fell down along the person's body. The food fell to the ground. Someone casually grabbed it and swallowed it. That person anxiously pushed the person beside him and shouted, "Get lost, this is mine." "Who said it's yours?" "It's mine." The person who was pushed down was naturally unhappy. He actually abandoned the pile of food beside him and rushed in front of the other person to shout. The clenched fist in his hand naturally fell down. Needless to say, the two people who had just eaten began to tear at each other. A little further away from these two people, a slightly taller person had also snatched the food first. Seeing that someone was tearing the food apart, although he didn't think so much before, he immediately understood at this moment. Almost without hesitation, he lifted his leg and kicked the person who had his head buried in the food aside. He sneered and said, "Scram, this is my place." The man who was kicked down rolled on the ground a few times. He looked at the man's stature and then looked at the man beside him who was shorter than him. He simply lifted his leg and kicked the other man away, shouting, "Get over there, this is mine." After kicking that person away, this person hurriedly dug out a piece of grain from the pile just like the tall person from before and surrounded it with crushed stones. He even held a few stones in his hands and guarded it like a tiger watching its prey. It was as if the food they had dug out was theirs and no one was allowed to fight for it. Alas, human greed is nothing more than this. Xiaohua watched as these people slowly divided the food into dozens of piles. It was exactly the same as what he had expected. He couldn't help but sigh. However, the development of the situation didn't stop. It was still going in the direction he was worried about. Although there was a lot of food, there were also a lot of people fighting for it. Moreover, there were still more people coming from within the city after hearing the news. Noises, tearing, punches and kicks. In a moment, the deathly silent city was bustling with noise and excitement. The food in front of the city gate was like a stone thrown into a pool of water, causing ripples to spread throughout the city. Not good. Xiaohua sighed as he observed. Suddenly, he saw a person holding a large stone and smashing it towards the head of another person who had fallen on the ground. If the stone fell, that person would definitely die on the spot. Xiaohua was slightly angry. He coldly smiled and hurriedly waved his hand, imprisoning everyone at the city gate. Xiaohua was previously hesitant and didn't immediately take out the food. He was afraid that in this kind of situation, people who were extremely hungry would definitely not even care about their lives in front of food. If there were Phoenix Soaring Empire's soldiers suppressing them, perhaps there would be good order and everyone would be able to get food. However, if there was no deterrence, how could there be order when these people rushed up? Under the ugliness of human nature, it was inevitable that there would be ugliness comparable to what happened in the city earlier. Forget it. Xiaohua waved his hand and the pile of food in front of the city gate flew into the air. Like a layer of rain, it evenly fell all over the city. Since this Xiao has already taken it out, I won't take it back. This way perhaps more people can be saved. As for the result, even this Xiao can't predict it. When Xiaohua removed the confinement technique, everyone who was fighting for the food was dumbfounded. However, this astonishment only lasted for a moment. Everyone rushed into the city to snatch the food scattered on the ground. Master. Although the old man couldn't clearly see Xiaohua or the people around him, he could clearly see what was happening. He smiled and said, "Master, don't blame them. People who are extremely hungry are like this." And Xiaohua nodded and said, "This old man doesn't blame them. This old man is just a bit emotional. Emotional about the ugliness in people's hearts." "Oh, what are you doing? The others didn't escape. Why are you the only one who wants to escape?" "I'll let Master know." The old man smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that they don't want to escape, but they ate all the donkeys and horses and can't go far. This little one can't bear to eat this lame donkey, so I want to keep it to pull me and my grandson to escape." However, as he said that, the old man looked at the sky and said with a bitter smile, "It's already dark. This little one wants to leave but can't. Moreover, we can't go back to the city now. Can't leave when it's dark." Xiaohua looked back at the road behind him. Although it was already dark, the road was faintly visible. It wasn't completely impossible to walk. Master, please save this little one and my grandson. The old man hurriedly knelt down and shouted. Xiaohua smiled and helped him up and said, Don't worry, these food are all for you. No, no. The old man looked around with a bit of panic and shouted, Master, this little one isn't talking about this. This little one begs Master to take us away from here. Xiaohua noticed the old man's panic. He narrowed his eyes and scanned the surroundings. He didn't find anything and asked curiously, What's wrong here? Why are you so scared? Master, it's already dark. If it's possible, you should quickly take this little one and my grandson away. There's a ghost here, a ghost that eats people. At this time, the sky was gradually turning dark and the moon had yet to show its head from the clouds. The old man was really scared. He took half a step forward and shouted in front of Xiaohua while trembling with fear. Ah! Xiaohua was shocked. It was as if he was struck by lightning. He instantly thought of something. Damn it, no wonder the aura in the mountain ridge and river was a bit strange. Wasn't it a slight aura of the Yellow Springs? But why is there an aura of the Yellow Springs near Wuyuan County? Master. Seeing Xiaohua's shock, the old man was even more scared. He begged in a low voice, If you can't save these two people, you can save this little one and my grandson. Oh, Xiaohua came back to his senses and said with a smile, Don't worry, this old man can save you. Don't be afraid. Tell me what happened in Wuyuan County. How do you know there's a ghost here? Master. How could the old man be at ease? He begged, If you can save this little one, please save this little one first. When we reach a safe place, it won't be too late for this little one to speak. That's fine too. Xiaohua nodded. He looked at the child on the donkey cart and asked, Where do you want to go? This old man will send you there. Anywhere is fine. The old man hurriedly said, As long as we leave Wuyuan County. So, you have no place to rely on. Xiaohua muttered. Yes, this little one. This little one's son and daughter-in-law already died outside Wuyuan County and never came back. This little one only has this grandson left. The old man replied with a sad face, This little one has some skills. After leaving Wuyuan County, I should be able to find a place to live. AI. Xiaohua sighed and said, Right now, Fengxiang Country is suffering from a disaster. Although it's a bit better than Wuyuan County, it's not much better. The king of Fengxiang Country is about to send disaster relief. If nothing unexpected happens, this disaster will be over soon. Since you're unfamiliar with the place, why don't you stay in Wuyuan County? I'd rather die in a foreign land than return to Wuyuan County, the old man replied resolutely. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and asked, Do you know Wuyuan County's Zhu family? Zhu family? Zhuqing Master Zhu? The old man asked. Zhuqing. The old man nodded. Of course this little one knows Master Zhu. That's a famous family in my Wuyuan County. Where is Zhu family in Wuyuan County? If this old man sends you there, what do you think? Xiaohua asked again. The old man hesitated for a moment and said, Of course this little one has no problem. Master Zhu is a family of saints. Ghosts don't dare to approach. But Master Zhu Don't worry about this. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, You just need to tell this old man where Zhu family is. Master Zhu isn't in Wuyuan County. He lives in the suburbs. The old man pointed in the direction of Wuyuan County and said, If you want to go there, you need to pass through the entire Wuyuan County. With this old man here, why do you need to worry about this? Xiaohua laughed. With a wave of his sleeve, he rolled up the donkey cart and other things and rushed into the air. In the blink of an eye, he flew past Wuyuan County. When he landed on the ground, the old man still couldn't believe his eyes. He rubbed his blurry eyes and looked around. At this moment, the sleepy child beside him also became energetic. He looked at the lights in the distance and shouted, Grandpa, look, this is the Zhu family village. Over there is the locust tree planted by the saints. Thank you, Master, thank you. The old man was crying tears of joy. He knew that he had met a benefactor and was able to escape with his life. He hurriedly shouted, Who has come to my Zhu family village? The old man and the child's voice traveled far in the night sky. Not far away, a flame flashed in the darkness and several lanterns appeared from the ground. A voice also came from the ground. Chapter 3846. Under the light of the lantern several zhang away from Xiaohua, there is a simple barrier made of stones and sacks erected there. Behind the barrier is a deep pit. Several men dressed in martial attire jumped out of the pit with steel blades and other weapons in their hands and lanterns in their hands. They walk very cautiously towards Xiaohua. I am Xiaohua. Taoist name is Taoist Master Xiao. Xiaohua is not like ordinary cultivators who ignore these worldly servants and directly release their divine sense to lure Zhucheng out. Instead he indifferently announces his name. You are Taoist Master Xiao? These men have obviously heard of Xiaohua's name. Hearing Xiaohua announce his name they are shocked. They slightly raise their lanterns wanting to see clearly. Ghost. Before these men can see Xiaohua's appearance, the old man next to Xiaohua screams and collapses on the ground. Ghost. The old man collapses. How can the group of servants still care about Xiaohua's appearance? They all shout, throw their lanterns on the ground, retreat in panic, or brandish their steel blades in an attempt to defend. Xiaohua coldly snorts. This is only this old man's illusion technique. Where did this ghost come from? Xiaohua flicks his hand and a fireball flies into the air, illuminating the surrounding several zhang. Oh, it really is Taoist Master Xiao. It is Taoist Master Xiao. This little one has seen a portrait of Taoist Master at the young master's place. This little one has even kowtowed in front of Taoist Master Xiao's portrait. Several servants started to shout at the same time, but no one dared to step forward. Although the old man understands that this is Xiaohua's illusion technique, he was so scared that he collapsed on the ground. How can he stand up? Who is here? Oh, isn't this Taoist Master Xiao? Just as they are talking from the darkness of Zhujia village, an old man over 40 years old in embroidered clothes flies over. When the old man sees Xiaohua he immediately shouts in surprise. He lands in front of Xiaohua and bows. This one is Zhu Chongxing, greetings benefactor. Xiaohua has already seen this old man's appearance. He should be one of the Zhujia disciples he rescued from the prison of the Copper Pillar State more than 20 years ago. At this moment he smiles and helps Zhu Chongxing up. Get up. Is Zhucheng in the village? My family head is in the villa. Zhu Chongxing stood up and said happily, if he knows that you are visiting he will definitely. Oh, please wait a moment, I will ask the family head to come out and welcome you. No need. Just as Xiaohua was about to stop him, Zhu Chongxing had already waved his hand. A two-colored true qi that was like a rainbow flew into the air, transforming into a rainbow bridge that fell into the villa. As the rainbow bridge fell, a slight rumbling sound came from inside the villa. A scroll flew out carrying several Confucian scholars. Several rays of clear light swept over Xiaohua and the others, then fell on Xiaohua's face. In front of Xiaohua, a voice familiar to Xiaohua cried out, Xiao? Taoist Xiao. Ah, old Master Zhu, it's been almost 20 years since we last met. You're still as elegant as ever. Xiaohua smiled as he walked over and cupped his hands in greeting. The person in front of him was naturally Zhucheng. However, at this time, Zhucheng looked somewhat old, far from a Confucian expert who had refined his qi and returned to the divine. Taoist Xiao is the real immortal. Zhucheng activated the scroll and brought everyone down. He walked a few steps and was about to kneel down. He said, I often thought of Taoist, but I really didn't expect that Taoist would come today. Even more so, I didn't expect that Taoist's appearance hadn't changed at all. How could Xiaohua let Zhucheng kneel down? He hastily helped him up, and the people behind Zhucheng who were about to kneel down were also helped up by Xiaohua. Xiaohua smiled again and said, I was also passing by because of some troublesome matters. I thought of the past and specially came to see old Master Zhu. I don't dare. Taoist can just call me Zhucheng. I don't deserve this title in front of Taoist. Zhucheng hastily waved his hand. Then call me fellow immortal Zhu. Xiaohua said with a smile. I'll listen to Taoist's instructions. Zhucheng hastily smiled. He looked at the old man on the ground, the donkey cart and the children behind Xiaohua, then asked, Taoist, what's the troublesome matter? I wonder if I can help you? Let me ask you, did your Zhu family village have you Zhongquan from Yifeng country of Yu province come to visit? Xiaohua asked with a smile. Yu province? Yu Zhongquan? Zhucheng frowned and shook his head slightly. I don't know this fellow immortal. Where did Taoist hear this from? Or Zhu Xiang? This Yu Zhongquan is about the same age as Zhu Xiang. Xiao Hua explained. Jin is studying hard in the study. I've never heard of anyone coming to visit him. Zhu Qing shook his head even more. At this time an old man behind Zhu Qing hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, Big brother Jin what about him? Zhu Qing was startled. He turned his head and said, He's not in the study? Jin should be in the study of Qilong Courtyard. However, just as Taoist Xiao said, he did invite some old friends to come to my Zhu family village. This damned unfilial son. Zhu Qing was furious when he heard this, but when he looked at Xiao Hua he suppressed his anger and said in a low voice, I've let Taoist see a joke. My unfilial son invited some old friends behind my back. The Yu Zhongquan that Taoist spoke of is probably among them. Seeing Zhu Cheng's appearance, Xiao Hua immediately understood how Zhu Xiang's indecisive character was formed. However, he couldn't say too much. He smiled and said, Taoist Zhu, please help me confirm. Taoist Xiao, please wait a moment. I'll be right back. The old man behind Zhu Qing agreed. He flew into the air and landed inside the Zhu family village. Zhu Qing opened his mouth as if he wanted to ask something but closed it again. Xiao Hua looked at this thoughtfully. In fact, if he didn't care about Zhu Cheng's face and released his divine sense, how could he not see it? However, since the Zhu family people didn't use divine sense techniques to send messages, maybe there was something fishy about it. Xiao Hua was happy to go with the flow. Also, Xiao Hua pointed at the old man beside him and explained, I met this person when I was passing by Wuyun County. I don't know his name, but seeing how pitiful he is, I asked Taoist Zhu to take him in. Of course. Zhu Qing was deeply touched by Xiao Hua's kindness. He didn't think it was strange at all and hurriedly replied, This is just a small matter for me. It's nothing. Thank you, Master Zhu. Thank you, Taoist Xiao. The old man was finally able to stand up and hurriedly kowtowed again. Xiao Hua smiled and helped the old man up. Now you won't say I'm a ghost, right? While speaking, Xiao Hua slightly paid attention to Zhu Cheng's expression. Sure enough, Zhu Cheng's eyebrows jumped and his eyes flashed with panic. I don't dare. It's all my fault. The old man bowed to Xiao Hua and said with a smile, Hey, where did you get this grain? At this time, Zhu Cheng's gaze fell on the donkey cart behind Xiao Hua. He looked at the grain beside the child and asked in surprise. The old man looked at the grain on the cart and thought of the grain left on the roadside. He said with a regretful tone, This was all given by Taoist Xiao. Just now Taoist Xiao scattered a lot of it in Wuyun County. Taoist Xiao. Zhu Qing turned to look at Xiao Hua and asked carefully, This grain, how much do you have? I came to Zhu family village from afar and haven't had a sip of hot tea. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Zhu Cheng's face slightly reddened. He hurriedly bowed and said, It's all my fault. Taoist Xiao, please. Okay. Xiao Hua nodded. Fellow Taoist Zhu, please lead the way. Light clouds appeared under Zhu Cheng's feet. He led Xiao Hua and a group of Zhu family disciples into Zhu family village. As for the old man who didn't say his name in the end, he was also led by 2 guards into Zhu family village. Presumably with the protection of Zhu family, he wouldn't have to worry about making a living in the future. The entire Zhu family village didn't have any origin formation protecting it. It was no different from an ordinary village. Xiao Hua followed Zhu Qing and landed in a guest hall. The hall was rather simple. Apart from a few tables and chairs, there were only some flowers and trees. There was no other decoration. At the head of the hall there was a portrait hanging on the wall. The scroll of the portrait looked old, but it was unusually spotless. Faintly, there was a layer of extremely dim treasure light emitting from the portrait. Xiao Hua's gaze fell on the portrait. He looked at the old man wearing Confucian robes and a Confucian crown. He had a serene expression and clear eyes, as if he understood everything in the world. He already understood that this must be the famous great Confucian Zhu Shi of Zhu family. Therefore, without waiting for Zhu Qing to say anything, Xiao Hua stepped forward and bowed. Junior Xiao Hua greets Senior Zhu Shi. Zhu Qing and the other Zhu family disciples were gratified. They hurriedly tidied their clothes and retreated to the side. They bowed back and said, Thank you, Taoist Xiao. After the greeting, Zhu Qing invited Xiao Hua to sit at the guest seat at the table under the portrait. He accompanied Xiao Hua on the other side. When someone brought fragrant tea, Zhu Qing personally poured a cup for Xiao Hua and said with a smile, "Daoist Xiao is a Daoist senior. You usually drink spirit tea. I don't have any good tea here. This is fragrant tea that I personally went to Maoqing Mountain to pick and stir-fry last year. Although it can't compare to the spirit tea of Daoist sect and perhaps not to the tea of Chanyu country, it is superior in that it was made with the jinqi of my Confucian cultivator. Daoist Xiao can taste it." Xiao Hua smiled and raised his cup. He took a sip, but he felt that there was a kind of bitterness in it. This bitterness didn't turn into sweetness like the spirit tea. Moreover, when the tea entered his stomach, it didn't turn into any jinqi. He knew that it was as Zhu Qing said. But just as Xiao Hua was about to put down the fragrant tea, his heart skipped a beat and he took another sip. He felt the bitterness at the tip of his tongue faintly release some layers. After tasting it a little more carefully, there were actually some mixed feelings. He unconsciously took another sip, letting the tea overflow in his mouth for a moment before swallowing it into his stomach. Good. Xiao Hua put down the teacup and praised. The path of Confucian cultivator emphasizes the tempering of the world. If you don't experience the various states of the world, you won't understand the essence of the noble spirit. Zhu family is worthy of being the descendant of a great Confucian cultivator. Just from a cup of tea you can make people taste so much. Old Sage Shu is really amazing. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign at the top right, choose to add friends, add a public account, search for Kidian's Hongwenwang and follow the public account. You won't miss any updates. Chapter 3847. Daoist Zhao's Confucian cultivation is indeed extraordinary. Zhu Qing puts down his teacup and says with a smile, "Although my Zhu family's clear heart tea is good, without someone like Daoist Xiao who understands the true essence of Confucian cultivation, how can you taste it?" Xiao Hua waves his hand and says, "Fellow immortal Zhu, you flatter me. I only have a feeling occasionally. It's nothing. Compared to your family with a long history, it's far inferior." Alas, how is the current Zhu family still a Confucian family? Zhu Qing bitterly smiles and shakes his head. Then, as if he has thought of something, he stands up and says respectfully, "Daoist Xiao, please come this way." Xiao Hua is slightly surprised. He follows Zhu Qing to the hall next door. This is also a hall, but it's slightly smaller than the previous one. This hall is even more simple and crude with only one incense burner table. On the wall behind the incense burner table in the same position as the hall, but a bit lower, there is also a portrait of Xiao Hua who is standing with his hands behind his back. Xiao Hua in the portrait is vivid and lifelike. His eyes are filled with determination and compassion. The Taoist robe he is wearing is the one he was wearing when he saved Zhu Qing that day. When Xiao Hua sees this, he immediately understands what Zhu Qing wants to do. Sure enough, Zhu Qing takes out a rather old-looking red chair and respectfully places it in front of the incense burner table. He says softly, "Benefactor, I greeted you before to welcome you. Now I would like to invite you to take a seat. My family would like to thank you for your kindness." That's inappropriate. Xiao Hua waves his hand and says, "I didn't mean to save you. Moreover, fellow immortal also paid me back that day. After I accept it, we are even. Now there is no need to make such a big fuss." Zhu Qing says with a smile, "Benefactor is wrong. That day Benefactor saved me and a dozen of my family members. I used the Zhu family's ancestral treasure to repay you. On one hand, I was really grateful at that time and wanted to give the best thing of my Zhu family to Benefactor. On the other hand, to be honest, my Zhu family has been dragged down for tens of thousands of years because of that treasure. I was tortured in prison, so I also wanted to leave and throw it away. Giving it to Benefactor is really a bit of a misfortune. Thinking about it, I feel very guilty. However, fortunately, it seems that Benefactor didn't feel burdened because of it. I feel a bit relieved." Indeed. Hearing Zhu Cheng's words, Xiao Hua also felt a bit strange and asked, "This Xiao has never met anyone from a scholarly family who has come to ask about this item. Since your Zhu family has been forced by other families, why haven't they come to this Xiao?" Zhu Qing thought for a moment and smiled bitterly. Maybe they don't believe the authenticity of the news. Or perhaps their benefactor's whereabouts were uncertain and they couldn't find him in a short time. Or perhaps they just don't want this thing to fall into the hands of my Zhu clan. As for the Dao sect, they don't care? Yes, of course. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. After rescuing Li Xiang from the Copper Pillar state, he hadn't stayed in the Black Wind Ridge for long. Later, the Black Wind Ridge was flattened by Sun Jian's troops, and those scholarly families couldn't find any traces of him. Of course, it was more likely that they did not believe the news and did not believe in the existence of the enlightenment of heavenly writing. Otherwise, they would have followed Duanmu Liangxing to the Misty Mountain Maze formation. Of course, this is nothing, Zhu Qing said solemnly. What I want to thank our benefactor the most is that you lifted the curse of my Zhu clan. Oh, I understand. Xiao Hua nodded and smiled. So fellow immortal Zhu is here for this. That's right, Zhu Qing said respectfully. Compared to the grace of being saved by our benefactor, this grace is completely beneficial to my Zhu clan's descendants. If we don't enshrine our benefactor's portrait, if we don't pay our respects to our benefactor, my Zhu clan won't have the face to exist in this world. Forget it. Xiao Hua nodded. If I refuse again, I'll be hypocritical. Benefactor, please take a seat. Zhu Qing respectfully invited Xiao Hua to sit. Then, everyone knelt at Xiao Hua's feet according to their status. Not only that, but in a moment, the Zhu clan's descendants also came forward and knelt down to kowtow to Xiao Hua to show their gratitude for breaking the curse. Although everyone in the Zhu clan had to thank Xiao Hua, the Zhu clan was indeed in decline. In less than an hour, everyone had finished paying their respects. Then Zhu Qing invited Xiao Hua to take a seat in the hall. What surprised Xiao Hua was that Zhu Xiang didn't appear. The old man who was looking for Yu Zhongquan also didn't come back. After Xiao Hua sat down again, Zhu Qing poured tea for him and asked curiously, "Actually, there's something I don't understand. I'd like to ask our benefactor." "Hehe, do you want to ask me how I knew that the Zhu clan's descendants were cursed?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Indeed." Zhu Qing nodded. "Where the curse of my Zhu clan came from and when it came from even I don't know. What's more about the curse of my Zhu clan? My ancestors never told anyone about it. How did you know? Moreover, this curse was extremely insidious. My Zhu clan tried everything to break it but couldn't. All the men's cultivation was restricted and all the women suffered. Our benefactor saved my Zhu clan from the abyss of suffering with just a few medicinal pills. I won't hide it from our benefactor. Perhaps I won't be able to see the rise of the Zhu clan in my lifetime, but without the curse, my Zhu clan will return to the top of the list of scholarly families sooner or later. How did our benefactor get such a miraculous medicinal pill? Haha. Xiao Hua laughed. He looked into Zhu Cheng's eyes and said word by word, "Perhaps you'll know about this in the future. However, at this time, forgive me for not being able to speak frankly." Hehe, it doesn't matter. Zhu Cheng said with a smile. No matter what, our benefactor is our Zhu clan's benefactor. It doesn't matter whether I know or not. While they were talking, an indescribable cold wind suddenly blew in from outside the hall. Not to mention the other Zhu clan disciples in the hall. Even Zhu Qing trembled and raised his head to look outside. However, after a short while the cold wind passed and everything returned to normal. There wasn't anything particularly strange about it. Zhu Cheng's complexion returned to normal. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Fellow immortal Zhu, what's going on with Wuyun County? The ghost that the old man spoke of. What's going on?" Hearing Xiao Hua ask about Wuyun County, Zhu Cheng's face became sad. He said in a low voice, "I'm also very clear about the situation in Wuyun County. Not only Wuyun County but Jingyue County and Fanchong County had also become ghost towns. Many people had starved to death in this disaster, and there were even more people who had committed inhumane acts in order to survive. For example, cannibalism could be found everywhere. Alas, not to mention these three counties, even the entire Fengxiang country is covered in disasters. Even if we're cultivators, it's extremely difficult to fight against the heavens. The Immortal Palace is the head of the Confucian cultivators in the hidden Immortal Continent. In these past few years, the Immortal Emperor has repeatedly issued immortal decrees, ordering the officials of the Rain tribe to rain everywhere to quell the disasters. However, the promised favorable weather has never appeared. Of course, when Benefactor mentioned Wuyun County, I also feel ashamed. Wuyun County is the foundation of my Zhu clan. This Zhu clan manor used to be the pride of Wuyuan County. Unfortunately, the current Zhu clan is far from the previous Zhu clan. Even if I want to help the people of Wuyuan County, I don't have the strength to spare. When Benefactor came to my Zhu clan manor, you must have already seen the barrier blocking the main road. In fact, at the very beginning when the disaster just started, I often gave away food at the manor. However, in the end, not only did my Zhu clan run out of food, I was also powerless to deal with the vagrants attacking my Zhu clan manor. Therefore I had no choice but to use this method. Xiaohua looked at Zhu Qing and raised his hand with a smile. He took out a Qiankuan pouch and handed it to Zhu Qing, saying, "In that case, these are for you. Can you tell the truth?" This much? Zhu Qing knew that Xiaohua had food in his hands. However, when he received the Qiankuan pouch, his expression changed greatly. Just as he said, cultivators have great magical abilities and boundless magic power. However, to be able to make so much food appear out of thin air has already surpassed the scope of magic power. Xiaohua retracted his smile, narrowed his eyes and lightly said, "This amount of food is enough to solve the disaster in Wuyuan County. This Xiao's strength alone is insufficient, so it is difficult for me to distribute it fairly. I presume that Zhu family is much more skillful than this Xiao. This matter will be left to Zhu family." "Yes, I understand. I thank Taoist Xiao for his great kindness on behalf of all the people of Wuyuan County." Zhu Qing hastily stood up and saluted Xiaohua again. Xiaohua's face didn't have much of a smile. When Zhu Qing stood up, he said indifferently, "Zhu Qing, you're really too polite today. However, if you really treat me as your benefactor, why are you hiding something from me?" "Benefactor?" Zhu Cheng's face revealed an awkward expression. He was still somewhat hesitant. Xiaohua sighed and said, "When I came here, I knew that Zhu clan was the master. Therefore, I respected Zhu clan very much and didn't release my divine sense to investigate. If fellow Taoist Zhu doesn't want to tell me, do you want me to investigate it myself?" "Big brother." Just when Zhu Qing was hesitating whether or not to speak, an untimely voice came from outside. Soon after, the old man who flew away to find Yu Zhongquan flew back. As soon as he landed, he hastily shouted, "Jin or he." However, when he saw Xiaohua sitting on the seat of honor, he also had some misgivings. He looked at Zhu Qing and wanted to send a sound transmission, but he didn't dare. "Speak," Xiaohua said coldly, "unless you don't speak. Even if you send a sound transmission, I can still hear it." "Speak." Zhu Qing waved his hand and helplessly ordered. "Taoist Xiao." The old man hastily said, "The Yu Zhongquan you're looking for should have been invited by Jing'er. Several months ago he came from Yifeng country to our Zhu clan manor. I've already asked the servants who take care of Jing'er's daily life." When he heard that Yu Zhongquan had already been in Zhu clan manor for several months and he didn't know, Zhu Cheng's face became somewhat unsightly. However, the old man's next words shocked him greatly. At this time, Yu Zhongquan and more than 10 other young juniors, under Jing'er's lead, have already entered the Yuang Ghost Cave. Zhu Qing exclaimed, "You didn't catch up? Do you want to know more exciting developments in the legend of the Cultivation God? Open WeChat now, click the plus sign at the top right, choose to add your friends, add your public account, search for Kidian's Hongwenwang and follow the public account. You won't miss any new updates. Chapter 3848. Little brother heard the news from little servant Jean and immediately flew to Yuang Ghost Cave to catch up with them before they entered. But when little brother released my divine sense, where was their trace? Little brother was afraid that my divine sense was wrong, so I rushed to the ghost cave but still couldn't find them. That old man hurriedly replied, "Are you sure they have already entered?" Zhu Qing asked somewhat anxiously. After all, Zhu Xiang was his son and Xiaohua was looking for Yu Zhongquan. Little brother can't be too sure. That old man hesitated and said, "After all, today is the 15th of July, little brother can't get too close to the ghost cave." "Oh? Why is it the 15th of July again?" Xiaohua, who was listening carefully at the side, was stunned. Previously, when Xiaohua met Huang Yi at Tianmen Mountain, it was the Ghost Festival on the 15th of July. Now that he arrived at Hidden Immortal Continent, he met Huang Yi's reincarnation, Chang Yuan. He just accepted Chang Yuan as his disciple, and now it was the Ghost Festival. Even though Zhu Qing had yet to reveal the truth, Xiaohua already had a feeling that this matter was definitely related to the malicious ghosts and wandering souls. But this time the one involved is Yu Zhongquan. 15th of July. While Xiaohua was stunned, Zhu Cheng's face also turned extremely pale. He clenched his fists and said angrily, "This unfilial son. Since he knew that today is the Ghost Festival, how could he rashly enter Yuan Ghost Cave? Isn't this courting death?" "Big brother," that old man said in a low voice, "if you want to seal the Ghost Cave, you can only use the blood essence of my Zhu family's son during the Ghost Festival. Even I don't dare to do this kind of thing. How can he cultivate?" Although Zhu Qing called him an unfilial son, he still worried about Zhu Xiang's safety. Isn't this all because of Big Brother?" That old man stole a glance at Zhu Qing and muttered in a low voice, "Fellow immortal Zhu, at this time, you still don't want to tell the truth?" Xiaohua said indifferently, "If so, don't blame me for not caring anymore." "AI benefactor." Zhu Qing bowed and said, "It's not that I don't dare to tell benefactor the truth. Benefactor is a Taoist cultivator, although you are proficient in Confucian cultivation, but this matter involves ghosts of the netherworld, which is not something ordinary cultivators can deal with. I don't want to drag benefactor into this trouble." "Oh, so this Xiao has wronged you?" Seeing Zhu Cheng's sincerity, Xiaohua nodded and said, "However, since this Xiao has come here because of Yu Zhongquan, this matter is already related to this Xiao. Unless this Xiao leaves and no longer cares about Yu Zhongquan's life or death, do you think this Xiao will not get involved?" "Woo." Just as Zhu Qing was about to speak again, a chilly wind blew in the hall again. Even the night sky outside the hall was filled with strange hissing sounds. "Ghost parade." Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and asked in a low voice. "That's right. Today is the 15th of July, this is the precursor to the 100 Ghosts Parade." Zhu Qing smiled bitterly. "But it's not time yet. The ghosts are still stirring in the Ghost Cave." "The Ghost Cave is near the Zhu clan village? Then the disaster in Wuyuan County, is it related to the Ghost Cave?" Xiaohua suddenly realized and asked while sucking in a breath of cold air. Zhu Qing looked at Xiaohua and bit his lips. He first nodded, then shook his head and said, "Daoist Xiao, the disaster in Fengxiang country is similar to the nearby countries. The disaster in Wuyuan County is also similar to the nearby counties. It is indeed a bit far-fetched to say that the disaster in Wuyuan County is related to the Ghost Cave." However, I don't know what Taoist Xiao saw in Wuyuan County, but the filth in the dark is much more serious than the other places. In particular, the Yin energy in Wuyuan County is heavy. Some things that are hard for ordinary people to understand are often found. These should be related to the Ghost Cave. Do the people in Wuyuan County know? Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He looked at the night sky outside the hall and asked thoughtfully. Zhu Qing shook his head. "How could I dare to let them know? Although the people in Wuyuan County are ordinary people, they are still people. They should have the right to know." Xiaohua said word by word, "You shouldn't hide it from them." "But," Zhu Qing said awkwardly, "these ghost caves need the yang energy of living people to suppress them. If the people in Wuyuan County knew about this, wouldn't Wuyuan County be empty? Without the yang energy, the ghost cave will be even more destructive. My Zhu clan village won't be able to." At this point, Zhu Qing suddenly realized something and hurriedly shut his mouth. Xiaohua's expression slightly changed. He withdrew his gaze from the night sky and stared at Zhu Qing. "Fellow Taoist Zhu, your Zhu clan has always been guarding this place. Could it be that you are guarding the Ghost Cave?" Zhu Qing did not reply. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the portrait of Zhu Xi. After half a cup of tea's time, the dozen or so Zhu clan disciples behind Zhu Qing, who were qualified to enter the hall, lowered their heads and stared at the ground. They appeared to be somewhat sorrowful and aggrieved, but there was more pride in their eyes. "That's right," Zhu Qing said, "our Zhu clan's ancestors taught us that this matter is our Zhu clan's secret. Zhu clan's disciples must never leak it out. Now that Benefactor has given our Zhu clan a new lease on life, you are not an outsider. Since Benefactor has seen through it, this humble one will not go against the ancestors' teachings. And this Shao understands. You are the backbone of Confucian cultivators. You are the support of the hidden immortal continent. Shao Hua sighed. Only by silently contributing and silently shouldering the burden can the human race of the hidden immortal continent prosper. Thank you for your hard work. Benefactor is too kind. Zhu Cheng's face blushed. He shook his head and said, although our Zhu clan's ancestors left behind instructions for our Zhu clan's descendants to guard the Zhu clan village for generations. But the curse of our Zhu clan for generations can only be alleviated by relying on the yin energy of this ghost cave. Therefore, even if our Zhu clan's descendants want to leave the Zhu clan village, they can't. I won't hide it from Benefactor. That day when the king of the Bronze Pillar State captured my Zhu clan, this humble one also had the will to die. I simply don't want to fall into this burden left behind by our ancestors. This burden is not something that ordinary people can imagine. Looking at Zhu Cheng's slightly aged appearance, Shao Hua suddenly understood the pain in this old man's heart. This pain is not only the physical pain but also the pain of the curse. More importantly, it is the pain of the responsibility in the heart. The responsibility that cannot be spoken by others and is harmed by others. If the Zhu clan was rejected by the curse and Confucian cultivator aristocratic family, they could naturally give up the mission of guarding the ghost cave and let the yin energy of the ghost cave spread, turning Wuyuan County and even Fengxiang country into a ghost region. However, the Zhu clan chose to endure the humiliation. Moreover, this humiliation has been endured for thousands of years. This pain, if not for the great Confucian aristocratic family that produced Sage Shu, how could they bear it? Suddenly Shao Hua seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly stood up and said, Zhu Qing, since Zhu Xiang has already fallen into the ghost cave, why are you still not worried? Previously you said that only the blood essence of the Zhu clan's descendant can seal the ghost cave. What does this mean? Benefactor, everything is too late. A trace of redness appeared on Zhu Cheng's face. He shook his head and said, the yin energy of the ghost cave is extremely heavy. Every 100 years it must be sealed once. And this seal's array is the blood essence of my Zhu clan's descendant. And the most glorious mission of my Zhu clan's successive patriarchs is to seal this ghost cave, using their own flesh and blood to block this ghost cave that can swallow the hidden immortal continent. Zhu Cheng's words once again shook Shao Hua's heart. What he saw today was really beyond his expectations. Every time a thin veil was removed from the Zhu clan's matters, it would shock him. Xiang is my Zhu clan's descendant. Although he is not the patriarch, as long as he enters the ghost cave, he will immediately be attracted by the seal inside the ghost cave. Other than using his life to trigger the seal, there is no other outcome. Even if Taoist master rushes to the ghost cave now, he will not be able to change this outcome. Zhu Qing smiled bitterly again and said, this outcome? I did not completely explain it to Xiang. I only vaguely told him some things. I only wanted him to know that his father's life is not long. He must change his shortcomings and be prepared to take over the Zhu clan's patriarch position and shoulder the heavy burden of the Zhu clan's ancestral teachings. However, he must have misunderstood and thought that as long as the ghost cave seal was sealed, Yu Zhongquan and the other young cultivators were also invited by him to reinforce the seal, right? Sigh. Hearing this, how could Shao Hua not understand the indecisive Zhu Xiang's filial piety? He originally wanted to blame Zhu Xiang, but facing this kind of filial piety, how could he still open his mouth? Shao Hua waved his hand and said, follow this Shao, benefactor, this is... Zhu Qing was somewhat puzzled. He followed a few steps and asked. At this time Shao Hua had already walked out of the hall. He squinted his eyes and looked at the full moon that poked its head out from behind the dark clouds in the sky. He said indifferently, since this Shao encountered this matter, how can I not help? Moreover, Yu Zhongquan is currently in the ghost cave, this Shao has no choice but to go and take a look. Seeing this, Zhu Qing said anxiously, benefactor, you don't understand. This matter is far from what benefactor's current divine ability can. This Shao understands very well. Shao Hua's figure flew into the air and said loudly, take this Xiao to the ghost cave. Wu. Almost at the same time as Xiao Hua, there seemed to be someone in the distance who was screaming at the top of his voice. Moreover, this scream spread far and wide in the night sky. How can this be? Zhu Cheng's face turned pale. Clouds also appeared under his feet and his figure rushed into the sky. Purple light and cloud threads flashed between his eyes. Xiao Hua was the first to fly into the air. His divine sense looked towards the source of the sound, but the strange thing was, other than ordinary mountain rocks and trees, he couldn't see anything strange at all with his divine sense. When he looked at Zhu Cheng again, not only was his face deathly pale, his lips were also trembling as if he had seen something inconceivable. Xiao Hua looked at Zhu Cheng's flashing purple light. In his mind he couldn't help but think of what he saw in the Tianmen mountain. He knew that Taoist divine sense had no effect on ghosts. Therefore he used his hand to point at the space between his eyebrows and softly said, Ji. He opened his Dharma eye and used the Buddhist sect's heavenly eye. See? When Xiao Hua saw everything clearly, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air again. Chapter 38-49. Under the night sky, wisps of netherworld qi filled the entire area. Within the blood-colored netherworld qi, the faint wails of ghosts and howls of wolves were gradually being emitted. The night wind that was blowing against his face was now gradually filled with the color of blood. Looking at the faint blood color again, the entire Zhu clan manor was shrouded in a layer of faint purple clouds. The moment the blood color touched the purple clouds, it immediately disappeared without a trace. Looks like the Zhu clan's ancestors did indeed make extremely thorough preparations. Xiao Hua swept a glance at the Zhu clan manor, then raised his eyes towards the source of the strange sound. Several hundred kilometers away, the outline of a blood-colored pillar of qi that soared into the sky gradually appeared. After a short moment, that outline became increasingly clear. It was very clear that the surrounding netherworld wind was blowing out from that pillar of qi. Xiao Hua pointed with his finger and said, That's the Netherwang Ghost Cave? Why is the netherworld in energy so heavy? Taoist master? How can you see the Yin energy? The purple clouds in Zhu Cheng's eyes quickly retracted. He looked at Xiao Hua and asked in astonishment. Xiao Hua said disapprovingly, My Dao sect's divine abilities are profound and unfathomable. It's not something that a Confucian cultivator like you can understand. This Xiao still has many such methods. Yes. A trace of joy appeared in Zhu Cheng's eyes. My Zhu clan's clear sight technique is different from the clear sight techniques practiced by other Confucian cultivators. Can clearly see Yin energy and otherworldly items. I didn't expect Benefactor to also have such a divine ability. Then the Phoenix Soaring Empire's once in 10,000 years disaster might be saved. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart unconsciously thumped. He said in astonishment, Fellow Taoist Jew, what do you mean? How did the ordinary ghost parade suddenly rise to a once in 10,000 years level? Zhu Qing pointed at the distant pillar of Yin energy that soared into the sky and said somewhat fearfully, That place isn't the Netherwang Ghost Cave that my Zhu clan guards. What? You're saying that place isn't the Netherwang Ghost Cave that you know of? Xiao Hua was even more shocked. Could it be that Wuyuan County has other ghost caves? That place isn't Wuyuan County. Zhu Cheng's teeth were somewhat chattering. That place is Jingyue County. Wu. Right at this moment, behind Zhu Cheng and Xiao Hua, another strange hiss sounded out, and it was exactly the same as before. Zhu Cheng and Xiao Hua were greatly alarmed. The two of them once again executed their divine abilities to investigate. Sure enough, under the moonlight, another blood-colored pillar of qi that seemed to reach the heavens emerged from the ground and pierced through the pitch-black night sky. Taoist Master Xiao, Zhu Cheng said anxiously, My cultivation is limited, so I can't see clearly. Did you see the Yin Qi? Is there anything else? Xiao Hua sucked in a deep breath, nodded and said, That's right, this Xiao saw it. It's a straight energy pillar. A pillar of air? Zhu Cheng was taken aback again, but then he smiled bitterly and said, I can only see the Yin Qi gushing out but not the Qi pillar. Looks like Taoist Zhao's cultivation has long since surpassed my expectations. Is that your Zhu family's Yuwang Ghost Cave? How could Xiao Hua think of concealing his cultivation at this time? He hastily asked. Zhu Qing shook his head once more. I'm sorry to disappoint you. That place isn't the Nether Wong Ghost Cave either. It's in the direction of Fanchong County. Just how many ghost caves are there? How come ghost caves have appeared in Fanchong County, Jingyue County and Weiyuan County? Xiao Hua said anxiously. Moreover, if these ghost caves are all opened, what kind of disaster will there be? What is the 10,000-year disaster you're talking about? Forget it. Seeing this situation, Xiao Hua already knew that the situation was urgent. He hastily shouted, now is not the time to investigate these reasons. Quickly take this Xiao to the Yu Wang Ghost Cave guarded by your Zhu family. Perhaps Zhu Xiang and Yu Zhongquan will still have a chance to survive. Zhu Qing naturally didn't want anything to happen to his child. As long as there is a chance of survival, he is willing to fight for it. After saying that, Zhu Qing flew up into the air and headed in a certain direction. The two of them flew for more than 100 miles, when Zhu Cheng's figure suddenly stopped in midair. We'll be there soon. Zhu Cheng's hands trembled slightly. Moreover, this one has already sensed the changes in the restriction inside the Yuan Ghost Cave. The Yin Qi tonight is really powerful. Even with little Yan's blood essence, I'm afraid this ghost cave will not be able to be sealed. Taoist Master Xiao, let's hurry up a bit. Perhaps this one's blood essence will be of use. Are you sure? Xiao Hua looked ahead. Among the mountains, there was a valley with a radius of several miles. This valley was completely barren. Through Xiao Hua's heaven's eye, there were wisps of netherworld wind blowing out from inside. Standing high above the mountain peak, the valley was like a fierce ghost opening its mouth, stretching straight into the night sky. Zhu Qing pointed his finger and said, this is the Yu Wang Ghost Cave. Xiao Hua looked at the valley that was several li wide, and a thoughtful expression appeared in his eyes. Previously he had taken it for granted that the ghost cave was just a cave, but when he thought about it, that ghost didn't have a physical body, so why would it need a cave? Taoist Master Xiao. A blush appeared on Zhu Cheng's forehead. He said in a low voice, follow this one in. In Xiao Hua's eyes he could see Zhu Cheng's qi and blood surging all over his body, like a layer of blood mist covering the surface of his body. Xiao Hua knew that the restriction inside the ghost cave had a great influence on Zhu Qing, so he hesitated for a moment before saying, this Xiao knows that your blood essence is useful, but in the current situation, Zhu Xiang has already entered the ghost cave. Your Zhu family only has your blood essence left. If you also die here in the future, if there are any movements in the ghost cave, who will guard it? This one. Zhu Qing bit his lip and said in a low voice, this one has a young son. This one should be able to. Oh? Without waiting for Zhu Qing to finish, Xiao Hua couldn't help but be surprised. Zhu Qing was a bit embarrassed and said, little Yan is not of great use. This one has to think of another way. Little Yan's actions may be related to some of this one's ideas. Forget it. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, you should go back. Your blood essence is useful, but now it seems that the sealing of a single ghost cave can't stop it. In particular, your young son is still young and still needs your guidance. The responsibility of guarding the ghost cave is great. The Zhu family can't be without a descendant. Leave this matter to this one. This. Zhu Qing was a bit hesitant. Go quickly. As Xiao Hua spoke, he released his divine sense and grabbed Zhu Qing. Wu. He sent Zhu Qing dozens of li away. Taoist. Zhu Qing involuntarily fell from the sky. He looked in the direction of the ghost cave with some shock. He fiercely stamped his foot and flew in the direction of the Zhu family village. But when he saw the left side of the Zhu family village, Zhu Cheng's gaze fell on a 100-year-old ancient willow on the mountain ridge in the night. His figure instantly froze on the spot. The scene of Zhu Xiang climbing on the willow in the past drowned his thoughts like a tide. Xiao Hua sent Zhu Qing away. He looked up at the increasingly dense netherworld energy in the air and his mind entered the space. Green-robed fellow Taoist, where are you? Jade Archive Xiao Hua appeared in the space and immediately called out. Green-robed Xiao Hua's figure flashed. He cupped his hands and said, does fellow Taoist Jade Archive have any orders? Jade Archive Xiao Hua looked at green-robed Xiao Hua with starlight flickering in his eyes. Green-robed Xiaohua immediately understood what Jade Archive Xiaohua was thinking. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Fellow Taoist is mistaken. This is netherworld energy. I am just a nascent soul cultivator. How can I resist it? Fellow Taoist should think of another way." Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "I can naturally protect the people of Wuyuan County. But I want to explore the ghost cave now. I can't split myself. Although other fellow Taoists also have divine abilities or even better than yours. But now, after all, only fellow Taoist can leave I. Fellow Taoist's nascent soul has now entered the spirit-severing stage. Of course you can leave your body. However, I am not the only one who can control a nascent soul, right? I still have more than 10,000 disciples in my hands to teach. You can't just watch I fall into an irrecoverable situation and let these disciples have no one to rely on." Green-robed Xiaohua was still unwilling. He blinked his eyes and argued. Jade Archive Xiaohua helplessly looked at green-robed Xiaohua and sighed. "I know that going to Wuyuan County this time is indeed dangerous. But we can't just watch these innocent people die in the ghost cave, right? Even if other fellow Taoists can control a nascent soul, how can they be as familiar as fellow Taoist? Besides, only fellow Taoist is proficient in the innate divine restriction Tao. If fellow Taoist doesn't go, who else can go?" Alas. Green-robed Xiaohua sighed. The vicissitudes of life in his mouth were very vivid. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have comprehended so many cultivation techniques. Green-robed fellow Taoist. Jade Archive Xiaohua said word by word. The more you comprehend, the more you gain. The heavier the burden on your shoulders. Moreover, fellow Taoist, taking risks today will also be the fruits of your labor in the future. Although I can force fellow Taoist to go, I know that fellow Taoist already has his own ideas. I still want fellow Taoist to decide for himself. Green-robed Xiaohua's eyes also flashed with starlight. However, after a moment he already understood the cause and effect. He immediately nodded and said, "I understand. Fellow Taoist can hand over the spirit fire, Kunlun mirror and other magic treasures to I. I will go to Wuyuan County to set up the formation. And if possible, I also want to set up defenses in the few nearby towns. The innate divine restriction Pleiades devil-devouring immortal formation should be of some use. Alright, I'll leave this matter to fellow Taoist. Save as many as you can. This is good karma. It's beneficial to both you and me." Jade Archive Xiaohua was overjoyed. He handed over everything to green-robed Xiaohua and then brought green-robed Xiaohua out of the space. Green-robed Xiaohua entered his lower dantian and controlled his formless nascent soul to fly out. When he saw the surging netherworld chi, he activated his escape technique and rushed into the distance. After arranging these things, Xiaohua opened his illusion breaker eyes. His eyes flashed with a faint green light as he carefully observed. This ghost cave was indeed different from the surrounding mountain ridges. Wisps of netherworld chi floated out like smoke in an area of several li. It really was like a huge cave. Xiaohua activated his magic power and looked into the depths of the ghost cave. Although Xiaohua's current cultivation hadn't reached the stage where he could explore the netherworld, several thousand zhang was nothing difficult. Chapter 3850. Xiaohua couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice when he saw thousands of feet below the ghost cave. His figure flashed and a yellow light flashed. Xiaohua's figure had already disappeared from his original position. He had charged into the ghost cave. Earth escape art was the earliest escape art of 5 elements that Xiaohua cultivated. Now it had reached a high level and he didn't need to rely on earth element items. He could use it as long as there was earth element energy in the air. Xiaohua exerted the earth escape art and rushed underground. His speed was not much slower than when he used the wind escape art in the air. The nether blood threads emitted from the ghost cave were different from the nether wind from before. When the blood threads wrapped around Xiaohua's body, they quickly corroded his protective golden light, and his Taoist robe was already in tatters. However, when these threads of blood that ordinary cultivators feared like tigers landed on Xiaohua's body, they could only emit sizzling sounds. On Xiaohua's skin, strands of strange patterns appeared. These patterns flashed and disappeared, unable to invade his body. Something's not right. This doesn't seem to be a simple nether wind. Xiaohua had encountered the nether wind and nether blood sea in Netherworld and Million Meng Mountains, so he was not unfamiliar with these blood threads. When these blood threads landed on his body, he immediately felt something was wrong. These blood threads contain a deathly stillness, an aura that can kill all living things. This is the aura of death. No matter if it was the netherworld in the gate of the Tao, the hell in the mouth of the Buddhist sect, or even the netherworld in the mouth of Confucian cultivators, all of them were extremely mysterious. No one knew the details behind them, and the reason for this was the aura of death. No matter how high a cultivator's cultivation base was, they were all living things with vitality. They couldn't go deep into the netherworld, which was filled with the aura of death, and couldn't use their divine abilities in the hell. Even the sole cultivators of Million Meng Mountains, who claimed to be the descendants of Hutu great god, didn't dare to touch the nether blood sea. If it's just the nether wind, it's fine. But if this aura of death rushes out with the size of hidden immortal continent, I'm afraid it will kill countless living things. Xiaohua was secretly worried in his heart as he moved underground. However, he immediately felt relieved. The netherworld chi that was spouted out from the two ghost caves didn't have any deathly chi. It wasn't that there wasn't any deathly chi inside, but it was extremely diluted by the boundless chi of heaven and earth on the hidden immortal continent. So much so that even with Xiaohua's cultivation he didn't notice it. Although the death chi emitted from the ghost cave Yuang, which was guarded by the Zhu family, was much more than the other ghost caves, it was nothing compared to the chi of heaven and earth. However, if it's so simple, Xiaohua was once again puzzled. Why would the Zhu clan's ancestors lay down a restriction here, and even let the successive generations of the Zhu clan's descendants guard the ghost cave? Looking into the depths of the ghost cave several thousand feet underground, there was a flying shuttle that was less than 100 feet in size. It was flashing with yellow clouds as it stopped at the bottom. About 1,000 feet below the flying shuttle, a thick layer of bloody mist was rolling violently. Loud sounds like a tsunami were emitted from within the mist. The range of this mist was extremely large, perhaps dozens of miles. Above the mist, there were countless armor inscriptions condensed into long strips that were piled up together. These long strips were filled with vast crystal threads. As the crystal threads flashed, there were indescribable visions. Some were the warnings of saints, some were the recitations of children, some were the images of immortal palaces, some were the images of mountains and rivers, and so on. Moreover, as the crystal threads flashed, each strip emitted an unparalleled will and aura of righteousness and perseverance. These auras and wills combined together to form a huge origin formation. This origin formation imprisoned the mist underground. What was special was that under the origin formation, there was a thin layer of Buddhist light. This Buddhist light was extremely obscure and was concealed by the clouds of the armor inscriptions. If one didn't have a Buddhist divine ability, it would be extremely difficult to detect. Before the layers of mist could come into contact with the long strips of the armor inscriptions, they were immediately melted by the Buddhist light. However, as the fog rolled more and more violently, the Buddha's light was almost drowned out. The blood-colored surface undulated up and down greatly, and its strength was also unparalleled. There were faintly visible gaps between the long strips that were originally composed of rules. Strands and strands of netherworld blood seeped out from these gaps and rushed into the ghost cave. Moreover, the netherworld blood was constantly corroding the long strips of the vast crystal threads. Every time the netherworld wind entered the long strips, the vast crystal threads would dim a bit. The vision inside was like a candle being blown out by the wind, suddenly extinguishing. Brother Zhu. Within the clouds of the flying shuttle, a slightly short Confucian scholar with a pale face asked in a low voice, This is the ghost cave that your Zhu family has been guarding for generations? Why is it different from what I thought? It's really too terrifying. In front of the Confucian scholar, the one controlling the flying shuttle with all his strength was naturally Zhu Xiang. The surface of his body was slightly overflowing with true qi, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Looking at his appearance, it seemed that he wanted to urge the flying shuttle to get closer to the Yuan array. Unfortunately, there was already too much netherworld wind rushing up, and the netherworld blood within it was violently corroding the outer layer of the flying shuttle. Moreover, the powerful force in the soil layer also prevented the flying shuttle from going any further. A trace of disappointment flashed in Zhu Xiang's eyes, and then he immediately withdrew his true qi. He turned to look at the Confucian scholar and nodded. Yes, what Brother Lu said is right. This is the ghost cave that I mentioned before. This is the end of the ghost cave. The yuan array that you saw in the clear eyes technique was set up by my Zhu family's ancestors. But another slightly fat Confucian scholar wiped the sweat on his cheeks and somewhat puzzled said, Brother Zhu, how come I only saw the yuan array and didn't see any ghosts? Ghosts are otherworldly items. If we don't have a special clear eyes technique, we shouldn't be able to see them. The one who spoke was Yu Zhongquan, who was standing behind Zhu Xiang. His face became even paler, but his mature eyes were full of determination. Brother Zhu, you're exaggerating. 2 feet behind the crowd, another Confucian scholar dressed in brocade clothes pressed his hands on the flying shuttle beside him. Streams of exquisite true qi were slowly sent from his body into the flying shuttle. This Confucian scholar's cultivation was obviously more powerful than Zhu Xiang and the others, and now he was still calm and unruffled as he said with a smile, this is admittedly a huge yuan array, and now it's inexplicably floating up and down, but that doesn't mean this is a ghost cave. Moreover, from what I know, the Zhu family doesn't have the strength to set up such a huge yuan array. Brother Zhu's idea of reviving the Zhu family's reputation is commendable, but you can't use this gimmick to deceive the brothers who helped you. Zhu Xiang opened his mouth wanting to explain something, but after a moment he smiled bitterly and said in a low voice, this Zhu knows that you brothers won't believe me. In fact, even this Zhu didn't believe it when my father told me. But now, seeing such a magnificent yuan array, this Zhu has no choice but to believe it. Moreover, my father said that there were many dangers and this Zhu has already sensed many of them. Hee, Brother Zhu, it's not that this little brother doesn't want to believe you. The Confucian scholar smiled and said, even if this yuan array was set up by your Zhu family's ancestors, what does it have to do with a ghost cave? Below the yuan array is the netherworld's Yin wind, and now the Yin wind is so strong that the yuan array is already unable to withstand it. Zhu Xiang almost couldn't suppress the impulse in his blood, and he couldn't suppress the instinctive fear in his heart. His teeth trembled slightly as he spoke in a low voice. I believe you, Yu Zhongquan said solemnly, not to mention the blood-colored Yin wind below the yuan array, even the surroundings of the flying shuttle are blowing Yin wind. Brother you can see it? The Confucian scholar surnamed Lu said in surprise, you don't seem to have used the clear eyes technique at all. This one's eyes have been able to see otherworldly items since young. Yu Zhongquan replied indifferently, that's why this one wants to be a wandering hero and sweep the world of ghosts. The tall Confucian scholar was also surprised, but he looked at Yu Zhongquan and asked Zhu Xiang, Brother Zhu, you invited us to help you, but now that the flying shuttle can no longer get close to the yuan array, shouldn't you make a move? Zhu Xiang gritted his teeth and nodded, that's right, this Zhu is truly grateful to all of you brothers. If it weren't for all of you driving this flying shuttle with this Zhu wouldn't have been able to get so close to the yuan array, and this Zhu's idea of repairing the yuan array would never have been realized. Brother Zhu is too polite. A few Confucian scholars with lower cultivations in the distance laughed and said, Uncle is too demanding of you, this is something we all know. If you can repair this yuan array today, Uncle Zhu will definitely have a whole new level of respect for you, this way our efforts won't be in vain. Zhu Xiang's heart warmed, but immediately after, the strangeness of the yuan array made him unable to calm down. He knew in his heart that things weren't good, he couldn't help but sigh, but he still smiled and said, you and I are friends who have gone through life and death together. Otherwise this Zhu wouldn't have invited all of you here. This Zhu appreciates all of your kindness. If this Zhu is unable to repay all of you in this life, this Zhu hopes to get to know all of you again in the next life. What are you talking about? Brother Zhu. The Confucian scholar surnamed Lu who spoke before turned around and patted Zhu Xiang's shoulder, shouting, go and come back quickly, this little brother is still waiting for you to set up a banquet to celebrate. I'm still waiting for you to lead the entire Zhu clan to dominate the hidden immortal continent 50 years later. That's right. The group of Confucian scholars who only had the cultivation of Confucian scholars smiled and said, their smiles were filled with warmth. Boom. At this moment the originally shaking yuan array was suddenly lifted high up. Several long strips broke out from the yuan array. The strips rushed into the ground and immediately burst open. After a low chanting sound was heard, the vast crystal threads turned into countless armor inscriptions, and these armor inscriptions attracted countless tiny pillars of vast qi. Unfortunately, the moment these vast qi pillars appeared, they were already blown away by the netherworld wind that came out from the gaps of the yuan array. As for the flying shuttle that Zhu Xiang and the others were riding at this moment, it was violently shaking. The clouds outside the flying shuttle disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although the Confucian scholars couldn't see the yin qi of the underworld, the bone-chilling cold made them feel that something was wrong. Chapter 38:51. Not good. The tall Confucian cultivator's expression changed and he hurriedly shouted, Brother Zhu, hurry, my earth shuttle can't hold on any longer, and there's no time to fix your formation. We have to return quickly. Well, Zhu Xiang's eyes became even more resolute, and he shook his head, I won't return until I fix this formation. Zhu Xiang. The Confucian cultivator hurriedly shouted, do you want to die? You're just a scholar, it's enough that you have filial piety. Moreover, as long as there's life, there's hope. While my earth shuttle can still hold on, let's hurry back to the surface. Tomorrow or after we're fully prepared, it won't be too late to fix the formation. Zai. Zhu Xiang looked at the formation and saw another long piece being blown out. He narrowed his eyes and shook his head, Brother Song, you're right. I didn't prepare well enough and I don't know enough about this formation. But now that I'm here I can feel that this is where my destiny lies. Brothers, I'm going out now, you wait? What are you talking about? Brother Song said angrily, we're brothers, how can we leave you here alone? Go. With that, Brother Song urged his true qi to change the direction of the shuttle, and the Confucian cultivators worked together to drive the shuttle out of the ground. However, an indescribable suction force was emitted from the origin formation. It was as if a large hand was tightly grabbing onto the flying shuttle. Everyone exerted all their strength, but the flying shuttle flew up an inch. It even fell a few feet towards the origin formation. Brother Song. Seeing this, Zhu Xiang smiled miserably and shouted, hurry and open the shuttle. As long as I fly out, the shuttle can be activated immediately. This. Brother Song was hesitant. There's no time. Seeing a few more pieces of vast crystal falling out of the formation, and more netherworld wind blowing out, Zhu Xiang flew to the surface of the shuttle and said anxiously, Brother Song, if you don't want your brothers to die with me, hurry up and send me out. Alright. Brother Song clenches his teeth and opens the door of the shuttle a slit. Zhu Xiang jumped out of the shuttle without hesitation. Sure enough, as soon as Zhu Xiang flew out, the shuttle immediately moved and flew towards the ground. Zhu Xiang, on the other hand, had fallen into the layer of soil, and the suction force from the origin formation was holding him in place, preventing him from leaving. However, under the wind of the netherworld, the vital energy around his body was rapidly disappearing, and his entire body was blocked, preventing him from falling into the origin formation. It was as if the wind of the netherworld was preventing Zhu Xiang from falling into the origin formation. What should we do? At this point, Zhu Xiang was not afraid of death, but he did not want to die in vain. He would rather follow the warning in his heart and send his flesh and blood into the origin formation to die. Let me help you. Just as Zhu Xiang was caught between a rock and a hard place, Yu Zhongquan's voice rang out. Above Zhu Xiang's head, there was a flash of sword light. Yu Zhongquan controlled the flying sword with great difficulty and arrived beside Zhu Xiang. He grabbed Zhu Xiang, and the brilliance of the sword not only blocked the qi of the netherworld, but also brought Zhu Xiang towards the origin formation. Brother Yu. Zhu Yan was shocked and hurriedly cried out, how did you get out of the shuttle? Brother Zhu. Yu Zhongquan said faintly, others don't know the danger inside, but in my eyes I can see it clearly. Now that the yin wind in the netherworld is raging, the blood qi in the netherworld has rushed out of the origin formation. if Brother Zhu does not repair the origin formation, it will definitely cause the Yin Qi to completely leak out of the ghost cave. Although my cultivation is shallow and I can't be a real ranger, I can't do anything that can really enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. But if I want to accompany Brother Zhu to die, I can still do it. You don't understand. At this point, Zhu Xiang did not know how to explain to Yu Zhongquan. Whoosh. The qi of the netherworld suddenly fell and deeply caved in. Then it suddenly beat like a blood-red heart. Buzz. With a loud sound, the origin formation in the vicinity of dozens of miles was pushed up high. Dozens of vast crystals that formed the origin formation were sent flying. At the same time, dozens of hurricanes blew out from the gaps, roaring and blowing towards Zhu Xiang and Yu Zhongquan. Boom. Just as the origin formation was thrown high, Zhu Xiang's body fell into the origin formation like a meteor. The huge impact tore Yu Zhongquan's sword light into pieces. CSI. Countless small sounds came from Yu Zhongquan's body. The netherworld wind instantly blew into Yu Zhongquan's sword light. Not only did it corrode his clothes, it also destroyed the true qi protecting his body. The netherworld wind spiraled and rushed into his body. Zhu Xiang's body had not yet fallen into the origin formation when a very abrupt inscription armor flashed with a dim blood-red light and rushed out from the inner layer of the origin formation. The inscription armor was a faint human figure. This human figure was like a whirlpool that instantly passed through Zhu Xiang's body. Just as the human figure came out of Zhu Xiang's body, Zhu Xiang's face suddenly turned pale, but the human figure was full of blood. The blood essence in Zhu Xiang's body was actually sucked out by the inscription armor. Ha! The blood-red human figure let out a sigh like a Buddha, and the origin formation also flashed with a bright light following the sigh of the human figure. Woo! In the void, countless noble qi pillars rushed into the human figure. In a moment, the human figure was like a blood-red child body that suddenly expanded. Sacrifice my blood essence, sacrifice my soul, with my life I seal your ghost cave. The child body's aged voice let out an extremely obscure inscription. It rushed into the origin formation with countless noble qi. The entire origin formation's blood-red multicolored light mixed with wisps of clouds flowed between the noble crystals at an extremely fast speed. The places that were broken by the netherworld qi were repaired at an extremely fast speed. Even the origin formation that was raised high fiercely shrank back, forcefully suppressing the netherworld qi. Everything was developing according to Zhu Xiang's plan. However, the netherworld wind was only suppressed for a few breaths, and the origin formation was once again expanded by an even stronger counterattack. The child body that had not yet merged with the origin formation was immediately shattered by the impact. At the same time, more noble crystals broke away from the origin formation, and even more netherworld qi whistled and blew. Zhu Xiang's body that had lost his blood essence quickly withered, and in a few breaths of time, a small part of his body was blown away by the netherworld wind. As for Yu Zhongquan, the true qi around his body was invaded by the netherworld wind, and in a moment his body was also riddled with holes. It was obvious that he would not survive. On top of the netherworld wind, the flying shuttle that seemed to have escaped from danger was caught up by the netherworld wind after flying for only a few hundred feet. Under the fierce wind, the flying shuttle seemed to be swung around by a big hand. Not only was its brilliance dim, but the group of Confucian scholars inside was also spinning around, unable to support themselves. Everyone's face was pale and their hearts were filled with horror. Alas! A voice that was as old as the previous huge body came from the flying shuttle. This old man still came one step too late. The group of Confucian scholars who had already given up all hope opened their eyes. Within the clear eyes technique, the tall and thin Xiaohua fell from the sky. The netherworld wind that could extinguish all life blew against his bronze skin. Aside from the traces of golden light from before, it could not harm him at all. Here, save me. Inside the flying shuttle, the group of cultivators' true qi had long been exhausted. They shouted loudly, but they did not know if Xiaohua could hear them. Xiaohua held the mountain river seal in his hand, and his figure flew past the flying shuttle. A suction force rushed out of the mountain river seal and covered the entire flying shuttle. Boom! The entire flying shuttle was sucked into the mountain river seal. Immediately after, Xiaohua's gaze swept over Yu Zhongquan, and after a little investigation he knew that although he was unconscious his life was not in danger. His mind swept his body into the Kunlun immortal realm in the space, and handed him over to Tong Yuan to take care of. So, Daoist Xiao. Zhu Xiang was already on the verge of death, but when he saw Xiao Hua suddenly appear his eyes unexpectedly lit up, and he opened his mouth to call out, "Senior, why did you also come?" "Don't worry." Xiao Hua waved his hand and a few feet to the left of Zhu Xiang instantly produced a faint brilliance. This brilliance firmly protected him, but this layer of faint brilliance flickered rapidly in the netherworld wind. Obviously this layer of faint brilliance could not last for too long. "This Xiao will save you. If you have anything to say let's talk outside." While speaking Xiao Hua's mind wrapped around Zhu Xiang, wanting to take him into the space. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations his mind that could take metal and wood magnetism into the space was actually unable to move Zhu Xiang. Damn it! Xiao Hua understood that this was probably the effect of the origin formation below him. "No need to waste your magic power, Daoist Xiao," Zhu Xiang said in a low voice. "This little one's blood essence has been sucked away by the origin formation. Even if Daoist Xiao Hua saves this little one will not be able to live. Daoist Xiao Hua only needs to bring some words to my father. This little one will be endlessly grateful." Right. Xiao Hua looked at Zhu Xiang. His body had already lost more than half. He knew that even if he took him away he would most likely not be able to save him. Instead Zhu Qing would be sad to see his son's miserable state, so he dismissed the idea of taking Zhu Xiang away. "I'll have to trouble Daoist Xiao Hua to tell my father. This time this little one has disappointed him again." Zhu Xiang said weakly, "This little one originally wanted to help my father strengthen this seal, but I didn't expect that the Yin Qi of the underworld would be so strong tonight. Not only did this little one fail to strengthen the seal, I even threw away my life here. If Daoist Xiao Hua did not come, I'm afraid that even the 10 or so Confucian cultivator friends that this little one invited would have lost their lives in the ghost cave. This little one is really useless." "No." Right at this moment, a sorrowful and indignant voice came from behind Xiao Hua. Zhu Qing stepped on a scroll and hurriedly landed. "Xiang father was not disappointed this time." "Father." Zhu Xiang's bloodless face blushed and he said in a low voice, "Really? Father? Father hasn't said these words to this boy for a long time already. I remember that the last time was already 20 years ago, right? It was when this boy was reciting the Confucius scripture in the academy." At this point, Zhu Xiang suddenly came to a realization and said in alarm, "Father, this origin formation is too strange. You must not go near it. Otherwise it will be extremely dangerous." Xiang. Seeing that his son still remembered to warn him before his death, Zhu Qing could not help but cry. The grief in his heart was like a knife cutting through his heart. Chapter 3852. Xiao Hua waved his hand and used his nascent soul hand to firmly control Zhu Qing and the book under his body, resisting the powerful suction force of the origin formation. "Father, boy is unworthy. I have disappointed you too much in this life." Zhu Xiang's mind was somewhat fuzzy. Looking at the distant Zhu Qing he said, "Boy has indeed worked very hard, but he still couldn't reach father's expectations. Boy himself is also very discouraged. However, father, until now boy finally understood, boy is not the kind of person who wants to be a hero. Boy's character is weak, boy doesn't know how to speak, boy is indecisive. But father, not everyone in this world can be a hero. If everyone wants to be a hero, who will applaud heroes? Boy is to applaud people. Father, you often say that man can conquer the heavens, everything can be cultivated, but boy in this kind of cultivation is very unsatisfactory. Boy doesn't want to do those things that go against the nature of boy." Xiang. Zhu Qing never thought that his son's heart would be so bitter. For a moment he didn't know what to say. "Boy is gone. Father, you don't have to worry about boy anymore. Little brother Zheng is still young. Boy also can't see whether he is similar to boy. But father, if he is also like boy, please don't force him. After all, it is better to live more happily in this world." Saying this, the spirit in Zhu Xiang's eyes gradually faded, and a shadow slowly emerged. Although Xiaohua imprisoned him, the death qi in the netherworld wind still captured Zhu Xiang's soul. Xiang. Zhu Qing bit his lips, blood flowed out from his teeth. He tried his best to urge his true qi to rush out of Xiaohua's nascent soul hand. Zhu Qing, do you also want to throw away your life? Xiaohua laughed coldly and asked. With this Xiao's cultivation, I've just resisted the suction force of this origin formation. So long as you struggle free from this Xiao's technique, you'll definitely suffer the same fate as Zhu Xiang. Even if I die, I also want to accompany Xiang. Zhu Qing said without hesitation. Buzz buzz. A powerful impact sound came from below the origin formation. The origin formation that the Zhu clan had been guarding for an unknown period of time could no longer hold on. When the Buddha's light and the clouds disappeared, hundreds of gaps appeared in the origin formation in an instant. Within dozens of miles, streams of netherworld qi rushed out from these gaps and formed a huge netherworld blood pillar that was ready to shoot out of the ghost cave. Seeing Zhu Xiang's soul was about to fall into the netherworld wind, Xiaohua's heart moved. He took the willow branch in his hand and waved it towards the shadow. Zhu Xiang's the willow and Zhu Xiang's soul fell into the willow. Willow's soul also fell into the willow. Willow's soul fell into the willow. Willow's soul also fell. Soul fells. Hua. When Xiaohua put the willow branch into his space, Zhu Xiang's soul also entered the spaces inside. As for his body, Xiaohua withdrew his spiritual power and immediately turned into ashes. Even if Xiaohua wanted to take it away, he couldn't. Xiang. Zhu Qing couldn't see Zhu Xiang's soul. He didn't know that Zhu Xiang's soul had already fallen into Xiaohua's spaces inside, but father and son were connected. When Zhu Xiang's soul was destroyed, Zhu Qing felt a sharp pain in his heart. He shouted loudly. Xiaohua didn't wait for him to finish shouting. His yuaning hand grabbed him. He looked back at the Buddhist light inside the origin formation and shouted, "Go!" As Xiaohua flew out with the soulless Zhu Qing, the yuan formation inside the yuan ghost cave had completely collapsed. Boundless netherworld qi mixed with death qi rushed out of the ghost cave just like the netherworld blood pillar that Xiaohua had seen before, and pierced straight into the night sky. This was already the third blood pillar that had appeared. Looking at the three netherworld qi pillars around him, Xiaohua's eyes became solemn. He brought Zhu Qing, who had been silent all this time, back to the Zhu family village. After waiting for a moment, he asked, "Zhu Qing, I'm very sorry about Zhu Xiang's matter." "No need." Zhu Qing waved his hand and said, "This is the fate of my Zhu family's descendants. Xiang died in the ghost cave. He died a worthy death. His death is heavier than a mountain peak. And it's good that you understand." Xiaohua nodded. He pointed at the three netherworld qi pillars and said, "However, today's crisis seems to have just begun. As for what the real crisis is, it seems like you also don't know. I hope that you and I can work together to stop this crisis and save a few more lives. We can't let Zhu Xiang die in vain in the ghost cave." "Yes, this one understands." Zhu Qing took a deep breath. He nodded and said, "This one will definitely turn grief into strength and help Taoist Xiao to bring grace to the Phoenix Soaring Kingdom." Xiaohua nodded and immediately asked, "Good, you should explain the Zhu family's matter clearly. How many ghost caves are there in the Phoenix Soaring Kingdom?" Zhu Qing looked at the Zhu family manor under his feet and said, "Good to let benefactor know. Although my Zhu family has always been guarding this ghost cave Yuang, even this one's 3 generations of ancestors did not encounter any special abnormalities. That ghost cave Yuang is sealed by the blood essence of the 3 generations of Zhu family patriarchs. Every year during the ghost festival, there is only yin qi spewing out, covering the surrounding 100 li. Even if there is an otherworldly item moving at night within the yin qi, when the rooster crows, all the yin qi and otherworldly items will disappear. It is no different from the legends of the secular world. Therefore, my Zhu family only knows that there is this ghost cave Yuang in Wuyuan County. We don't know if there are other ghost caves in Wuyuan County. We also don't know if there are other ghost caves in Jingyue County and Fanchong County. As for how many ghost caves there are in the Phoenix Soaring Kingdom, I'm afraid that only the 18 kings of hell know. So, you also don't know what kind of calamities there are in the ghost caves." Xiaohua slightly frowned. "But what is the 10,000-year calamity you mentioned?" I'll let Benefactor know. Zhu Qing hurriedly explained, when I was a child I went to Fanchong County to study. There was a legend about the ghost prison among the old people there. They said that 10,000 years ago, the Phoenix Soaring Kingdom was a Confucian empire that was many times more powerful than the Phoenix Soaring Kingdom. This Confucian empire was rich and the people were strong. Get to the point. Xiaohua somewhat anxiously interrupted Zhu Cheng's story. Yes, Benefactor. Zhu Qing realized that he had lost his composure and said, according to the villagers, this is also the ghost festival. For some unknown reason all the living creatures on this land have turned into ghosts. The land is sealed by Yin energy and there is no trace of life. Otherworldly items are wreaking havoc on the land just like the legendary ghost prison. Later, the immortals of the Immortal Palace took action and drew the destiny of the 9 regions to exterminate the ghosts in this ghost prison. No wonder the Confucian cultivators tolerated the Taoist cultivators in the Phoenix Soaring Kingdom. Xiaohua sneered. It turned out that there was such a secret. Oh, fellow Taoist Jew, you said, the destiny of the 9 regions? Could it be that this ghost cave is related to the 9 regions cauldrons that suppress the destiny of the 9 regions? Speaking of destiny, Xiaohua couldn't help but think of the 9 regions cauldrons and the 6 cauldrons in his space. His heart thumped, thinking that this was bad. Of course. Zhu Qing nodded affirmatively. The 9 cauldrons of our Confucian cultivators stabilize the 9 regions. Not only does it stabilize the destiny of the Confucian cultivators, but it also focuses on the human aura and stabilizes the vitality. The 9 cauldrons were originally one body protecting the 9 regions. If there was the protection of the 9 cauldrons, this ghost cave wouldn't be so powerful, and the powerful ghosts inside the ghost cave wouldn't be able to rush out. Hiss. Xiaohua sucked in a mouthful of cold air for the 3rd time tonight. He didn't expect that he would actually become the culprit of this disaster. You mean? Xiaohua was still unwilling and said in a low voice, the 9 cauldrons are one body. As long as one of them is taken, the 9 cauldrons won't be able to protect the 9 regions? Of course. Zhu Qing nodded. The location of the 9 cauldrons is the biggest secret of the Confucian cultivators. No one knows about it. Not to mention taking one of the 9 cauldrons, even if one of them is moved, the entire 9 cauldrons Great Formation will be completely destroyed. Even if you restore the 9 cauldrons, the Great Formation won't be able to be formed. Phew. Hearing Zhu Cheng's words, Xiaohua's heart immediately relaxed and he let out a long breath. It seems that I'm not the instigator and I'm not helping the evildoer. However, because of this, Xiaohua suddenly had doubts. Woo. The 4th strange sound came from a different direction from the other 3, but it was somewhat similar to the direction of the ghost cave. Zhu Qing bit his lips and said, This is my Woon County. Fellow immortal Zhu, I'll ask you one more thing. Xiaohua secretly calculated in his heart and asked again. Benefactor, please speak. Is the 9 cauldrons so important that all the Confucian cultivators know about it? No. Zhu Qing shook his head. This was passed down by my Zhu family's ancestors. Just like the heavenly book's true explanation, it's not known to others. Even if someone knows about it, there won't be too many. Most people only know that the 9 cauldrons are legendary objects, symbols of royal power. No wonder. Xiaohua suddenly understood. It seems that even if Kong Hongwu is a Confucian cultivator, he might not know about the importance of the 9 cauldrons. Then, the Western Paradise and the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm don't have the 9 cauldrons to suppress them, right? How do they deal with their ghost caves? Xiaohua asked again. Zhu Qing smiled bitterly. Benefactor, what you're thinking is something I've never thought about. However, Buddhism has always been the nemesis of ghosts, and they also have the 6 paths of reincarnation secret technique. The Western Paradise must have a Buddhist divine ability to suppress the ghost caves, right? And in the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm, what's the difference between those demons and ghosts? Even ghosts are afraid of demons, right? Woo. The 5th strange sound came from a different direction from the other 4. Zhu Qing looked at the direction of the 5th sound and said in a low voice, This is the direction of Fanchong County. It seems the ghost caves should be concentrated in Wuyuan County, Jingyue County, and Fanchong County. Xiaohua nodded and looked at the Zhu family village below him, saying, The Zhu family village seems to be safe. Fellow immortal Zhu, Can you accompany me to these ghost caves? Of course. Zhu Qing nodded. This is the clan law left behind by my ancestors. It's also the mission engraved in the bones of my Zhu family's people. I'm duty-bound. Since Jin can make such a decision, why can't I? Chapter 3853. Okay. Xiao Hua lifted Zhu Qing and said, as long as this Xiao is fine, this Xiao will guarantee your safety. As for Zhu Xiang Sai, this Xiao can't say anything right now. While speaking, Xiao Hua brought Zhu Qing and turned into a rainbow as they descended towards the first ghost cave. The grief in Zhu Cheng's heart hadn't subsided by much. He didn't care about Xiao Hua's words and only took them as a form of consolation. As Xiao Hua's rainbow figure flew, the scarlet blood appeared on his lips again. When they were still far away from the ghost cave, a foul smell mixed with a faint smell of blood assailed their nostrils. Through his heaven's eye, he saw that the netherworld style was sticky. Not only did it fill the night sky, it also fell on the mountain ridge, trees and rivers. The netherworld's blood on the ground was naturally different from the ones in the air. It formed the strange pattern that Xiao Hua saw during the day. How come there are other cultivators? Xiao Hua's heaven's eye swept past the netherworld's blood and then fell on the mountain ridge. An old man who looked like a farmer was standing on top of it. His gaze fell on the netherworld's energy pillar. Of course, Xiao Hua bringing Zhu Qing closer naturally alarmed the old man. The old man's eyes flickered with faint yellow clouds as he turned his head. Old man Zhu. The old man was slightly surprised when he saw Zhu Qing. He then bowed towards Xiao Hua and said, I wonder who this fellow immortal is. This humble one is Xiao Hua from the Dao sect. Xiao Hua brought Zhu Qing and returned the greeting. A cultivator from the Dao sect? The old man frowned. He clearly hadn't heard of Xiao Hua's name. Who are you? Looking at the farmer, Zhu Qing calmed himself down and asked with a strange expression. This old man seems to have never seen fellow immortal before. The farmer faintly smiled and said, the Zhu family is a famous scholarly family in my Fengxiang country. Old man Zhu's name is not only known in Wuyuan County, but also in Jingyue County where this old man lives. Xiao Hua's heart moved. He stared at the old man and asked, could it be that fellow immortal is also a member of a family? Are you guarding the ghost cave like the Zhu family? This humble one is Sun Qing. Greetings fellow immortal Zhu and fellow immortal Xiao. When the old man heard Xiao Hua's words, his eyes lit up and he bowed again. Sun Qing? Sun Zi? Zhu Qing came to a sudden realization. He stared at the old man and exclaimed, could fellow immortal be the descendant of the literary sage Sun Zi? Alas, isn't the Zhu clan also the descendant of Saint Zhu Shi? Sun Qing sighed. Today this old man finally understands why your Zhu clan declined. Looks just like my Sun family. Yeah. Zhu Qing couldn't help but sigh. In ancient times the Sun family was a first-rate aristocratic family. Now, it's still inferior to my Zhu family. I thought that the Sun family's disciples were long gone. Actually, it's about time. Sun Qing sighed. He looked at the ghost cave and said sadly, perhaps this will be the last time the Sun family will use their flesh, blood and essence to seal a ghost cave. Your Sun clan has a curse as well? Zhu Qing raised his brows and asked, does fellow immortal Sun have any descendants? Isn't that obvious? What your Zhu clan has, my Sun clan naturally has as well. Sun Qing nodded. I can't compare to old Master Zhu. Although I have a son, he can't compare to young Master Zhu. Let's not talk about this anymore. Hearing Sun Qing mention Zhu Xiang, Zhu Cheng's heart ached. He wanted to change his words, but he still said, don't mention that unfilial son. He's too weak. He can't be the successor of my Zhu family. However, as soon as Zhu Qing finished speaking, his heart ached as if it was bleeding. Successor? Old Master Zhu, you should be content. It's already good that you have a successor. Sun Qing grinned and said, not only did my Sun clan decline long ago, but I'm afraid that even our bloodline is about to be cut off. Alas, fellow immortal Sun, you don't know. Xiao Hua looked at Zhu Qing. He knew that it was difficult for this elder, who expected better from him, to say what was in his heart. Thus he sighed and said, Old Master Zhu's son Zhu Xiang died in the ghost cave just now in order to seal the ghost cave. Sun Qing's expression changed. He bowed deeply to Zhu Qing and said solemnly, "On behalf of the hundreds of thousands of people in Jingyue County, I thank the Zhu clan for sacrificing themselves for us. I'm ashamed." Zhu Qing hurriedly helped him up and said softly, This is the responsibility of our aristocratic families. It's our responsibility. It's also Ma'er's responsibility." Woo. At this moment the sixth strange sound was heard. The direction was different from the other five. "This is the direction of Fanchong County." Sun Qing hurriedly raised his head and looked into the distance. He said in a low voice, "It seems that Fanchong County also has a declining aristocratic family like the Zhu and Sun clan. Confucian cultivators have hidden immortals for tens of thousands of years. How many aristocratic families have become drifting duckweeds?" Zhu Qing sighed. "Let's go." Xiaohua rolled up his sleeves and said, "You all follow this Xiao to see which aristocratic family is the third one." Sun Qing wanted to decline, but under the influence of Xiaohua's magic he couldn't even move. Unconsciously Sun Qing looked at Xiaohua's young face in surprise. After which he furrowed his brows thinking about something. Xiaohua was like a rainbow piercing through the moon. The netherworld's blood threads that filled the sky didn't give him any hindrance. In just a moment he arrived in the sky above Fanchong County. It was already late at night. Not to mention that it was a year of famine. Everyone was lying on the ground and holding their stomach as they waited for the sun to come. Even if it was a rich year on the night of the Ghost Festival, who would dare to go out into the wild? However, in the jungle dozens of li away from Fanchong County, Xiaohua saw a slightly short but extremely fat middle-aged man with a butcher knife in his hand. He slowly pushed aside the thorns on the ground and walked up to the distant mountain ridge. Looking at the fat man's actions, it was really clumsy and difficult. The night is long, the moon is bright, the jungle is deep, the roots are continuous. "Are you chopping firewood?" Xiaohua's figure landed on the ridge in front of the man's head. He lowered his head and asked, The man obviously didn't feel Xiaohua's arrival. He was shocked and the butcher knife in his hand almost fell to the ground. "Fatty Xing?" Zhu Qing obviously knew this person. Seeing this familiar figure he couldn't help but shout, "How could it be you? Old man Zhu? How did you come here?" Fatty Xing heard Zhu Cheng's voice and felt relieved. He lowered his head to look for the butcher knife and shouted loudly. He then climbed up the ridge with difficulty. However, the fat on the fat man's body trembled and his steps were difficult. He obviously didn't have any cultivation. Xiaohua raised his hand and beckoned, and the fatty was caught up in the air. The fatty's appearance of baring his fangs and brandishing his claws in midair really made people laugh. "Little Xing greets Immortal Senior." As soon as Fatty Xing landed on the ground he immediately bowed to Xiaohua. On his fat face, two small eyes shone with admiration. "Are a descendant of the Xing family?" Sun Qing looked at the rather unscrupulous fat man and asked in disbelief. "The Xing family of the ancient first-class scholarly family?" Zheng's face flushed red. He bowed and said, "Little Xing is indeed a descendant of the Xing family. Senior, may I know who?" Alas. Without waiting for Sun Qing to speak, Zhu Qing sighed and said, "Zheng Zi of the Xing family is also a scholarly sage. The Xing family is also a first-class scholarly family. But no. Zheng of the Xing family is actually reduced to a butcher. Lamentable, lamentable." Is Master Zhu. Although the Zhu family was already in decline in the eyes of the secular world, it was still a big family in Wuyuan County. Zheng was a butcher who slaughtered pigs. In the past he often sent pork to the Zhu family village. Everyone was in awe of Zhu Qing. Xiaohua, however, had a smile on his face. He pointed at Zheng and said, "Fellow Immortal Zhu, fellow Immortal Sun, you were wrong. Regardless of whether he was a butcher or not, regardless of whether he has scholarly cultivation, as long as he can come to the side of the ghost cave today, his blood is burning hot, he is a brave man. He is not inferior to any scholarly cultivator on the hidden immortal continent. Righteous people are all butchers, unfaithful people are mostly scholars. That's probably the case." "That's right." Sun Qing was the first to wake up. He hurriedly bowed and said to Xing, This old man was wrong. Please forgive me, fellow immortal Zeng. Exactly. Since fellow immortal Zeng came here, you are naturally determined to die even more so than this old man. At this point, Zhu Qing didn't know whether he was sad or ashamed. He couldn't continue and bowed deeply. Zeng was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly helped the two people up and said with a bitter smile, "This little one, how can this little one be as noble as this immortal elder said? This little one is just following the ancestors' instructions and doing my best to guard the ghost cave. But, after tonight my Zeng family won't have the chance to guard the ghost cave anymore." Blast, that's right. The dog is still young and doesn't know anything. How could he know that you are going to die tonight? Zhu Qing sighed. Woo. The seventh strange sound came from a different direction from the other six. Xiaohua hurriedly looked at Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing understood what Xiaohua was thinking. He shook his head and said, "This little one still doesn't know about this ghost cave." Master Zhu, Zeng said somewhat embarrassedly, "This little one didn't know that Master was also the guardian of the ghost cave. This little one thought that only this little one was. With so much Yin energy erupting tonight, I wonder, how many ghost caves have opened?" "There are already 7. Zhu Qing looked at the dense netherworld wind around them and said in a low voice, This many." Zeng turned pale with fright. This little one's ancestor only said that there was 1. With so many ghost caves we don't have enough people. Xiaohua's heart sank. He naturally understood that the number of people Zeng was talking about was the number of people who entered the ghost cave. Presumably Zeng, who didn't have any cultivation, came here to prepare to jump into the ghost cave just like his ancestor. However, from Zhu Xiang's death he could see that the Yin energy erupting from the ghost cave today was different from before. Just using the blood essence of a cultivator family's disciple to seal the ghost cave was no longer enough. They had to figure out the cause of the ghost cave's eruption and the harm it would cause to the millions of villagers in the 3 towns. Zhu Qing looked into the distance with worry and said in a low voice, "Could it be that the ghost cave is really coming out again? How can this be stopped?" Chapter 3854. Master Zhu is from a rich family. There must be treasures left behind in the ancestral hall. Zeng Zian said with envy. If Master Zhu has treasures he can definitely guard the ghost cave. Alas. Zhu Qing waved his hand and said, "My Zhu family's ancestral hall has long been ruined. Where would there be treasures?" Zhu Cheng's words were like a sudden clap of thunder, immediately stunning Xiaohua. The bone that Zhu Qing gave him clearly wrote Ancestral Hall Wooden Statue Xiantian Qi, Family History Silk Cloth Descendants. If there was no ancestral hall, where would there be a wooden statue? Where would there be a family history? Xiaohua came to the Zhu family. Of course he wanted to see what the wooden statue was and what the family history was, but he didn't have the chance or he was embarrassed to ask. But he didn't expect that Zhu family would simply lose their ancestral hall. Zhu family doesn't have an ancestral hall? When did this happen? Xiaohua was still a bit unwilling and asked hurriedly. This one doesn't know. Zhu Qing shook his head and said, "This one only vaguely heard about the ancestral hall from my father, but I've never seen it." What about Zeng family and Sun family? Xiaohua felt something was wrong and turned to look at Zeng Zian and Sun Qing. As expected, the two shook their heads and answered in unison, "Our families are ruined. Where would there be ancestral halls?" At this moment, woo, the 8th strange sound came from a different direction from the other 7. There are already 8 ghost caves. Xiaohua could only withdraw his doubts and squint his eyes to look at the 7 pillars of air in the distance. The last one that appeared was still not fully formed, but the first one that appeared already looked like a blood pillar. The ghost cave that this one is guarding hasn't erupted yet. Sun Qing said, "Fellow immortal Xiao, this one, woo." Before Sun Qing could finish speaking, the 9th strange sound rang out, instantly interrupting Sun Qing's words. Sun Qing's expression changed greatly as he said in shock, This strange sound is coming from the nether ghost cave. Then what about the small one?" Zeng Zian also panicked and asked hurriedly. "There are already 3 ghost caves in Fanchong County. Zhu Qing said and pointed at the 3 places in the distance and asked, "Is there one that your Zheng family is guarding?" Zheng Zian looked in that direction and said in a low voice, "Yes." "Done." Xiaohua looked at the 3 of them and comforted them. "Now that there are 9 ghost caves, each of you can only seal one. Even if the 3 of you die in the ghost caves, I'm afraid you won't be able to seal all 9 ghost caves. Once upon a time these were some medicinal pills. Take them back and sleep. If he woke up tomorrow and Fancheng County was still around, he would let his family consume this pill. Since you and Zhu Qing are already acquainted with each other, you can support each other in the future." But he had wanted to say something. Xiaohua completely ignored him. He also took out a jade bottle and handed it to Sun Qing, saying, "Old Master Sun, I'll leave this to you as well. I don't want to say the same thing a second time. Take Xing Qian and leave first." "Alright." Sun Qing knew that he had lost his usefulness and it was useless for him to stay here. He nodded and said, "I will obey Taoist Master Zhao's instructions." It's just that Sun Qing didn't accept Xiaohua's medicinal pills. He had the same personality as his ancestor, Sun Zizhen. "He, fellow immortal Sun, this is a pill to break the curse," Zhu Qing reminded. "Ah." Sun Qing was startled at first, but then he shook his head. "I don't need this pill anymore." "Your Sun family's curse has been broken?" Zhu Qing was somewhat puzzled. Sun Qing thought for a moment and said, "My son was born slow-witted. Not to mention studying and cultivating, even living like an ordinary person is difficult. It doesn't matter if there is a curse or not." So that's how it is." Xiaohua thought for a moment, then took out a small jade bottle and handed it to Sun Qing, saying, "This is a medicinal liquid refined by spiritual wisdom derivation. Its effect is better than Spirit Awakening pill. Called Spirit Awakening liquid. This thing must be useful for your son. Take it." This. Sun Qing looked at the jade bottle, unable to react for a moment. Zhu Qing hurriedly grabbed it and handed it to Sun Qing, saying, "Quickly take it. Taoist Master Zhao's magic power is boundless. These pills are rare in the world." "Thank you, Taoist Master." Sun Qing's hands were trembling as he hurriedly stuffed the jade bottle into his clothes. "Let's go, fellow Taoist Jew. Take me to see if there are any other ghost caves other than these 9. Xiaohua didn't pay attention to Sun Qing's thanks. With a wave of his hand, he brought Zhu Qing and flew towards the middle of 2 ghost caves in the distance. The 9 ghost caves were spread over 3 towns. As long as one looked at the arrangement, they could tell that there should be 3 ghost caves in each of the 3 towns. A total of 9 ghost caves formed the power of 9 stars. Xiaohua flew into the air. Using his heaven's eye, he saw that the entire night sky was covered in blood threads. The blood threads rolled and formed a blood mist that drifted in all directions. It was as if this 1,000-li range was another ghost cave. "Damn it!" Xiaohua cursed in a low voice. "This is the hidden immortal continent of Confucian cultivators. There is no reason. Why do you want me to do this? Where did the experts of the so-called immortal palaces and the so-called cultivation families go? Ghost caves appear. Heaven's secrets are in chaos. Heaven's secrets are in chaos. Heaven and earth are upside down. Immortals and mortals are falling." Zhu Qing said in a low voice, "This is the sign of great chaos in the hidden immortal continent. Since my Wuyuan County is like this, other places might not be that strong. Taoist Master Xiao, don't expect other Confucian cultivators to come." "What about the land?" Xiaohua was shocked. He immediately thought of the land of the immortal palaces that he encountered near the Black Wind Mountain. These lands are the eyes and ears of the immortal palaces. Presumably this Wuyuan County. Unfortunately, thinking of this, Xiaohua's heart turned cold. That land said clearly that the immortal palaces controlled the overall situation of the hidden immortal continent. It was impossible for them to control such minute details. The Black Wind Mountain was only because of Xiaohua that the Hall of Light sent down an immortal order to the nearest land to investigate. And this Wuyuan County, even the Fengxiang country, had long declined. Which land would stay here? It's not time yet, right? Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the bright blood moon. He suddenly thought of the blood moon in the Meng Mountains. Ziming's face inexplicably appeared. "Soon. Hearing Xiaohua's question, Zhu Qing was slightly stunned at first, but soon understood. He squinted his eyes and looked at the bright moon in the sky. Sure enough, as soon as Zhu Cheng's voice fell, the moonlight of the blood-colored full moon suddenly trembled, and the brilliance was exceptionally bright. Xiaohua's body also suddenly expanded with a hook sound. The moonlight above the blood-colored full moon was 3 times larger than usual, and it scattered towards the ground. Xiaohua's demon body immediately sensed it. Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. After all, he was also in the hidden immortal continent on the 15th of July every year. He had never seen such a phenomenon before. Puff. 9 abnormally clear sounds came from the 9 blood pillars. Immediately the entire night sky suddenly turned cold. Within the blood pillars, countless ghostly wails and howls faintly came out. 100 ghosts parade. At this time Zhu Qing was already scared out of his wits. He said calmly, in the past it would happen on the 15th of July every year. But tonight's momentum seems to be several hundred times bigger. It's better to call it the 1,000 Ghosts Parade. Swoosh. At this time the bright moonlight suddenly weakened a bit. The entire blood-red night sky became even colder. Zhu Qing didn't raise his head and explained, every time the 100 Ghosts Parade, the moon star will have a phenomenon. Those dark clouds will cover the full moon, and even rain will fall from the sky. Xiaohua also didn't pay attention to the astronomical phenomenon. He only watched as the netherworld energy within 1,000 li began to boil. The 9 blood pillars sent out strange fluctuations, completely stirring up the netherworld energy. The fluctuations were sometimes high and sometimes low, like different tides colliding with each other. A moment later Xiaohua asked again, this scattered netherworld energy will have a great impact on the villagers of the 3 towns, right? Alas. Zhu Qing nodded. If it's a good year, these millions of secular people will be full of vitality. Their yang energy will be flourishing, and the netherworld energy won't be able to touch them. But right now it's a disaster year. 90% of the millions of villagers are on the verge of death. They are only one step away from starving ghosts. Moreover, tonight's yin energy is 9 times more than in previous years. Among these 90% villagers, 50% to 70% will be corroded by the yin energy. After tonight, even if they are still alive, I'm afraid they will be no different from the living dead. So many. Xiaohua was shocked. Isn't there more than 700,000 people? Can only be more than this, not less. Zhu Qing smiled bitterly. Actually, even without tonight's 1,000 Ghosts Parade, without benefactors' food in a few days, the number of people who will starve to death will also be this many. No. Xiaohua shouted resolutely, if this Xiao wasn't here then it would be fine. But since this Xiao is here, I definitely can't let 700,000 people die for no reason. But, Zhu Qing also said, this netherworld energy. Before Zhu Qing finished speaking, the entire night sky became a few degrees colder. The moonlight suddenly decreased by more than 30%. That's not right. Xiaohua's heart moved and he hurriedly raised his head. Because even if the blood moon was blocked by the clouds, his monster body could still absorb the power of the moon and stars from the moon. It was impossible for it to decrease because of this. At this time there were no red clouds in the night sky. There wasn't even a trace of cloud in the clear sky. It was impossible for the blood moon to be blocked by red clouds. But the strange thing was that a corner of the blood moon was already broken. Moreover, the broken blood moon didn't stop and was expanding little by little. Zhu Qing naturally also woke up and looked up like Xiaohua. Heavenly dog devouring moon. Seeing such a strange scene, Zhu Qing couldn't help but cry out, no wonder. The night of the 15th of the 7th month is the time when the netherworld's yin energy will leak out and the 100 ghosts will parade. Now that the moon is being eaten by the heavenly dog, the yin energy between heaven and earth will probably be at its peak. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the broken moonlight. He said word by word, with such a strange situation, it would be strange if nothing happened. Hearing these words, Zhu Qing couldn't help but tremble and his teeth couldn't help but chatter. Xiaohua slightly turned his head and looked at Zhu Qing strangely. However, Zhu Qing didn't answer and reluctantly asked, Taoist Master Shao, are there any wandering souls coming out of the ghost cave? You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.